Chapter 101, Enemies from all sides coming one after another. Guangdong Base City. The Li family. Happy birthday to you. Chu Zhou handed the exquisite perfume he had prepared to Li Qingxi. Ling Zhan and Shi Meng also gave out the birthday gifts they had prepared. Li Qingxi forced a smile and took the gifts from Chu Zhou and the others, but she was worried for Chu Zhou. The Li family had already confirmed their attitude towards Chu Zhou last night. Therefore, they watched indifferently after Chu Zhou arrived. They did not welcome him warmly or target him. Many guests saw the Li family's attitude. They had basically guessed the Li family's intentions. They did not want to offend Chu Zhou, who had astonishing potential, or the Chu family and other families. In the crowd, Yang Xin and Qi Yan also looked at Chu Zhou. They had followed the elders of their family here. Qi Yan, do you think Chu Zhou can survive this calamity today? Yang Xin asked her best friend, Qi Yan. It's difficult. Qi Yan shook her head. Only those who lived in Guangdong Base City knew how powerful the Chu family was. Moreover, she also knew that other than the Chu family, Chu Zhou had also offended the Ernst family and the Medici family. The Ernst family and the Medici family were Western super families that were even stronger than the Chu family. The Ernst and Medici families had been investigating Chu Zhou for the past 2 days. This was not a secret to the families in Guangdong City. In other words, it was very likely that the Chu family was not the only one who attacked Chu Zhou today. There were also the Ernst family and the Medici family. How could Chu Zhou withstand it if the 3 families attacked him at the same time? Yes, it's too difficult. Yang Xin sighed and said regretfully, originally, it might be beneficial for us to get to know such a top-notch monster in the future. I didn't expect him to be killed before he could really grow up. What a pity. Qi Yan nodded slightly, feeling that it was a pity. On the other side, Su Peng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hengkan, the 4 disciples who had been taught a lesson by Chu Zhou's Sky Garden that day, looked at Chu Zhou's figure gloatingly. After being taught a lesson by Chu Zhou that day, they did not dare to let the elders of the family take revenge on them because of Dongfang Mingzu's warning. However, it did not mean that they had let go of their aggro. They were very happy to see that Chu Zhou was going to be unlucky. At this moment, an extraordinary and expressionless middle-aged man walked into the hall. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, Li Zhend, Li Zhenz, Li Zhenjiu, and the other higher UPS of the Li family stood up. Bo Yang, you're here. Many other guests also stood up and greeted the middle-aged man. Chu Boyong first bowed to the Li family's old master and returned the greetings to the others. Then, he looked up at Chu Zhou and said coldly. You're Chu Zhou. It's me. Chu Zhou said calmly. My name is Chu Boyong. I'm also Chu Chen's father who broke your limbs. Chu Boyong's face was as calm as water, but his eyes could not help but reveal anger. Chu Zhou, what grudge does my son have with you? You want to break his limbs and cripple his support as a man. He threatened to kill me without leaving me a complete corpse if I don't leave Guangdong Base City. I've already shown mercy by crippling him, Chu Zhou said calmly. Mercy. Chu Boyong could no longer control his anger. He said angrily, breaking limbs is showing mercy. Are you going to kill my son if you were not merciful? In response, Chu Zhou only spat out 2 words calmly. Not bad. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the VIPs present changed. He felt that this Chu Zhou was really too arrogant. He actually wanted to kill people at every turn. One had to know that Chu Chen was a disciple of the Chu family. How could he kill them just because he wanted to? Moreover, if Chu Zhou dared to kill Chu Chen, didn't that mean that if the people from the many families present offended Chu Zhou, would Chu Zhou still kill them? Thinking of this, the VIPs from the various large families looked at Chu Zhou with unfriendly gazes. Chu Boyong's expression darkened. Chu Zhou, even though you're a top-notch genius, you don't have any reverence. You haven't even grown up yet, but you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What will happen when you grow up? If you don't give my Chu family an explanation today, don't blame me for killing you. Chu Boyong said coldly. A terrifying origin power fluctuation erupted from his body, and the entire Li family shook slightly. Wisps of dazzling golden light shot out of his body, illuminating the entire night sky in a golden color. A golden snake shadow with a pair of divine wings appeared behind him. At this moment, Chu Boyong emitted an extremely dangerous aura, like a wild snake god that was about to devour someone at any time. This is the Chu family's golden snake breathing technique. The expressions of everyone from the Li family and many VIPs changed slightly when they saw the golden snake shadow with a pair of divine wings behind Chu Boyong. The martial artist Mall recorded the breathing techniques created by most humans. Among them were even the breathing techniques of the three strongest humans, the dragon, Sol the sun god, and Changa Saha. However, not all breathing techniques were recorded. Some experts, large families, and forces did not sell their breathing techniques in the martial artist mall. The alliance did not force them. The Chu family's golden snake breathing technique was not recorded in the martial artist mall and was unique to the Chu family. The golden snake breathing technique was also one of the famous SSS-rank breathing techniques. At this moment, everyone saw Chu Boyong use the golden snake breathing technique and immediately understood that he was really angry and wanted to kill Chu Zhou here. Dongfang Mingzu of the Dongfang family has arrived. Yang Zhenzhen of the Yang family has arrived. At this moment, two more singing names sounded. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen walked in together. Beside them was a middle-aged woman and a white-haired old man. Uncle Chu, why are you so angry? Is there a misunderstanding? That's right, Uncle Chu. If there's a misunderstanding, just resolve it. Why make a big fuss? Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen smiled and walked to Chu Zhou's side. The middle-aged woman and the white-haired old man also stood behind them. It's the two of them. Could it be that the Dongfang and Yang families are on Chu Zhou's side? Seeing this scene, be it the Li family or the many VIPs, they were slightly shocked. The Dongfang family was not inferior to the Chu family, and the Yang family was even more terrifying. If these two families supported Chu Zhou, the Chu family would probably not be able to withstand it. Chu Zhou did not expect Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen to help him even if it meant offending the Chu family. He could not help but feel grateful. Chu Boyong looked deeply at Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzu without losing his composure. He said expressionlessly, "Are the two of you representing the family behind you?" "I'm just representing myself." Dongfang Mingzu chuckled. "I'm only representing myself," Yang Zhenzhen said. "However, Chu Zhou is our friend. We won't watch helplessly as you harm Chu Zhou." As soon as Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen finished speaking, the middle-aged woman and the white-haired old man behind them released powerful auras. These two were experts who were not inferior to Chu Boyong. Chu Boyong's expression changed slightly, but he quickly sneered. "If you represent the family behind you and there's nothing else to say, I'll leave immediately. However, I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to protect him." "That's right. Mingzu, Zhenzhen, I'm afraid it's a little difficult for you to protect him. He also offended him." A graceful and luxurious woman walked in with a young man and a cold martial artist in his 30s. Mistress of the Ling family, Zhang Qiushui. Many people recognized the beautiful woman immediately when they saw her. Zhang Qiushui led Ling Ji and a cold martial artist towards Chu Zhou and the others. Her gaze swept across Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen before stopping on Chu Zhou for a while before landing on Ling Zhan. "Back then, you and your mother were lucky enough to escape death. I didn't expect you to dare to come back," she said with a smile, but her tone contained shocking coldness. The moment Ling Zhan saw Zhang Qiushui, his entire body became extremely sharp, and he almost could not suppress the urge to draw his sword. "Calm down." Chu Zhou patted Ling Zhan's shoulder to calm him down. Swoosh! Zhang Qiushui looked at Chu Zhou. "Chu Zhou, right." A faint smile appeared on Zhang Qiushui's face. "I have something to discuss with you. Let me deal with this bastard. Then, break your own legs and beg me for mercy. I'll spare your life. What do you think?" "I think it's better to do the opposite. If you break your legs and beg me for mercy, I'll spare your life." Chu Zhou sneered. "How interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Everyone who spoke to me like this seems to be dead." Zhang Qiushui sized up Chu Zhou with interest. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen secretly became nervous. They had heard some things about Zhang Qiushui and knew how dangerous this woman was. They were worried that Zhang Qiushui would suddenly kill Chu Zhou, so they asked the middle-aged woman and the white-haired elder behind them to secretly guard against Zhang Qiushui's sudden attack. "Zhang Qiushui, Chu Zhou is a genius of our Battleaxe martial arts school. I advise you not to have any ill intentions. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded through the Li family. A tall and burly middle-aged man with a square face and sword-like eyebrows walked in. Hiss, it's the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Chen Bazhu. Many VIPs greeted Chen Bazhu politely when they saw him enter. Li Yanghao, the old master of the Li family, Li Zhend, Li Zhenz, Li Zhenjiu, and all the higher UPS of the Li family also stood up and went to welcome him. Chen Bazhu waved his hand indifferently, telling the Li family not to stand on ceremony. Then, he strode to Chu Zhou's side. Supervisor Chen. Chu Zhou bowed slightly. Chen Bazhu smiled and nodded. He looked at Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui. Both of you, Chu Zhou is from our Battleaxe Martial Arts School, but you're prepared to touch him. Are you trying to provoke the dignity of our Battleaxe Martial Arts School? As soon as Chen Bazhu finished speaking, many people at the banquet stirred. So Chen Bazhu is Chu Zhou's greatest reliance. No wonder he dared to attack Chu Chen. Many people were discussing spiritedly, thinking that they knew Chu Zhou's background. Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui did not speak. Ever since they investigated Chu Zhou's background and knew that he was valued by Chen Bazhu, they had expected such a scene to happen today. They looked at the entrance of the manor in unison. The Ernst family's doll Ernst has arrived. The Medici family's Carmen Medici has arrived. 2 more names were announced. At this moment, 2 Western middle-aged men with terrifying auras walked in with a group of fierce Western martial artists. What Supervisor Chen said just now makes no sense. Mr. Chu and Ms. Zhang are just taking revenge for their son. How did it become provoking the Battleaxe Martial Arts School? Doll Ernst asked. That's right. Even though the Battleaxe Martial Arts School is one of the strongest forces in the world, it can't be unreasonable, right? Carmen Medici added on. These 2 people led many Western martial artists and walked aggressively to the opposite of Chu Zhou and the others, standing together with Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, and the others. Chapter 102, Holy Artifact Golden God Eye. The Li family. The atmosphere immediately became even more tense as Doll Ernst and Carmen Medici arrived with many Western martial artists. Supervisor Chen, even though Chu Zhou is from your Battleaxe Martial Arts School, he killed our Ernst family's Komora Ernst. He must die. Doll Ernst glared at Chen Bazhu without giving in. A life to compensate for a life. It's only right, this is an ancient saying of your East. The West is in agreement. We've already found out that Komora and Lauren had each transferred their savings to Chu Zhou before they died. The evidence is conclusive. He's the murderer. Carmen Medici said as he stared at Chu Zhou with killing intent. He had no children his entire life. Lauren was his favorite nephew and he had long treated him as his own. He was extremely furious when he found out that Lauren had been killed in the Guangdong base city. He took the initiative to lead the many experts of the Medici family to the Guangdong base city. It was to personally kill Chu Zhou, the murderer who killed Lauren. Hehe, so what if I killed Komora and Lauren? Chu Zhou sneered. They mobilized a spiritual master and 10 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists to deal with me in order to snatch the extreme titanium golden body cultivation technique from me. Do I wait for them to kill me if I don't kill them? As soon as Chu Zhou said this, the entire manor was in an uproar. Even Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui were moved. Many people only knew that Komora Ernst and Lauren Medici had been killed in the manor they lived in. However, they did not know the details. Now that they heard Chu Zhou's words, they knew that there was such an inside story. Hiss, the 2 monsters, Komora and Lauren, plus a spiritual master and 10 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. With such a powerful lineup, other extraordinary realm martial artists would probably die. Not only did Chu Zhou not die, he even counterattacked. The expressions of the people from the various large families changed in shock. They looked at Chu Zhou as if they were looking at a monster. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen rolled their eyes at Chu Zhou. They had all asked Chu Zhou a few times if he was the one who killed Komora, Lauren, and the others. However, Chu Zhou was always vague. Now, he finally admitted it. When Doll Ernst and Carmen Medici heard Chu Zhou admit that he had killed Komora and Lauren, and he did not seem to think much of it, they were so angry that they wanted to cut Chu Zhou into 1,000 pieces. Just admit that you killed someone. A life for a life. Doll Ernst said sinisterly, his voice as cold as ice. Chu Zhou, are you deaf? They wanted to kill me first, so I defended myself. I believe it's not difficult to investigate the truth. There's no need to investigate. No matter what the reason is, you will die if you kill someone from our Medici family, Carmen Medici said firmly. In fact, Dal Ernst and Carmen Medici had long investigated the reason why Comora and Lauren suddenly mobilized the people of the two families in the past 2 days. However, they did not care about the truth. They only wanted vendetta. Supervisor Chen, you cannot take it to heart about our Chu family, but don't you take it to heart about our 4 great families now. Chu Boyong glared coldly at Chen Bazhu. The golden snake with a pair of divine wings on its back roared at the sky, looking ferocious. Supervisor Chen, actually, it's useless even if you stop us today. You can't protect him all the time, right? You can protect him for a while, but you can't protect him forever. Zhang Qiushui's expression was dignified and she was smiling, but her tone emitted traces of bone-chilling coldness and killing intent. Hehe, it seems that even my status as a supervisor can't suppress you. Chen Bazhu smiled faintly and said meaningfully. Since you all want to settle the score with Chu Zhou today, I'll give you a chance. However, it's unfair for you to surpass Chu Zhou. Therefore, I'm going to apply some means. As he spoke, he took out a strange metal eye. Even though this metal eye looked like it was made of metal. However, it was so vivid that when everyone saw this eye, it was as if they were being watched by it. Moreover, the metal eyes emitted traces of extremely terrifying pressure. At this moment, everyone present felt as if they were being watched by a supreme god spirit and felt a suffocating pressure. This is the holy artifact of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School headquarters in the Canton Sea area, the Golden God Eye. Chen Bazhu, you actually brought it here. The moment they saw the metal eye, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui and the others felt their scalps tingle. Li Yanghao, the old master of the Li family, Li Zhend, Li Zhenz, Li Zhenjiu, and the other higher UPS of the Li family, as well as Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the experts of the various large families. They also recognized the origin of the metal eye immediately. Their faces were moved. The Golden God Eye was the holy artifact of the Sea Area Battleaxe Martial Arts School's headquarters. Usually, it would only be used when the headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong Sea area was in danger or when the Guangdong base city was in danger. Now, Chen Bazhu had actually brought this holy artifact over for Chu Zhou. The inside story was shocking. Don't worry. I didn't bring the Golden God Eye here to deal with you. You don't have the right. I'm just using the Golden God Eye to create a fair environment. Chen Bazhu said coldly and injected origin power into the metal eye. Instantly, the metal eye seemed to have completely come to life. His eyes were still rolling. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Circles of illusory golden light suddenly spread out from the Golden God Eve, and a huge illusory domain appeared in the Li family's manor. Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, and many Western martial artists were all pulled into the domain by a mysterious and irresistible force. Damn it! This is the martial god's domain. Oh no, my strength has been suppressed. Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, and the others who were forcefully pulled into the domain quickly had ugly expressions. They realized that their strength had been forcefully suppressed to the extraordinary realm by this domain. Chu Zhou, go into. This is the enemy you provoked. You'll deal with it. As Chen Bazhu spoke, he waved his hand and threw Chu Zhou into the domain before he could react. What does Supervisor Chen mean? Chu Zhou stood in the domain and was a little stunned. This was what Chen Bazhu said, he could cause a scene without worry. If anything happened, would the Battleaxe Martial Arts School take care of it? That's not right. Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, and the others opposite him had clearly surpassed the extraordinary realm, or even the control realm. How could he deal with it? However, Chu Zhou quickly calmed down. He knew that Chen Bazhu would definitely not harm him. There must be some mystery behind this. At this moment, Chen Bazhu also stared deeply at Chu Zhou and thought to himself, Chu Zhou, this is an excellent opportunity for you to sharpen yourself. Let me see how much potential you have. In the sky above the Li family, 2 figures were also confronting each other. Brother Tang, it's just a conflict between some juniors. You actually asked. Chen Bazhu to bring the golden god eye over. This is too much. Brother Chu, you already said that it's just a conflict between the younger generation. It's just a small fight. Why are you so anxious? Why don't you come with me to see the results? The two figures finally sat down in midair and looked at the situation in the domain below. From the beginning to the end, no one discovered their existence. Chapter 103, Powerful and Invincible. In the Yang family manner. Hiss, so this is the domain power contained in the golden god eye? It's indeed terrifyingly powerful. Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui. Experts like them were actually pulled in without any resistance. I heard that this golden god eye is the eyeball left behind by a fallen martial god. There's a portion of the martial god's domain power left inside. It seems to be true. In the Li family manner, the Li family's old master, Li Yanghao, and the other higher UPS, as well as the experts from the various large families, looked at the metal eyeball in Chen Bazhu's hand and the golden domain with deep fear in their eyes. In the golden domain, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, and the others finally calmed down from the anger of their strength being suppressed. Their gazes locked coldly on Chu Zhou. They were all smart people. He understood Chen Bazhu's intentions almost immediately. It was obvious that Chen Bazhu wanted them to be Chu Zhou's whetstone. At the thought of this, they were extremely furious. Who were they to be treated as whetstones? This was simply ridiculous. Everyone, it seems that Chen Bazhu values this kid far more than we imagined. He actually treats us as this kid's whetstone. As Chu Boyong spoke, the cold killing intent in his eyes was almost overflowing. He, could it be that Chen Bazhu suppressed our strength and this kid can defeat us? He wants to use us as a whetstone. Be careful that we break our blades. Zhang Qiushui smiled coldly. Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, and the others didn't say anything, but their expressions were so dark that it could drip water. Chu Zhou did not know that Chu Boyong and the others' strength had already been suppressed by the golden domain. Therefore, he seemed to be more cautious and did not take the initiative to attack. Attack and kill Chu Zhou. Suddenly, Dal Ernst and Carmen Medici ordered the 12 Western martial artists behind them almost at the same time. The 12 Western martial artists were immediately divided into two groups of 6. Then, they pressed towards Chu Zhou. These two groups of Western martial artists were from the Ernst family and the Medici family. They were not ordinary martial artists, but a death squad painstakingly nurtured by the two families. One of them was called the Reaper Team, and the other was called the Night Demon Team. Both the Reaper Team and the Night Demon Team had carried out many killing quests for the two families worldwide. They were all executioners who had grown up in bloodbaths. These two teams were average in the East, but they were well known among the extraordinary realm martial artists in the Western world. Countless Western martial artists paled at the mention of these two teams. At this moment, the Reaper Team and the Night Demon Team were like two teams formed by the god of death. They walked towards Chu Zhou without saying a word. Terrifying killing intent surged out of their bodies. Chu Zhou smelled a strong smell of blood, as if he had soaked in a blood pool. His mouth and nose were covered in blood. Chu Zhou activated his perception with all his might and immediately sensed the origin power fluctuations of everyone in the Reaper Team and the Night Demon Team. Are they all experts who have reached the limit of the extraordinary realm? He immediately sensed the levels of these 12 Western martial artists. Of course, the level of the martial artists in these two teams was similar to the 11 Western martial artists mobilized by Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici. However, it gave Chu Zhou the feeling that it was much stronger than the 11 Western martial artists. They were on completely different levels. However, Chu Zhou calmed down. As long as these people did not exceed the extraordinary realm, he had no reason to be afraid. At this moment, the Night Demon Team suddenly moved first. A martial artist in the Night Demon Team suddenly slapped the ground with both hands. A large amount of cold black fog immediately surged out of the ground. The surging black fog instantly drowned Chu Zhou and everyone in the Night Demon Team. Swoosh! 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 In the black fog, demon-like figures pounced on Chu Zhou like lightning. Extremely sharp attacks pierced through Chu Zhou's eyes, the back of his head, his throat, his heart, and lungs. The powerful origin power fluctuation made the surging black fog boil. Outsiders could not see the scene in the black fog, but they could all feel the terrifying fluctuation in the black fog. This Night Demon team is one of the ace teams of our Medici family. It has eliminated many opponents for our Medici family and killed countless extraordinary realm martial artists. It has even killed heavily injured control realm martial artists. It's more than enough for the Night Demon team to deal with this Chu Zhou. Carmen Medici said proudly to Dal Ernst, Chu Boyong, and Zhang Qiushui. However, his expression froze as soon as he finished speaking. A fierce, domineering, and peerlessly sharp aura suddenly swept out of the black fog, forcefully tearing the surging black fog apart and dissipating, revealing the scene inside. At this moment, Chu Zhou was already covered in silver armor that looked like mechanical components. The 5 members of the Night Demon team fell beside Chu Zhou. The 5 of them died in an extremely tragic manner. Some had their throats crushed, some had their heads torn off, some had their hearts pierced, some had their bodies torn in half, and some only had half of their bodies left. Tisk. Seeing this scene, many people outside the Golden Domain gasped. Especially Su Peng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkan. Their scalps went numb and they broke out in cold sweat. This Chu Zhou was too cruel. They were secretly glad that Chu Zhou had not been ruthless to them in the Sky Garden that day. Otherwise, they would probably all be dead. Carmen Medici, who had just been talking about how powerful the Night Demon team was, turned ashen. Is this the extreme titanium golden body? It's indeed incomparably powerful. No wonder Komura, Lauren, and the others covet this Chu Zhou. Dal Ernst looked at Chu Zhou, who was covered in silver armor, and his expression gradually turned serious. I've investigated Chu Zhou's battle in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. The extreme titanium golden body he used that day had only covered his limbs with silver armor. Now, his entire body is covered in silver armor. It seems that he still held back a lot that day. Chu Boyong said solemnly. Zhang Qiushui narrowed her eyes and became serious. After killing the Night Demon team, Chu Zhou's gaze landed on the Reaper team. The Reaper team was like emotionless machines. They did not panic or fear because the Night Demon team was almost instantly killed. They quickly rushed towards Chu Zhou expressionlessly. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong spiritual fluctuation enveloped Chu Zhou. In a daze, Chu Zhou seemed to see a spirit spike stabbing into his mind. Almost instantly, the saber intent of the world destruction saber technique appeared in Chu Zhou's heart. His entire mind seemed to have turned into a boiling angry sea. A demonic saber tore through the sea and slashed out. Almost instantly, it destroyed the intruding spiritual spikes. The moment Chu Zhou activated the world destruction saber intent to destroy the spirit spike, the 4 martial artists in the Reaper team also tacitly launched a siege on him. One of them clasped his hands together. Earthen yellow chains extended from his body and wrapped around Chu Zhou's body. Another person took out a heavy machine gun from behind his back and hugged it as he fired crazily at Chu Zhou. A dense metal storm enveloped Chu Zhou. There was also someone who appeared behind Chu Zhou like a ghost. He shot 6 flying sabers covered in azure origin power behind Chu Zhou, producing sharp whistles. Another person jumped above Chu Zhou's head and summoned dozens of magma fireballs the size of water vats, enveloping Chu Zhou. The last person appeared on Chu Zhou's right. He waved a huge warhammer and smashed it at Chu Zhou. From mental attacks to heavy machine guns, to flying dagger attacks, to summoning lava fireballs, to warhammer attacks. Throughout the entire process, the Reaper team cooperated extremely well, as if they had experienced countless drills. Outside the Golden Domain, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and all the extraordinary realm martial artists and awakening realm martial artists present felt their scalps tingle. The Reaper team's cooperation was too tacit. Moreover, each of them was very powerful. Facing such an attack, even Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the other geniuses felt a huge crisis. As for the other extraordinary realm martial artists and awakening realm martial artists, there was no need to mention them. Even many control realm martial artists' eyebrows twitched. Even control realm martial artists would probably be severely injured if they were not careful in the face of such an attack. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou simply crossed his arms and stood there without moving. Earthen yellow chains wrapped around his body like strange pythons, as if they wanted to mince Chu Zhou's entire body. However, it could not strangle Chu Zhou at all. Bang, 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 bang. The metal storm like heavy machine gun bullets hit the silver armor on Chu Zhou's body, but they could not pierce through any of it at all. They only shot out sparks. 6 flying daggers covered in azure origin power shot at Chu Zhou's back with ear-piercing whistles, but they shattered one after another. The meteorite-like lava fireballs smashed into Chu Zhou's body, but they could not break through the armor formed by a piece of silver armor that looked like a fast mechanical component. In the end, Chu Zhou's figure still did not move when the huge warhammer hit him. Everyone was stunned seeing this scene. Even Chen Bazhu's face revealed deep shock. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Chu Zhou's eyelids twitched slightly as he casually glanced at the 6 members of the Reaper team. In the next moment, his body moved and suddenly split into 6. The 6 members of the Reaper team were instantly hit by an afterimage and exploded into a blood mist. Chapter 104, Chu Zhou, specialize in fighting important figures. Everyone in the Li family's manor fell into a dead silence seeing the scene in the Golden Domain. They were all shocked by Chu Zhou's performance. Even Chen Bazhu was no exception. Is he still extraordinary realm martial artists? Extraordinary realm martial artists my ass. Have you ever seen such an abnormal extraordinary realm martial artist? But the origin power fluctuations on his body clearly prove that he's an extraordinary realm martial artist. In the Li family manor, many people doubted their lives. Chu Zhou was clearly an extraordinary realm martial artist. However, the strength Chu Zhou displayed was unlike an extraordinary realm martial artist. Instead, it far exceeded that of extraordinary realm martial artists. This kid really surprises people time and time again. Perhaps suppressing the strength of Chu Boyong and the others to the extraordinary realm will not be of any use to him. Let's wait and see. If Chu Boyong and the others are not his match after their strength is suppressed, then relax and suppress them. Chen Bazhu muttered to himself. The expressions of Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui and the others completely changed. The strength Chu Zhou displayed far exceeded their judgment. In their opinion, Chu Zhou's strength had at least reached the control realm. However, now, their strength has been suppressed to the extraordinary realm. Of course, even so, with their experience and realm, it was not difficult for them to erupt with control realm strength. However, this still made them feel a little uneasy. Yes, no matter what, he's still an extraordinary realm martial artist. Even if our strength is suppressed, can we still lose to an extraordinary realm martial artist? Dal Ernst said coldly and directly attacked. He pulled out the night sword at his waist. With a bang, his entire body turned into a flash of afterimages as he rushed towards Chu Zhou. Splash! There was the sound of air being torn apart. A blazing white sword light pierced towards Chu Zhou like a sharp lightning bolt that pierced through the void and pierced through his heart. However, it was just an afterimage. The real Chu Zhou was already 10 meters away. He also pulled out the dragon tooth battle saber on his back. Chu Zhou became serious. When he used his perception to sense the origin power of Dal Ernst and the others, he realized something strange. The essence of their origin power far exceeded that of extraordinary realm martial artists, but it seemed to be suppressed by something. The fluctuations emitted were not as strong as he had imagined. He had basically guessed that Chen Bazhu had used methods to suppress the strength of Dal Ernst and the others. However, he was still prepared to test it out of caution. This was also the reason why he did not take Dal Ernst's strike head-on. Dal Ernst turned into an afterimage again and charged at Chu Zhou after missing. Chu Zhou also brandished his dragon tooth battle saber to take it head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them quickly started fighting as they walked. Sword lights that were as fast as lightning and peerlessly sharp saber lights covered every inch of space. In an instant, Chu Zhou and Dal Ernst had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Suddenly, Chu Zhou forced Dal Ernst back with a slash of his saber and laughed. Ha ha ha, so your current strength is only comparable to extraordinary realm martial artists. If not for my strength being suppressed, I could have killed you with a raise of my hand. Dal Ernst's face was ashen. He did not expect Chu Zhou to easily block all his attacks after using all his current strength. Damn it, Dal Ernst can't take him down. When Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui saw the scene just now, their expressions changed drastically. Their current strength was about the same as Dal Ernst. If Dal Ernst could not take down Chu Zhou, it meant that they could not take down Chu Zhou either. This was difficult for them to accept. Ha ha ha, no matter the reason, I know one thing. You're all scum now. With that said, Chu Zhou's body moved, leaving 7 after images in midair. His true body appeared in front of Dal Ernst like a ghost. Die! Chu Zhou slashed down with berserking with the might of Mount Tai. Dal Ernst's expression changed as he hurriedly held his sword horizontally in front of him. Bang! Dal Ernst was sent flying 100 meters by Chu Zhou's sword and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dal Ernst was actually injured. Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, and Zhang Qiushui's expressions changed drastically when they saw Dal Ernst vomit blood. The people outside the Golden Domain were also very shocked. They had all guessed that the strength of Dal Ernst and the others had very likely been suppressed to the extraordinary realm. However, no matter what, Dal Ernst and the others were experts who had surpassed the extraordinary tier. Even if they were suppressed, their true strength should far exceed other extraordinary realm experts. It could even erupt with strength comparable to the control realm. However, Dal Ernst was still injured by Chu Zhou. This meant one thing. Chu Zhou's strength might have surpassed the extraordinary realm and reached the control realm. Many people were shocked when they thought of this. Carmen Medici, Chu Boyong, and Zhang Qiushui looked at each other before charging at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had already made them feel a serious threat. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to be particular about one-on-one. A powerful fluctuation suddenly erupted from Carmen Medici's body, and surging water ripples appeared around him. The next moment, 900-meter-long blue water dragons suddenly rushed out of the water and soared into the sky. Then, they suddenly swooped down on Chu Zhou. The 9 blue water dragons emitted extremely strong energy fluctuations. If they collided with a large truck, they would probably instantly blast it into pieces. Boom boom boom! Blue water dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at Chu Zhou. They surrounded him from all directions, giving him no room to dodge. However, Chu Zhou did not dodge. He was like an iron-armored warrior that could not be broken. With a few bangs, he crashed through the bodies of 3 water dragons and appeared in front of Carmen Medici. He sneered and punched Carmen Medici's face mercilessly. It sent 3 of Carmen Medici's teeth flying. Carmen Medici hit the ground like a meteor and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Little bastard, die! Chu Boyong suddenly appeared behind Chu Zhou and punched Chu Zhou's back with rage. At the same time, a golden snake with 2 divine wings appeared behind him. The golden snake also hissed and bit at Chu Zhou's body. However, Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and punched Chu Boyong's fist, causing it to bleed. Then, he punched the golden snake again, shattering it into countless golden light spots. After which, he struck Chu Boyong's chest with his elbow at lightning speed. There was a cracking sound, and Chu Boyong's sternum seemed to have been shattered. Chu Boyong grunted and crashed to the ground like a meteor. At this moment, a steel whip suddenly stretched out from the nearby void like a strange snake and wrapped around Chu Zhou's body, wanting to pull him down ruthlessly. However, Chu Zhou's figure did not move. Instead, Chu Zhou grabbed the steel whip with his right hand and pulled Zhang Qiushui in front of him. Bang! His merciless kick landed on Zhang Qiushui's chest. As if in slow motion, Zhang Qiushui suddenly arched her body and flew backward like a cannonball, spitting out blood all the way. Ah! Chu Zhou, I want you to die! Zhang Qiushui was about to go crazy. What kind of person was she? What kind of status did she have? She was actually kicked in the chest by Chu Zhou in an almost insulting manner. She felt that her snow-capped peaks were about to explode and could not accept something so insulting happening to her. She almost went crazy. She quickly rushed in front of Chu Zhou and ruthlessly hit his temple, ignoring her injuries. However, before she could hit Chu Zhou's slap landed on her face and sent her flying with a bang. At this moment, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, and Chu Boyong joined forces to attack Chu Zhou again. However, Chu Zhou was too strong. He carried the dragon tooth battle saber on his back again and allowed the attacks of Dal Ernst and the other 2 to land on him, but he was fine. Taking advantage of this moment, he hit Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici, and Chu Boyong heavily, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. This cannot be. Outside the Golden Domain, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, the Li family's old master, Li Yanghao, and the others were all dumbfounded. Dal Ernst and Carmen Medici were not familiar with each other. Many people did not react much when they saw them being crushed and beaten by Chu Zhou. However, who were Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui. They were big shots in the Guangdong base city. They could cause a small earthquake in Guangdong base city with a stomp of their feet, making many people uneasy. However, these two big shots were now crushed and beaten too badly by Chu Zhou. It could be said that today's battle had completely disgraced Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui. Chu Zhou felt extremely good. This feeling of crushing and beating up big shots was so comfortable. However, Chen Bazhu did not want Chu Zhou to feel so good. It seems Tnat Suppreskit Tumut won't be able to snarp an LT. He muttered to himself as his fingers gently stroked the golden god eye, reducing the transmission of origin power. Chapter 105, Unbridled, Kill all of them. 1. Didn't you want me to give you an explanation? How is it? Are you satisfied with this explanation now? As Chu Zhou spoke, he continued to crush Chu Boyong and the other three. Every attack was heavy-handed. It beat Chu Boyong and the other three until they fled in a sorry state, vomiting blood. Chu Zhou, how could we allow you to be so arrogant if not for our strength being suppressed? Chu Boyong roared as he fled. The next moment, he was kicked in the face by Chu Zhou and spat out blood. If not for the fact that his physical strength far exceeded that of extraordinary realm martial artists, his head would probably have been kicked apart by Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, this isn't our true strength. You've taken advantage of us. Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, and Carmen Medici also joined forces to attack Chu Zhou with unfriendly expressions. However, they were quickly blasted flying by Chu Zhou, spitting out blood. Trash is trash. We're at the same level. Moreover, I fought 4 of you alone. You all lost. What else can you say? Chu Zhou sneered. His body was like a ghost, pulling out phantoms. He chased after Zhang Qiushui and the other two, preparing to deal with them. Zhang Qiushui and the other two could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they sensed the undisguised sharp killing intent on Chu Zhou. However, at this moment, Zhang Qiushui and the others suddenly felt the suppression on their bodies relax clearly. Their strength immediately climbed to the level of elementary control realm martial artists. Zhang Qiushui and the others were overjoyed. Chu Zhou, die! Zhang Qiushui shouted and her figure suddenly exploded, floating in midair. Her jet black hair suddenly grew by more than 10 meters. Wisps of black hair wrapped around and danced like strange long snakes. Whoosh! 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 Clusters of snake-like black hair shot towards Chu Zhou like a rain of arrows that filled the sky with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, as if they wanted to pierce through his heart. Almost at the same time, Dal Ernst smiled coldly, and an extremely intense energy tsunami suddenly erupted from his body. His entire body suddenly moved, as if he had fused with the night sword in his hand. He turned into a terrifying sword light that was as fast as lightning and stabbed towards Chu Zhou. On the other side, Carmen Medici also laughed loudly. He summoned countless water elements from the void and condensed into a blue giant that was 15 to 16 stories tall. Boom! The blue giant aimed at Chu Zhou and punched out fiercely. A vacuum passageway was blasted open in the void. Little bastard, it's our turn to counterattack. Chu Boyong also let out a long roar, and the aura on his body rose steadily. A golden snake with a pair of divine wings that was more than 10 stories tall appeared behind him. His entire body was fused with the golden snake with 2 huge divine wings. Boom! The divine-winged golden snake moved and broke through the speed of sound, charging at Chu Zhou with a terrifying destructive fluctuation. Boom! The attacks of the 4 experts landed ruthlessly on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou fell to the ground like a cannonball, and a powerful illuminate swept out. This sudden reversal stunned everyone outside the golden domain. However, there were many smart people. Soon, someone understood the reason. Previously, the strength of Chu Boyong and the others was suppressed to the extraordinary realm, so they're not Chu Zhou's match. However, the power they erupted with just now had clearly reached the control realm. That's why the reversal happened just now. It's obvious that the suppression of the golden domain on them has relaxed. The Li family's old master, Li Yanghao, analyzed and suddenly looked at Chen Bazhu. He understood that the sudden increase in the strength of Chu Boyong and the others must have been because Chen Bazhu controlled the golden god eye and relaxed the suppression on them. However, he could not understand Chen Bazhu's intentions. In fact, it was not only Ll Yang Nao, many people also react Teklana 100 Kek 1 at Chen Bazhu in confusion. Chen Bazhu was expressionless and did not react to everyone's gazes on him. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi looked at the situation in the Golden Domain worriedly. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen were not worried about Chu Zhou's safety. They understood that Chu Zhou would definitely not be in danger with Chen Bazhu around. However, they were puzzled by Chen Bazhu's actions. Chen Bazhu let Chu Boyong and the others recover their strength to the control realm. Could it be that he thought that Chu Zhou could deal with 4 control realm martial artists at the same time? Wasn't this overestimating Chu Zhou? In the Golden Domain, Chu Zhou stood on the ground. The mechanical silver armor around him was all covered in cracks. He did not expect the strength of Chu Boyong and the others to suddenly increase to the control realm. That was why he was sent flying by Chu Boyong and the others just now. However, the extreme titanium golden body did not disappoint him. Even if he had only used the 3rd level of the hexagon armor formation, the extreme titanium golden body, it still allowed him to block the joint attack of Chu Boyong and the other 3 without being injured. Of course, the price was that the silver armor on his body almost shattered. At this moment, Chu Zhou's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. The strength of Chu Boyong and the others had been suppressed to the extraordinary realm just now. They were really too weak to him. Even though it was very satisfying to crush them, it did not have much of a tempering effect. He did not even need to use his full strength to crush Chu Boyong and the other 3. Chapter 106, Unbridled, Kill all of them. 2. The strength of Chu Boyong and the others had recovered to the level of elementary control realm martial artists. He could fight with all his might and also use this battle to sharpen himself. At the same time, he understood that this should be Chen Bazhu's intention. It seems that your strength has already recovered to the control realm. However, this is more interesting. Chu Zhou looked up at Chu Boyong and the other 3. With a thought, he used the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the human extreme body. Instantly, the silver armor around his body that was about to shatter quickly recovered. Moreover, circuit-like patterns appeared between the gaps of the silver armor, connecting all the silver armor to form a complete armor. The next moment, the entire armor fused into Chu Zhou's body and became a part of him. Chu Zhou's entire body also began to metallize. One of his fast muscles also turned into the shape of a mechanical component. Circuit-shaped patterns circulating with blue light appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, Chu Zhou was like a small metal giant filled with technology. A fierce, domineering, and incomparably sharp aura erupted from his body, forming a gust that swept through the entire Golden Domain. What? What's going on? Chu Boyong and the other 3 were already very shocked when they saw that Chu Zhou had actually blocked their joint attack. However, they were even more shocked when they saw Chu Zhou's subsequent changes. Moreover, he felt a strong sense of danger. Extreme titanium golden body. Is this the subsequent transformation of the extreme titanium golden body? It's really powerful. Dongfang Mingzu's entire body was circulating with blue light. Chu Zhou, who was like a small metal giant, was indescribably shocked. From the sense of oppression emitted by Chu Zhou at this moment, she felt that she would probably be instantly killed by him if she fought him. No wonder the old master has always praised the extreme titanium golden body so much. He even said many times that it's a pity that the extreme titanium golden body has been lost. It turns out that the subsequent changes to the extreme titanium golden body are actually so terrifying. Yang Zhenzhen could not help but say. His boss extreme titanium golden body is really domineering. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate it. Shi Meng drooled when he saw the change in Chu Zhou. His dream was to become the #1 hunk in the world. A body tempering technique like the extreme titanium golden body was too suitable for him. However, cultivating the extreme titanium golden body was too dangerous. Even the slightest mistake would result in his death. Even if Chu Zhou taught him, he did not dare to cultivate it. However, he had already decided that if he could not cultivate the extreme titanium golden body, could he not cultivate the other body tempering techniques? He prepared to buy a body tempering technique from the martial artist mall to cultivate. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi did not speak. They were also shocked by the changes in Chu Zhou. Good lord, he actually deduced the subsequent changes to the extreme titanium golden body on his own and even cultivated it to this level. It seems that there's hope of completely restoring the extreme titanium golden body to its original state. At this moment, Chen Bazhu's face also revealed deep surprise. He had high expectations for Chu Zhou to begin with. Now, his expectations for Chu Zhou were even higher. All the guests in the Li family manor looked at the changes in Chu Zhou's body in shock. At this moment, Chu Zhou gave off a strong vibe. In the golden domain, Chu Boyong and the other three looked at Chu Zhou's figure with increasingly solemn expressions. Chu Zhou made them feel deeply threatened and uneasy. Kill him. I don't believe that we can't kill an extraordinary realm martial artist after our strength recovers to the control realm. That's right. So what if it's the extreme titanium golden body? There must be a limit to it. Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici and the other two joined forces to attack Chu Zhou again. Tisk! A golden snake with two huge divine wings attacked with a destructive fluctuation. However, a huge metal palm that flickered with blue light grabbed the golden neck and smashed it to the ground, shattering the golden snake's head. Another bunch of sharp snake-like long hair shot at the metal giant that Chu Zhou had transformed into, producing sparks. Then, the clusters of snake-like long hair began to entangle the metal giant, wanting to crush it. The metal giant only waved its hand coldly, and an incomparably sharp power erupted, immediately cutting off the tufts of long hair wrapped around its body. Another incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the void and pierced the eyes of the metal giant. However, the metal giant only closed its eyes, and its metal eyelids blocked the sword light. Then, a metal palm grabbed a night sword at lightning speed and tore it into pieces. Another 16-story tall blue giant punched the metal giant heavily. The metal giant met the blue giant's fist with its fist and shattered it. A domineering, fierce, and incomparably sharp power blasted onto the blue giant. With a bang, the entire blue giant was blasted into countless splashes. Carmen Medici's figure fell from the blue giant, spitting out blood. It's about time for this battle to end. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Sharp killing intent flashed across his metal eyes. His body moved and he appeared in front of Carmen Medici. A huge metal hand pinched Carmen Medici's neck and lifted him in midair. Chapter 107, Unbridled, Kill all of them. 3. Chu Zhou, I'm from the Medici family. You can't kill. Carmen Medici sensed the killing intent on Chu Zhou's body. He cried out in fear and wanted to beg for mercy. However, his neck was crushed by Chu Zhou before he could finish speaking. What? Chu Zhou, how dare you kill Carmen? When Dal Ernst saw Carmen Medici killed, he revealed a shocked and terrified expression. He was shocked that Chu Zhou dared to kill Carmen without mercy, not caring if the Medici family would take revenge crazily. The terror was that Chu Zhou might also kill him. In fact, Chu Zhou appeared in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Chu Zhou, Dal Ernst seemed to want to say something. However, Chu Zhou did not give him a chance. He grabbed Dal Ernst's body with both hands at lightning speed, raised it, and tore it apart. With a shrill scream, Dal Ernst was forcefully torn into two. A large amount of blood landed on Chu Zhou's body and was repelled by the origin power on his body. It's your turn. After Chu Zhou mercilessly killed Dal Ernst, his figure moved with a bang, turning into a blurry after-image and instantly appearing in front of Zhang Qiushui. Zhang Qiushui had watched the entire process of Carmen Medici and Dal Ernst's deaths with her eyes wide open. She had long developed a fear of Chu Zhou, a fearless person. Chu Zhou, you can't kill me. I'm the matriarch of the Ling family and the younger sister of the Zhang family head. If you kill me, the Ling family and the Zhang family won't let you off. You can't leave Guangdong base city. Zhang Qiushui was afraid that Chu Zhou would not give her a chance to speak, so she urged her snake-like hair to attack Chu Zhou crazily as she said quickly. Chu Zhou ignored everything and rushed towards Zhang Qiushui at full speed. An intense blue light erupted from his body, accompanied by incomparably terrifying ferocious power and sharp aura. All the long hair that approached his body was instantly minced and could not block it at all. In the end, he crashed into Zhang Qiushui like a high-speed train, turning her into a rain of blood. One more. With a whoosh, Chu Zhou arrived in front of Chu Boyong again. Chu Boyong had witnessed the tragic deaths of the first three people and did not dare to fight Chu Zhou at all. He used his movement technique to escape. He roared as he fled. Chu Zhou, you're crazy. You're completely crazy. You killed 3 of them and even wants to kill me. Do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Even the Battleaxe martial arts school might not be able to protect you from the revenge of the 4 great families. Even if it can protect you for a while, can it protect you forever? Chu Zhou, if you stop in time, our Chu family can let bygones be bygones. We will also help you resist the pressure of the other 3 families. At this moment, Chu Boyong was completely afraid. He expressed his strength and begged for mercy. However, Chu Zhou ignored all of this. There was only one thought in his mind: if he killed the other 3 and left Chu Boyong alive, he would feel incomplete. He used the S-tier phantom movement technique with all his might. He quickly caught up to Chu Boyong's figure and punched him mercilessly in the head. Chu Boyong's face turned pale, and there was only endless despair in his heart. At this moment, he regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked such an unscrupulous and terrifying crackpot. Stop! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. The entire Li family shook under this roar. All the guests in the Li family's manor turned pale from this roar. A King Realm expert! Old Master Li and the others looked at the sky in shock. They never expected a King Realm expert to be above them. In the Golden Domain, Chu Boyong could not help but reveal a trace of joy when he heard the terrifying roar from the sky. He could tell from the voice that it was a King Realm granduncle of their Chu family. He did not believe that Chu Zhou would dare to kill him since a King Realm expert from his clan appeared. However, his expression quickly froze. He saw Chu Zhou's terrifying punch still coming at him without slowing down. Bang! Chu Boyong's head exploded into a blood mist. At this point, Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici and the other 2 experts had all died cleanly at Chu Zhou's hands. Chapter 108, Who Wouldn't Know You? They're dead. Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui and the 2 experts from the Ernst and Medici families were all killed by Chu Zhou. At this moment, everyone in the Li family manor fell into a huge shock. Impossible! How could an expert like mother be killed by an extraordinary realm martial artist? When Ling Ji saw his mother, Zhang Qiushui, being killed, he collapsed to the ground in a daze. Chu Zhou has created another miracle. That's right. After today, his name will definitely resound throughout the entire Guangdong base city and even other base cities. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen were also deeply shocked. Is this our boss? He's too abnormal. Shi Meng sighed. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi nodded in agreement. Chu Zhou is indeed extremely monstrous. However, he's in big trouble for killing Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst and Carmen Medici. Moreover, he has a big problem in front of him. As the Li family's old master, Li Yanghao, spoke, he looked up at the sky. At this moment, 2 extremely terrifying and oppressive auras collided violently in the sky. It shook the entire Li Familv manor and more than half of Guangdong's base city. Countless people in Guangdong base city looked shocked. Chen Bazhu put away the golden god eye and the golden domain disappeared. Chu Zhou walked over. Supervisor, I can do whatever I want tonight. It shouldn't be a big problem for me to kill them all now, right? Chu Zhou asked Chen Bazhu with a smile. What do you think? Chen Bazhu rolled his eyes at Chu Zhou. He had said that Chu Zhou could cause trouble however he wanted, but he did not expect Chu Zhou's strength to be so strong that he could actually kill Chu Boyong and the other 3. His head hurt at the thought of facing the anger of the 4 great families. However, the greatest trouble now was the one in the sky. He looked at the sky again. A King Realm expert. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at the sky. In the sky, 2 figures were confronting each other. One of them was a cold old man with a hooked nose. Pressure and violent origin power surged around him, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. The other person was an old man in white training clothes. This old man looked to be in his 60s. He was like an ordinary old man playing Chinese chess by the roadside. There was nothing special about him. However, the hidden old man was clearly very afraid of the old man in the training clothes. Brother Tang, that kid killed Bo Yang. He must die. Chu Zhukong said. Do you think that's possible? Tang Yuanqing said expressionlessly. Humph, it seems that Brother Tang doesn't take our Chu family seriously. That's right. Our Chu family only has a few King Realm experts. How can we compare to the Battleaxe martial arts school that Brother Tang belongs to? Chu Zhou said coldly, his tone filled with mockery and anger. Tang Yuanqing seemed not to have heard Chu Zhou's words and only stared deeply into his eyes. Brother Chu looks very angry, but I'm also very angry. I recently heard that your Chu family seems to be a little close to the Shadow Alliance. You seem to be preparing for something big? I wonder if this news is true. I hope Brother Chu can explain. Ridiculous. How can our Chu family have any dealings with those fallen bugs? When Chu Zhou heard Tang Yuanqing's words, he immediately refuted sternly. Humph, it seems that Brother Tang is determined to protect that kid today. However, our Chu family won't die for nothing. With that, he turned into an afterimage and flew away without looking back. Tang Yuanqing looked in the direction where Chu Zhou left and stared for a long time. There are restless monsters, the Shadow Alliance, ambitious people and families hiding in the dark, and enemies hiding even deeper. What an eventful period! Tang Yuanqing sighed deeply, and a trace of fatigue appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw Chu Zhou's figure below, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Their Battleaxe martial arts school had given birth to a top-notch monster like Chu Zhou. As long as he grew up successfully, he might be very useful to their Battleaxe martial arts school in the future. However, he did not go down to see Chu Zhou. His figure flashed and disappeared in midair. It seems that the King Realm expert of the Chu family has retreated, and so has the president. Chen Bazhu looked at the calm sky and said to Chu Zhou. President? Yes, our president is here this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you even if you kill Chu Boyong and the others. Chu Zhou finally understood why Chen Bazhu dared to tell him to cause trouble however he wanted. It turned out that the president of their Battleaxe martial arts school in the Guangdong region was also here. President Tang Yuanqing was one of the 5 to 6 most powerful people in the entire Guangdong base city. With him around, he could naturally suppress the scene. Otherwise, the Chu family's King Realm experts would probably have directly crushed Chu Zhou, who dared to kill Chu Boyong, to death. Chu Zhou, you should know how much trouble you've caused. Even if our Battleaxe martial arts school protects you, the 4 great families won't let you off. It's easier to dodge an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe might prove a curse, but a pretend friend is even worse. Our Battleaxe martial arts school can only protect you on the surface, but if the 4 great families use dark methods like hiring assassins to assassinate you, it will be very difficult for us to protect you from all sides. Therefore, you have to be careful. Chen Bazhu reminded. I'll remember supervisor's words. Chu Zhou nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember. Of course, he understood that he would probably face the crazy revenge of the 4 great clans in the future. However, he did not take it to heart. He would be able to grow to a level that the 4 great families could only look up to as long as he was given some time. At this moment, Ling Zhan walked over and bowed to Chu Zhou. He said gratefully, Chu Zhou, thank you for killing that woman and avenging my mother back then. You don't have to be so polite. Chu Zhou smiled and patted Ling Zhan's shoulder. Li Qingshi's birthday banquet had to end here after all the crazy happenings in one night. Chen Bazhu left. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan and Shi Meng also asked Li Qingshi to send a car to send them back to the Washington Hotel. What happened in the Li family's manor tonight quickly spread throughout the upper-class society of the entire Guangdong base city through the guests from the various families. Instantly, the entire Guangdong base city was in an uproar, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had happened. Too many things had happened that night. Chen Bazhu appeared in the Li family manor with the Battleaxe martial arts school's holy artifact, the Golden God Eye. Chu Zhou first killed the Reaper team and the Night Demon team, then slaughtered Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici and the other 4 big shots. A King Realm expert confrontation appeared in the sky. This news swept through the entire Guangdong base city like a tsunami, shocking countless people. Chu Zhou's name was also completely known by everyone in the upper-class society of Guangdong base city. Chu Zhou's results were too glorious. Killing Chu Boyong and the other 4 experts with control realm strength as extraordinary realm martial artists was simply an unimaginable miracle. The saying was true. Who in the world wouldn't know who you are once you become famous? Chapter 109, 100% Extraordinary Power. Promotion to Advanced Tier Extraordinary Realm Martial Artist. Washington Hotel. Chu Zhou knew that he had killed Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst and Carmen Medici this time. He felt good, but he had also completely offended the 4 great families. No, to be precise, it was the 5 great families. Zhang Qiushui was the younger sister of the Zhang family's head. The Zhang family would definitely not let him off if he killed her. Chu Zhou was very confident in his strength. However, confidence was not equivalent to conceit. He knew very well how powerful these families were. His current strength was still unable to resist these families with deep foundations and experts. Even though the Battleaxe martial arts school would definitely protect him, it was difficult to be fully prepared for some dark methods. He would be in danger if anything went wrong. The most important thing was to become stronger. As long as he was strong enough, no matter what methods the 5 families had, he could deal with them calmly. Therefore, after Chu Zhou returned to the Washington Hotel, he stayed in the hotel and did not go anywhere. He kept injecting advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. 6 days later, the remaining 170 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions had been injected. Name, Chu Zhou, Intermediate Tier Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, 800. Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 8134 to 5, 8032.5, Extraordinary Power, 40%, upgradable. Improve the extraordinary power. His heart skipped a beat. Instantly, the attribute board flashed crazily. This time, the change in his attribute board was unprecedentedly intense. The entire interface seemed to have become a ball of phantom. At this moment, Chu Zhou fell silent. He could clearly sense the flow of blood in his body, the squirming of his internal organs, and the breathing of countless cells. Suddenly, a strange tremor surged in the deepest part of his body. In his quiet body, it was as if spring lightning was rolling in the dark clouds. Countless cells in his muscles, bones, and bones were affected by the tremors. He seemed to have suddenly woken up and become unprecedentedly active. Countless sleeping life factors woke up at this moment. A large amount or strange energy surgia are or me newly awakani lire factors. It instantly swept through his entire body. Numbness. Rejuvenating. Countless cells absorbed energy to their heart's content. His muscles and bones were growing rapidly, and his strength and density were increasing. This speed of physical transformation and enhancement was more than 10,000 times more efficient than under normal circumstances. After a long time, the metamorphosis was completed. At this moment, Chu Zhou could clearly sense that his strength had increased 5 to 6 times. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, 1100. Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 2134 to 5. Extraordinary Power, 100%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-Rank Level 1, Breaking the Sea, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-Rank 5th Level, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S-Rank Level 7, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. I've finally developed the extraordinary power to 100%. The current me has already reached the extreme limit of the extraordinary realm. My life force has even reached 1100. Usually, the lower limit of a beginner control realm martial artist's life force is 1000. In this aspect, my life force is already at the level of a control realm martial artist. Chu Zhou looked at the changes in his attribute board and smiled. He had already reached the end of the extraordinary realm. The next step was to advance to the control realm. However, he still did not understand the mysteries of the control realm. He prepared to ask Chen Bazhu for guidance and considered advancing after understanding the mysteries of the control realm. He looked at the upgradable items in his attribute board again and finally decided not to upgrade them for the time being. This period of experience gave him some comprehension of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. He felt that it would not be long before he could master the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. He had to save some attribute points so that he could upgrade the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique later. I still have one last thing to do in Guangdong Base City: obtain 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena and obtain the 10 billion yuan reward. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. He found Ling Zhan and Shi Meng and told them his plan. Boss, I was wondering why you didn't return to Zhang City after the birthday banquet. So you were preparing to win 100 consecutive victories. As Xi Meng spoke, he drooled at the thought of obtaining 10 billion yuan as a prize money for 100 consecutive wins. Boss, you can even kill Chu Boyong and the others. Then it's easy for you to obtain 100 consecutive victories now. After 100 consecutive victories, you can obtain a total of 10 billion yuan in prize money. This is too awesome. Xi Meng looked at Chu Zhou enviously. 10 billion was an astronomical figure even for most Awakening Realm martial artists, let alone ordinary people. Chu Zhou also smiled. He was in a very good mood now that he was about to obtain 10 billion. Let's go bring 10 billion home. He brought Ling Zhan and Xi Meng out of the hotel and called a taxi. After the incident at the Li family manor, Chu Zhou's name shocked the entire Guangdong base city. Many people in the Guangdong base city had been paying attention to his movements these days. Especially the Chu family, the Ling family, the Zhang family, the Ernst family, and the Medici family. These families immediately knew that Chu Zhou had taken a car to the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, and the others also quickly received the news. Basically, everyone who paid attention to Chu Zhou knew that he wanted to complete the feat of winning 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade best battle arena. Immediately, many people rushed towards the extreme grade bestial battle arena. At the entrance of the extreme grade bestial battle arena, Chu Zhou, you took 3.1 billion from our extreme grade bestial battle arena. You're still not satisfied and actually continue to come and take advantage of us. Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou and the other two who had appeared in front of her and said angrily. Chu Zhou chuckled. I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. Your extreme grade bestial battle arena makes more than 1 trillion yuan a year. I only take away a mere 10 billion yuan every 9 years. Moreover, if I obtain 100 consecutive victories here, it can be considered a living signboard. It will attract more people to the extreme grade bestial battle arena. No matter what, the extreme grade bestial battle arena will only stand to gain. You're right. Yang Zhenzhen also smiled. Indeed, if another 100 win streak appeared in the extreme grade bestial battle arena, it would be equivalent to advertising the extreme grade bestial battle arena and attract more people to the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Of course, this 100 game winning streak had to be real. If it was fake, it would only arouse the disgust of the audience, causing a large number of audience to disappear. I knew that you were still in Guangdong base city these few days because you couldn't bear to part with the 10 billion here. Dongfang Mingzhu also appeared and smiled at Chu Zhou. Big sister Mingzhu. Chu Zhou greeted Dongfang Mingzhu warmly. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled even more sweetly. However, Yang Zhenzhen was not satisfied. Chu Zhou, you call big sister when you see sister Mingzhu, but I don't see you call me big sister Zhenzhen. To think that I tried my best to help you out of your predicament on the day of King Shi's birthday party. Chu Zhou was helpless and could only add, big sister Zhenzhen. Chu Zhou was indeed grateful that Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen could help him with all their might in the Li family manner. This kind of help would offend the Chu family, the Ling family, the Zhang family, the Ernst family, and the Medici family after all. Perhaps they might even suffer the revenge of the 5 great families, both openly and covertly. From that night onwards, Chu Zhou really treated Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen as his friends. He called her big sister willingly. Even though it's a little forced, but it makes me feel comfortable. All right, I forgive you. Yang Zhenzhen said with a smile. On Chu Zhou's side, he was chatting happily with Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhen, but someone looked at him very unhappily. It could even be said that they hated him. Some people forget themselves once they're smug. They don't know that they're already in an extremely dangerous situation. They might die at any time. That's right. A certain someone is already a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for more than a few days, but he doesn't know it. Someone thinks that he's talented and is unscrupulous, but he doesn't know that there are many talented people in this world, but those who are unscrupulous are usually long dead. A group of people walked in and looked at Chu Zhou murderously. It's the Chu, Ling, Zhang, Ernst, and Medici families. Dongfang Mingzhu reminded Chu Zhou in a low voice. When Chu Zhou found out that this group of people came from the 5 great families, he smiled disdainfully. He turned around and walked into the extreme grade bestial battle arena with Dongfang Mingzhu and the others. This almost complete disregard made the people of the 5 families very angry. Sometimes, ignoring them was even more hurtful than refuting them. Damn it, he actually dares to ignore us. Who does he think he is? Humph, if not for Chen Bazhu's interference that day, he would have died long ago. If not for the protection of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, I really want to take him down on the spot and dismember him to death. The people from the 5 families stared at Chu Zhou's figure hatefully, wishing they could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Chu Zhou, you saw the attitudes of the 5 families towards you. You have to be careful in the future. Dongfang Mingzu reminded. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. Chu Zhou is here. Seeing Chu Zhou walk in, many of the audience who had been waiting in the extreme grade best battle arena perked up. At this moment, the entire extreme grade bestial battle arena was almost filled with people. More audience continued to enter the extreme grade bestial battle arena. All the audience were staring at Chu Zhou's figure. More than half of the audience today were here for Chu Zhou. Many people did not see the battle at the Li family manor that day. Now that Chu Zhou wanted to complete his 100-game winning streak, they did not want to miss this opportunity again. They wanted to personally witness Chu Zhou achieve a 100-game winning streak. Chu Zhou calmly walked into Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena 3 that Yang Zhenzhen had helped him arrange under pairs of gazes. He stood in the middle of the Bestial Battle Arena with a calm expression and confident eyes. His entire body emitted the aura of an Extraordinary Realm Grandmaster, attracting the attention of the tens of thousands of audience in the Bestial Battle Arena and becoming the only focus of the entire Bestial Battle Arena. Chapter 110, 100 Consecutive Victories. 10 billion in hand. Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena. Chu Zhou stood calmly in the middle of the Bestial Battle Arena, exuding a dignified aura. Crack, crack, crack. A corner of the ground at the edge of the Bestial Battle Arena suddenly moved away, revealing a deep passage. Roar! A golden horned bear rushed out of the deep tunnel with a fishy smell. This golden horned bear was 3 stories tall. Its fur was golden and there was a single horn on its head. It was sharp, as if it could pierce the sky. After the golden horned bear appeared, its ferocious eyes immediately locked onto Chu Zhou. Then, it rushed towards Chu Zhou with incomparably heavy footsteps. The entire bestial battle arena shook violently, leaving a huge footprint half a meter deep with every step it took. At the same time, the horn above its head flickered with yellow light. Countless yellow earth elements gathered on its body and condensed into a thick yellow armor. However, its heavy and huge body quickly froze. At some point, Chu Zhou's figure flew in front of it. He tapped its glabella gently with his finger, and its huge head was pierced by an invisible force, causing a stream of blood to shoot out. Boom! The golden horned bear fell heavily, crushing a large area of the ground. Chu Zhou's body gently landed beside the corpse of the golden unicorn. His expression was calm and there were no ripples. Dong Mingzu was shocked. This time, not only did he not use the extreme titanium golden body, he also did not use any other combat techniques. He easily killed the golden horned bear. He became stronger again. What a terrifying monster! He's already very strong and is becoming stronger at all times. How can others live? Yang Zhenzhen smiled bitterly. She had always been very confident in her talent, but she had been dealt blow after blow by Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzu were naturally not the only ones who could tell that Chu Zhou had become stronger again. The audience who had watched Chu Zhou win 50 consecutive rounds, as well as some people from the 5 great families who had appeared in the Li family manor that day, could tell that Chu Zhou had become stronger again. Many of the audience exclaimed, expressing that Chu Zhou was too monstrous. The faces of the people from the 5 families were ashen. This Chu Zhou has grown too quickly. We can't let him continue to grow. This is a scourge. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will cause a huge disaster to the family behind us. The dead Chu Zhou is the best Chu Zhou. The killing intent of the 5 families towards Chu Zhou became stronger and stronger. In the bestial battle arena. Soon, Chu Zhou's second opponent appeared. This time, his opponent was a prisoner with chains on his hands and feet. This prisoner was not weak. He had roughly reached the level of an advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artist. However, they were still easily killed by Chu Zhou with a finger. The 3rd round. The 4th round. The 5th round. The 49th round. It was too easy. For 40 consecutive battles, Chu Zhou destroyed the enemy with a finger. He did not allow them to use a second move no matter if the opponent was a human or a monster. It could not be considered a battle at all. It was completely a one-sided slaughter. Many of the audience were stunned. They were here today because they had all heard of Chu Zhou's astonishing battle results. They all knew that Chu Zhou was very strong. However, they had never expected Chu Zhou to be so strong. This completely exceeded the strength of extraordinary realm martial artists. Soon, the opponent for the last round appeared. As soon as this opponent appeared, it caused many people to exclaim. This time, it was not a monster that everyone was familiar with, nor was it a human. Instead, it was a strange creature with a human face, a tiger body, and 3 tails. This strange creature was about 5 stories tall. It had a pair of eyes that only had the whites of its eyes and no pupils, emitting a chill that made people tremble. No one in the bestial battle arena had seen such a creature before. What's this? Monster? Human? Modified human? Genetic mutation? It doesn't seem to be. What kind of creature is this? Many people looked at the mutated creature with a terrifying aura in confusion and fear. Even Dongfang Mingzhu looked a little confused. On the other hand, Ling Zhan and Shi Meng seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed slightly. The only one who could be considered calm was Yang Zhenzhen. When Chu Zhou saw the mutated creature with a human face, a tiger body, and 3 tails, his gaze froze slightly. I didn't expect the extreme-grade bestial battle arena to be able to obtain mutated creatures created by the Shadow Alliance. It seems that the Shadow Alliance didn't just create this mutated creature in the Shadow Research base that we destroyed that day. They also created it in other bases. Chu Zhou muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Of course, his expression was solemn not because of the mutated creature in front of him. It was because of what was revealed behind this. Without a doubt, the Shadow Alliance might have created this mutated creature in many bases. Some of the mutated creatures were even obtained by the Human Alliance and handed over to the extreme-grade bestial battle arena. This meant that such mutated creatures were very likely to already exist in a large number of worlds. This reminded him of Chen Bazhu's 3 warnings again. He guessed that the might have a huge change in the future that Chen Bazhu mentioned might be related to the Shadow Alliance. Could it be related to this mutated creature? Roar! Just as Chu Zhou was deep in thought, the mutated creature with a tiger body and 3 tails suddenly attacked him. It almost instantly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. The huge tiger claw smashed down at Chu Zhou with a terrifying force that could split mountains and rocks. The force was too heavy, causing the air to distort. It also spat out an energy charge at Chu Zhou at close range. At the same time, the 3 tails on its back turned into 3 blurry afterimages like 3 alloy steel whips and whipped towards Chu Zhou's body. In an instant, the mutated creature with a tiger body and 3 tails launched 3 attacks on Chu Zhou at the same time. Every attack emitted a trembling energy fluctuation. Every attack had the power to kill advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. To a certain extent, it could be said that this mutated creature was a perfect killing machine. However, facing these 3 terrifying attacks, Chu Zhou only waved his palm casually and turned the suppressed tiger claw into a blood mist. His other hand also slapped casually, and a grey origin power surged out like a violent wave, directly dissipating the impact. Then, he kicked out with 1 foot like the scythe of the god of death, drawing a beautiful arc. Lightning cut off the 3 tails that were coming at him. Roar! The mutated creature with a human face and a tiger body let out a strangled sound from its throat. However, it would not be in pain any longer soon, nor would it be in the future, or rather, for the rest of its life. A finger gently tapped its glabella. Boom! It was as if a pulse energy cannon had suddenly exploded. A corporeal grey origin power directly pierced through the mutated creature's head, creating a bowl-sized bloody hole. With a bang, the 5-story tall mutated creature suddenly fell. Chu Zhou, 100 consecutive wins. An electronically synthesized voice sounded. The display above the bestial battle arena displayed Chu Zhou's name and battle results. At the same time, a passionate and surging battle song resounded throughout the bestial battle arena. Countless flowers scattered down from the top of the bestial battle arena, as if celebrating Chu Zhou's 100 consecutive victories. 100 consecutive victories, he did it. He seems to only be 17 years old. Easy, too easy. To him, winning 100 consecutive victories is as simple as taking a walk. This is an epoch-making monster. We witnessed the birth of a miracle today. In the bestial battle arena, tens of thousands of spectators looked in shock at the overly young figure standing calmly in the middle of the bestial battle arena. Soon, many people roared fanatically. They shouted a name at the same time: Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou, who was in the middle of the bestial battle arena, was so dazzling. This person must die. The people from the 5 families stared fixedly at Chu Zhou's figure and felt an inexplicable bone-chilling coldness in their hearts. Many of them had the same thought: if Chu Zhou did not die, their family might be in big trouble in the future. This made many people from the 5 families determined to get rid of Chu Zhou. I'm really lucky to know him. Dongfang Mingzhu looked at Chu Zhou's figure and recalled what Chen Bazhu had said to her that day. At this moment, she had to admit that Chen Bazhu was right. It was indeed her luck to know someone like Chu Zhou. Another miracle has been born. Yang Zhenzhen sighed and subconsciously looked at the human demon stone statue in the Boundary Realm bestial battle arena. She suddenly had an idea. Would Chu Zhou become the second demonic human one day? As soon as this thought appeared, it shocked her. It was too difficult to become the second demonic human. She remembered that her old master had said that demonic human was a taboo. He was a human, a demon, and also a god. It was countless times harder for the others to become the second demonic human than to become the human martial god. However, at this moment, she inexplicably had confidence in Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou might really be able to achieve it. Chu Zhou stood in the middle of the bestial battle arena, welcoming countless flowers and tide like applause and cheers. However, he was very calm. The 50 battles just now were really just a warm-up for him. He did not even use 30% of his strength. There was not much sense of accomplishment in such a battle. What he really cared about was the reward after winning 100 consecutive victories. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, his communication watch vibrated, showing a transaction of 10 billion. Seeing this, Chu Zhou smiled in satisfaction. This trip to Guangdong base city is considered complete. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and decided to return to Zhang City. Chapter 111, World Sensation, Global Genius Competition. 1. Zhang City, Dragon Bay Gardens. I'm finally back. Chu Zhou stood outside his villa, feeling a little dazed. This trip to the Guangdong base city was only 10 days, but it felt like a long time had passed. He had really experienced too much in the past 10 days. His strength had undergone a tremendous change and he had become a billionaire. At the thought of the more than billion alliance dollars in his account, the corners of Chu Zhou's lips curled up unconsciously. Then, he walked into his villa. Big brother, you're too amazing. You actually obtained 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. The moment Chu Zhou stepped into the house, his sister, Chu Yu, screamed and flew over. She looked at Chu Zhou with admiration. You know that I obtained 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena too. Chu Zhou rubbed his sister's head with his palm and habitually modified her hairstyle into bird's nest style. Big brother, what era are we in now? I know how to surf the internet. His sister muttered. She was so excited that she didn't even notice that her hairstyle had been modified into a bird's nest. The news of you winning 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena is already trending. Of course I know. Big brother, you don't know how shocked and excited many of my classmates were when they found out that you won 100 consecutive victories, especially when they found out that you were from Zhang City. Hehe, especially when they find out that you're my brother. That silly look on their faces is simply ridiculous. Sigh, it's a pity that the extreme grade bestial battle arena is too stingy. They actually didn't release your battle video, big brother. Otherwise, everyone would be able to admire your heroic bearing. His sister chirped like a happy little sparrow. She puffed out her chest and looked smug and proud, as if she was proud to have such a brother. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw this. He felt a sense of accomplishment to be able to make his sister proud of him. I said that I'll give you 5 million as pocket money when I become a martial artist. Now is the time to fulfill my promise. Chu Zhou smiled and tapped on his communications watch. He opened his martial artist account and transferred 10 million to his sister Chu Yu's bank account. Beep, beep, beep. Chu Yu's phone rang. She picked it up and her eyes widened instantly. 10 million. Big brother, you actually transferred 10 million to me. Big brother, you're really too good. Chu Yu screamed again. She was unusually excited. Before Chu Zhou became a martial artist, her family was poor. Ever since she was young, her pocket money rarely exceeded 100 alliance dollars. After Chu Zhou became an awakening realm martial artist, his family became richer. Her pocket money could also increase, reaching 30 to 40,000 a month. But, spending more than 10 million was something she didn't dare to think about in the past. She did not reject the 10 million because she knew that her big brother had taken a total of 1.31 billion from the extreme grade bestial battle arena. 10 million was nothing to the current Chu Zhou. His father, Chu Donglei, was standing not far away. When he saw this scene, he did not say anything. Chu Zhou walked towards his father and took out a tube of golden green liquid from his backpack. Dad, this is the water of life. Your leg will return to normal with it. Chu Zhou handed the water of life to his father with a serious expression. Big brother, you actually bought the water of life for father. When his younger sister, Chu Yu, saw this scene, she was slightly stunned. Then, her face revealed excitement and hope. His father had a crippled leg and had mobility issues, but in order to raise and take care of the siblings, he had to work hard at the construction site. He raised the siblings and even provided them with schooling with a meager salary. During this process, he suffered countless eye rolls and was called a cripple by outsiders. Moreover, she did not know what was wrong with her father's leg. The hospital in Zhang City had never been able to treat it. These had always been the pain in Chu Zhou and Chu Yu's hearts. They had learned from the internet that the water of life could basically treat all physical injuries. Unfortunately, the water of life was too expensive. It cost 1 billion. This was an astronomical figure that they did not dare to imagine in the past. Today, Chu Zhou finally brought back the water of life. At this moment, both Chu Zhou and Chu Yu were very excited. They hoped to see their father's leg return to normal as soon as possible. His father, Chu Donglei, took the water of life from Chu Zhou. His usually deep eyes seemed to ripple. Wait here. I'm going back to my room to take the water of life. His father, Chu Donglei, turned around and limped to his room, closing the door. Chu Zhou and Chu Yu looked hopefully at their father's room, hoping that their father would walk out unscathed. In the room, Chu Donglei looked at the water of life in his hand with a strange expression. Crack! He twisted his lame leg slightly, and it returned to normal. This isn't right. I haven't consumed the water of life yet. I can't let Xiao Zhou down. He muttered to himself as his right leg moved again. With a crack, this leg became a lame leg again. Then, he opened the glass tube containing the water of life and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, a strong green light filled with vitality enveloped the crippled leg's knee. With another crack, the lame leg returned to normal. Chapter 112, World Sensation, Global Genius Competition. 2. Yes, that's about it. Chu Donglei's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. However, if Chu Zhou and Chu Yu saw this, their jaws would probably drop. A moment later, Chu Donglei walked out of the room. Chu Zhou and Chu Yu could not help but look ecstatic when they saw that their father's crippled leg had returned to normal. That's great, Dad. Your leg is finally healed. Chu Yu was so excited that she was about to cry. Chu Zhou was fine, but he was also overjoyed. After so many years, his father's lame leg had finally recovered. Today is a good day. I'll go out and buy some vegetables. I'll cook a good meal to celebrate. His father also smiled, which was rare. Then, he went out to buy groceries. My strength is progressing smoothly, I'm worth tens of billions, and my father's leg has recovered. Such a life is not bad. Chu Zhou lay down comfortably on the sofa in the hall. He watched as his younger sister, Chu Yu, started to contact her classmates and show off her brother to them. Chu Zhou felt that this moment was so beautiful. Beep, beep, beep. His communications watch vibrated. Chu Zhou took a look and saw that it was his best friend, Dong Wenda. Chu Zhou tapped his finger and picked up the call. The first thing Dong Wenda said was, Chu Zhou, you're awesome. I saw on the trending searches that a person named Chu Zhou obtained 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. I thought that was just someone with the same name as you. But I didn't expect it to really be you. I've confirmed it 999 times before I dare to confirm that it's you. Damn fatty, can't you have a little more confidence in me? Chu Zhou adjusted his position on the sofa. You've known me for so many years. Don't you know that even though I look ordinary on the surface, I'm actually a person with inner beauty? Now, I'm just showing off my inner beauty. It's normal for me to win 100 times in a row. You don't have to make a fuss. You have to get used to it. Bullshit. Dong Wenda curled his lips in disdain. You have the inner beauty of a ghost. Slutty, shameless, black-bellied, and so on. However, I don't know what kind of dog shit luck you had, your strength suddenly began to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, you've even become an extraordinary realm martial artist and obtained 100 consecutive victories in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Sigh, such a slutty, shameless, and black-bellied person like you can actually luck up and achieve such a huge success. Meanwhile, a pure and kind person like me is still wasting time. The heavens must be blind. Hearing his best friend Dong Wenda's words, Chu Zhou was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn fatty, I feel that we haven't had a good competition in a long time. Ugh. Dong Wenda's expression stiffened as he recalled his miserable experience of competing with Chu Zhou. He hurriedly smiled obsequiously and said, What did you say just now? Why don't I remember at all? Oh right, it wasn't easy for me to have a best friend like you. I have to posture to others. With that, he hung up. Not long after Dong Wenda hung up, Instructor Yang Feng called. Chu Zhou, you're awesome! Instructor Yang Feng exclaimed and gave Chu Zhou a thumbs up. However, when Instructor Yang Feng was on the phone with Chu Zhou, a figure that Chu Zhou recognized suddenly appeared behind him. It was Instructor Wang Chuan from the Nature Martial Arts School. At this moment, Wang Chuan walked behind Yang Feng with a murderous look. Yang Feng sensed a murderous aura and quickly turned around. When he saw Wang Chuan, he was slightly stunned. Old Wang, why are you here? Why am I here? You still have the cheek to ask me that. Wang Chuan's face was ashen as he said loudly. Old Yang, you used despicable means to knock me out and snatched away a peerless genius that should have belonged to our nature martial arts school. I will never forgive you. Ahem, what do you mean by a peerless genius that should belong to your nature martial arts school? He clearly belongs to our Battleaxe martial arts school. Yang Feng said unnaturally. However, Wang Chuan pounced on him and fought with Yang Feng. Die, Yang Feng! Old Wang, your hand is in the wrong position. What's wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. You stole my genius. I'm going to dig out your eggs and turn you into a eunuch. Old Wang, this is too much. Do you think you're the only one who knows this move? Watch my dragon catching claw. Chu Zhou, who was video calling Instructor Yang Feng, did not expect to see such a scene. That scene was too beautiful. He could not bear to just watch it. Yes, he had to record it. Perhaps he would need it one day. What a pity. Instructor Yang Feng seemed to have sensed someone's ill intentions. After the scuffle, he quickly ended the video call. A moment later, the chief instructor, Kui Hikeo, also called. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you're really something. You've only been in Guangdong Base City for 10 days and you've already done such a big thing. If Supervisor Chen hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it. Kui Hikeo laughed heartily and looked at Chu Zhou in amazement. He had been in contact with Chen Bazhu, so he knew Chu Zhou better than Yang Feng. He knew very well how shocking it would be if news of what Chu Zhou had done in Guangdong Base City spread. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he could decisively let Chu Zhou join the Battleaxe martial arts school. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it today. Chu Zhou, I heard from Supervisor Chen that our human alliance is about to make a big move. You have to pay attention to the information on the martial artist official website. Chapter 113, World Sensation, Global Genius Competition. 3. Was the big move that Chen Bazhu had hinted at coming so soon? Chu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Thank you for your reminder, Chief Instructor. I'll remember it. That's good. I'll go inform the others. With that, Kui Hikeo ended the call. What is this big move? Chu Zhou started guessing but did not get any headway. He could only open the martial artist's official website and constantly farm the information on it. In a forest near the Dragon Bay Gardens, 5 cloaked figures stood on a big tree and stared at Chu Zhou's villa. There was a crescent moon embroidered on their cloaks. Strangely, the light showed signs of distortion when the sunlight shone on their cloaks. This caused the people passing by not to see them. "Captain, what do the higher UPS mean? Capture Chu Zhou? Should we kill or capture him?" a figure asked a masked figure. The other 3 figures also looked at the masked figure. The masked figure pondered for a moment and said coldly, "I can't guess what the higher UPS mean. However, no matter what, we have to subdue Chu Zhou. If we can capture him alive, we'll capture him alive. If we can't, we'll take his corpse away." At this moment, a middle-aged uncle with 2 bags of vegetables in each hand passed by under the tree. The 5 figures on the tree did not care about the middle-aged uncle under the tree. They were even chatting normally. Their cloaks were not ordinary cloaks. They contained extremely advanced science and technology. Not only could they distort light and make them invisible to a certain extent, but they could also prevent sound from spreading within a certain distance. No one knew how many people passed by under the tree, but they did not see them or hear their voices. In their opinion, this middle-aged uncle who was passing by would be the same. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man holding 2 bags of vegetables stopped and looked up at them. "Hey! Aren't you tired after standing on the tree for so long?" The 5 people on the tree lowered their heads to look at the middle-aged man. After confirming that the middle-aged man was talking to them, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, all of them blacked out and didn't know anything. At Chu Zhou's house, Chu Zhou had been farming information on the martial artist's official website. Suddenly, the entire martial artist official website went black. A solemn announcement suddenly appeared on the web page. The first global human genius competition is about to begin. There are countless geniuses in the world. But who is the true genius? Who is qualified to be invincible? All the answers are in the global human genius competition. If you think you're a genius, then participate in the global human genius tournament. All the geniuses in the world will compete with you here. In the global human genius competition, geniuses with outstanding performance will not only receive generous rewards, they will also be nurtured by the 3 martial arts schools in the Human Alliance. The Global Human Genius Competition will be jointly organized by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, the Nature Martial Arts School, and the Spirit Martial Arts School. The 5 countries and 22 base cities will hold it together. For the details, please look at the official website of the martial artist. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw the rankings suddenly pop up on the martial artist's official website. Then, he quickly closed the rankings and searched for the latest information on the martial artist's official website. As expected, in the most eye-catching place on the martial artist's official website, there was a message called Details of the Global Human Genius Competition. He clicked on it to read. His blood boiled with excitement as he read. First place in the Global Human Genius Competition. Rewards: 1. 100 billion alliance dollars, 2. 1 drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3. 1 chance to enter the ruins of civilization, 4. 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to study. Second place in the Global Human Genius Competition. Reward: 1. 100 billion alliance dollars, 2. 1 drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3. 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Third place in the Global Human Genius Competition. Reward: 1. 100 billion alliance dollars, 2. 1 drop of King Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3. 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to study. After roughly browsing through the top 3 rewards, Chu Zhou decided to participate in the International Human Genius Competition. Moreover, he had to get first place. On this day, the entire world was in an uproar. Chapter 114, The Wind Rises. 1. At Chu Zhou's house. Chu Zhou focused on the information on the details of the Global Human Genius Competition. His breathing quickened with just a glance at the rewards for the top 3 as he decided to participate in the Global Human Genius Competition. His gaze was fixated on the reward for first place. The reward for first place is actually so generous. Other than 100 billion alliance dollars, there's also a drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence. An Emperor Realm monster is a terrifying existence that stands at the top of the monster pyramid. It's a moving natural disaster. Even mushroom bombs and laser cannons might not be able to kill it. It might even make it stronger. Moreover, Emperor Realm monsters usually control countless other monsters. If you want to kill an Emperor Realm monster, you have to first break through the obstruction of countless monsters. Then, you have a chance to fight an Emperor Realm monster and take its life. Therefore, Emperor Realm monsters are very difficult to kill. The death of any Emperor Realm monster is a huge event that will shake the entire world. On the other hand, the blood essence of Emperor Realm monsters contains unimaginable majestic energy. Even martial gods will gain huge benefits after refining it. However, it's not easy for even the human martial god to obtain a drop of Emperor Realm monster blood essence. A drop of Emperor Realm monster blood essence. Its value actually far exceeds 100 billion. It can even be said to be priceless. You can't even buy it on the martial artist mall. You can't buy it even if you have money. When Chu Zhou saw the words Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence, he couldn't help but think of a trending topic that had once caused a sensation. There was once a human martial god named Meng Yuan. His old injuries relapsed even though he had used the water of life. Hence, he offered a high price of 300 billion online to ask for a drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence. However, he still did not get what he wanted. From this, it could be seen how rare the blood essence of an Emperor Realm monster was. He then looked at the one chance to enter the ruins of civilization and one chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to study. The latter was easy to understand. However, Chu Zhou was not very clear about the former. Someone on the internet had also said that the Human Alliance controlled many mysterious civilization ruins. It contained shocking opportunities. However, there was too little information about this. Moreover, they were all vague. Chu Zhou did not know much either. However, in his opinion, the Alliance actually used such an opportunity as a reward for the first place. Moreover, there was not even such a reward for the second and third place. This meant that this reward was very precious. He looked at the rewards for the other rankings. It had to be said that the rewards this time were too generous. Even if he was ranked 100th, he could obtain 3 billion Alliance dollars and other rewards. It could be seen that the Human Alliance had paid a huge price to select true geniuses to nurture. I only want first place. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He had already regarded the first place in the global human genius competition as his. Regardless of whether it was blocking his way, he would defeat it. He had such confidence now. Then, he began to browse the rules of the global human genius competition. Qualification to participate, younger than or equal to 30 years old, strength at least at the awakening realm. Competition format, divided into regional qualifiers and global finals. The regional selection was to select 10 elite geniuses from each region and let these 10 elite geniuses participate in the global finals. The regional qualifiers were divided into 3 parts, preliminary, semi-finals, and regional finals. In the preliminary round, 1,000 geniuses would be selected. In the semi-finals, 100 geniuses were selected. Regardless of the preliminary round, semi-finals, regional finals, or global finals, they would be ranked according to points. After Chu Zhou browsed through the competition rules, he clicked on the registration website. Number of applicants from the Guangdong region, 251,112. At first glance, Chu Zhou saw a row of eye-catching numbers. Moreover, the number became 252,223 in the blink of an eye. Gasp, so many people have signed up. Chu Zhou exclaimed. He would not have known if he had not seen it. He did not expect there to be so many martial artists at awakening level below the age of 30 in the Guangdong area. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. As long as one's talent was not bad, they would basically be able to advance to the awakening realm by the age of 30. If there were not enough human martial artists, how could they resist the monsters for so many years? However, the number of people who had signed up had reached 252,223, and the number of people had increased. The preliminary round only took the top 1,000. From this, it could be seen how intense the competition was. However, this was not within Chu Zhou's consideration. He quickly filled in the information, performed fingerprint verification, and then facial verification. Then, he clicked the registration button. The authentication has been approved, Mr. Chu Zhou. Welcome to the Global Human Genius Competition. We guarantee that this year's Global Human Genius Competition will be held fairly. Please check your mailbox. After the registration was approved, a text prompt box appeared on the web page. Beep beep. Chu Zhou quickly received an email. He opened it and saw many instructions about the Global Human Genius Competition. For example, the Global Human Genius Competition this time was not a competition in reality. Instead, it was a competition in the virtual battlefield on the Internet. Virtual battlefield was a virtual world constructed on the Internet using virtual reality technology. In the virtual world, it could restore realistic three-dimensional vision, touch, smell, and many other sensory experiences, making people in the virtual world feel as if they were in the real world. Chapter 115, The Wind Rises. 2. Virtual reality has long been used in many civilian fields, such as gaming. Hence, Chu Zhou was very familiar with this technique. That's convenient. If we're fighting in the virtual battlefield, we can participate at any time no matter where we are. Furthermore, there's another benefit to fighting in the virtual battlefield. I'm not afraid of killing people. Even if I die in the virtual battlefield, there won't be much of a problem in reality. Chu Zhou could basically confirm that the last point was the key reason why the Global Human Genius Competition was held in the virtual battlefield. Only by going all out and fighting without mercy could a person's true combat strength be displayed after all. However, such a battle was very likely to result in a large number of casualties. Any martial artist was a precious treasure of the Alliance, let alone these geniuses with endless potential. It would be a complete loss to the entire human race if many geniuses become fallen in order to screen the elite geniuses. However, if there were rules such as not killing people, it would not allow geniuses to show their strength to their heart's content. The virtual battlefield solved this problem very well. Chu Zhou looked at the preliminary round time again and realized that there was still a week left. The preliminaries would be held on August 1, 2020. Guangdong Base City. At the Li family. In a martial arts cultivation room, Li Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. Threads of fine lightning spread out from her eyes. Soon, dense lightning covered her entire body and left black burn marks on the wooden floor where she sat. Plop! Plop! A strong and explosive heartbeat also came from Li Ji's body, causing the air in the entire cultivation room to vibrate. Cracks instantly appeared on the glass windows around the cultivation room and the glass chandelier on the ceiling. The sound of his heart beating was too terrifying. It was not something a normal human should have. Congratulations, Missy, for successfully becoming a control realm martial artist. A middle-aged woman dressed as a butler suddenly appeared in front of Li Ji and congratulated him. What's there to congratulate? I've just suppressed it for a long time. I'm just trying to catch up, since it's all accumulated and exploded all in a shot. Li Ji said calmly. She looked at the middle-aged woman and said, before I went into seclusion, I instructed you to take care of Chu Zhou and not let anything happen to him in Guangdong City. If necessary, you could mention our Li family's name. Is Chu Zhou all right now? When the middle-aged woman heard this, a strange expression appeared on her face. Missy, the Chu Zhou you mentioned doesn't need me to take care of him at all. The middle-aged woman recounted all of Chu Zhou's experiences in Guangdong Base City. Li Ji was stunned for a long time. She did not expect Chu Zhou to do so many shocking things in the Guangdong Base City. Chu Zhou's improvement was completely beyond her expectations. Looks like I was right about you. Li Ji smiled. She, who had always been as cold as ice, was like a plum blossom blooming at this moment. She was extremely stunning, and even the middle-aged woman was stunned. Missy, our human alliance is making a move. The middle-aged woman tapped on her communications watch, and a screen immediately appeared in the air. She opened the martial artist's official website and displayed the web page of the Global Human Genius Competition in front of Li Ji. Global Human Genius Competition. Li Ji quickly browsed through the content and his eyes lit up slightly. Then, she began to fill in the information, complete the fingerprint verification and face verification, and then began to sign up. The middle-aged beautiful woman smiled and said, Missy, you have just advanced to the control realm and the Global Human Genius Competition has already arrived. This is really too much of a coincidence. In the current world, how many geniuses can compare to you, Missy? This time, Missy will definitely obtain first place. In a ruined city, a white-robed young man was being surrounded by 4 control realm 3-headed wolves and dozens of extraordinary realm wolf-type monsters. Suddenly, dozens of energy arrows shot out from the white-robed young man's body. 4 control realm 3-headed wolves and dozens of extraordinary realm wolf-type monsters were instantly pierced by the energy arrows and fell. Surrounding them were the corpses of hundreds of wolf-type monsters. Beep beep. Bai Changming glanced at his communications watch and opened an email. Global Human Genius Competition? Interesting. It's said that our Battleaxe Martial Arts School has a very powerful newcomer named Chu Zhou. He has done many shocking things in Guangdong Base City and is highly valued by Supervisor Chen. He will definitely participate in the International Human Genius Competition this time. Let me see what level he has reached. Bai Changming muttered to himself. He immediately opened the official martial artist website and signed up to participate in the Global Human Genius Competition. At the headquarters of the Nature Martial Arts School in the Guangdong region, the supervisor of the Nature Martial Arts School, Ho Sahai, sat on a wooden chair. Opposite him stood a handsome young man with an elegant temperament, as if he had blended into the wind. Yayun, you're the most outstanding genius in the Guangdong Sea area of our Nature Martial Arts School in the past 10 years. This Global Human Genius Competition is your chance to take off. Ho Sahai paused for a moment and said seriously. I can reveal some information to you. Our Human Alliance's determination to nurture geniuses this time is unprecedented. The rewards listed on the internet are only a part of it. There are even more invisible benefits that haven't been revealed. Chapter 116, The Wind Rises. 3. It can be said that if you can obtain a good ranking in this Global Human Genius Competition, then, your chances of becoming a King Realm expert or even a martial god in the future will be much higher than your normal cultivation. When Yayun heard this, his eyes burned slightly. He chuckled and said, Supervisor, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Yes. However, you still have to be careful. Don't underestimate your opponent. Ho Sahai reminded him. Don't forget that other than our 3 martial arts schools, the military of Guangdong Base City, 6 martial arts university, the martial god clan, the king clan, the financial group, and so on are all hiding many geniuses. Don't fail miserably where you can't even get into the top 10 of the district. Yayun was very confident. In Guangdong Base City, only Bai Changming from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Luo Yu from the Spirit Martial Arts School, and Li Ji from the Li family might pose a threat to me among the younger generation below the age of 30. As for the others, there's no need to mention them. Don't forget that there's still Chu Zhou in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Chu Zhou? He's outstanding, but I don't know how long it will take for him to advance to the control realm. He's not a threat to me yet. The future is his. But right now, it's mine. Guangdong Region, Spirit Martial Arts School Headquarters. The supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School, Fu Yan, looked at the 2 girls in front of her with a satisfied expression. Luo Yu, your Lotus meditation technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level. You can create 3 illusions. You already have very few opponents amongst the control realm martial artists. Sign up for the Global Human Genius Competition now. If you can get a good ranking in this competition, it will be endlessly beneficial to you in the future. Fu Yan said to a beautiful girl. Luo Yu smiled faintly. Okay. Fu Yan looked at another girl. However, when she saw the cowardly expression on the girl's face, she immediately revealed an expression of expecting better from someone. Xiao Dai, what are you afraid of? Master. Can I not participate in the competition? I'm scared. Situ Dai said timidly like a frightened little beast. You can't. You have to participate in more training like this to change your fearfulness. Fu Yan said firmly. She forced Situ Dai to sign up on the spot without any explanation. Situ Dai could only reluctantly sign up with a bitter expression. When Luo Yu saw this scene, she secretly found it funny. This junior sister of hers was too timid. However, she knew very well that this junior sister's mental talent was even more terrifying than hers. It was just that she had cultivated for a short period of time, so her strength was still inferior to hers. However, it would be hard to say in the future. On this day, all the geniuses in the world signed up to participate in the Global Human Genius Competition. The geniuses nurtured by the 6 Martial Arts University, the Martial God Clan, the King Realm Clan, the corporations and other forces in Guangdong Base City also signed up. The Global Human Genius Competition has undoubtedly become the most popular event for all humans in the world. The relevant information also became a trending topic. At Chu Zhou's house. After Chu Zhou signed up, he quickly received calls from Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, Li Qingxi, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the others. These people had all signed up for the Global Human Genius Competition. There were 2 other calls, which made Chu Zhou feel surprised. One was from Li Qingxi's cousin, Li Qingmin. During the video call, Li Qingmin was dressed too scantily. She even performed a pole dance for Chu Zhou and said with a smile that she would wait for him in the Global Human Genius Competition. There was also a phone call from Yuan Bingmei. Yuan Bingmei only had one sentence, "My man, I look forward to your performance." Chu Zhou quickly threw these 2 crazy women to the back of his mind. He was about to break through to the control realm, so he began to contact Chen Bazhu, preparing to ask for guidance on how to break through and to GAM experience. What? You want to break through to the control realm? On the other side of the phone, Chen Bazhu was dumbfounded when he heard Chu Zhou's request. It had only been 11 days since Chu Zhou advanced to Extraordinary Realm and he was about to advance to Control Realm again? Chapter 117, Advancement to a Control Realm Martial Artist. Chen Bazhu looked at Chu Zhou in a daze, as if he was looking at a monster. This was not the first time Chu Zhou had given him a surprise. However, he was still shocked when he received it again. He had only advanced to the Extraordinary Realm for 11 days, but he was actually about to advance to the Control Realm. He had never heard of anyone advancing so fast. Chu Zhou, I think if this continues, it won't be long before I have to ask you for guidance. Chen Bazhu said faintly. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh. He joked, isn't that a good thing? Chen Bazhu was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. If Chu Zhou could help him one day, it would indeed be a great thing. Ha ha ha, you're right. That's a good thing. I look forward to that day as soon as possible. Laughed heartily and began to tell Chu Zhou about the mysteries of the Control Realm martial artists, as well as the method and key to advancing to the Control Realm. The key to advancing to the Control Realm is to condense an energy core, be it the Super Body System martial artists, Elemental System martial artists, or Spiritual Masters, it's the same. However, the evolution path is different, and the energy core condensed is also different. Chen Bazhu explained seriously. Chu Zhou listened attentively and memorized everything without missing a word. Rather than condensing an energy core, it's better to say that a super body system martial artist has transformed their heart into an energy core. Once the modification is successful, super body system martial artists can break the 3rd stage of the genetic lock and advance to the control realm through the power emitted by the energy heart. Comparatively speaking, an elemental system martial artist has to condense an energy nodule out of thin air in their body. Through the energy nodule, they can control the origin power in their entire body. Spiritual system martial artists have to condense a spiritual relic in their brains. Explanation was very comprehensive. Not only did he explain the method for super body system martial artists to advance to control realm martial artists, but he also explained the method for elemental system martial artists and spiritual masters to advance to the control realm. Chu Zhou was extremely grateful for this. This knowledge would be his important wealth. In the future, if he wanted to cultivate both the elemental system and the spiritual system, he would not ask others for guidance. Chen Bazhu spent a full hour explaining everything about the control realm, allowing Chu Zhou to have a clear understanding of the control realm. The so-called control realm martial artists, as the name suggested, had complete control over their own abilities. The key to completely controlling one's ability was the energy core. The energy core was the key to controlling the crowd control's ability. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Lastly, let me remind you that condensing an energy core consumes a lot of energy. You'd better prepare enough genetic nutrient solutions in advance. Notify me immediately after you've successfully leveled up. With that, ended the call. Do I need to prepare enough genetic nutrient solutions? Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately opened the martial artist mall. Thinking that he would always need a large number of advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions, he gritted his teeth and ordered 1000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. An advanced tier genetic nutrient solution cost 10 million. 1,000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions was 10 billion. After Chu Zhou's 100-win streak ended, he originally had 11,415,400,000 alliance dollars in his account. He spent 1 billion to order a bottle of water of life for his father and transferred 10 million yuan to his sister. He was left with 10.454 billion. Now that he had spent a total of 10 billion, he only had 45 to 4 million left in his account. This was really spending money like water. However, this method of spending money to quickly increase one's strength was something that others could not be envious of. Beep beep. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call appeared on his communications watch. The caller ID indicated that this was an official call from the martial artist mall. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised by this call. He tapped on his communications watch and picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Zhao Jun, the manager of the martial artist mall. We received your order of 1,000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions from the martial artist mall. As the quantity is huge and the amount involved is huge, we need to confirm if you did it yourself. Hello, I'm Chu Zhou. I did order the 1,000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions from the martial artist mall. Chu Zhou was a little surprised. He did not expect the martial artist mall to call to confirm because he had ordered too many advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. However, he still did the fingerprint verification and face verification as requested. He also gave his information. Mr. Chu Zhou, sorry to disturb you. We will arrange for the staff to send the high-level genetic nutrient solution you ordered to you as soon as possible. Zhao Jun ended the call after the verification. It seems that the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution is also an important resource. If you buy it in small quantities, the martial artist mall will ignore it. However, if you buy it in large quantities, the martial artist mall will investigate the buyer's identity. This might be to prevent fallen martial artists from using fake identities to buy advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions in the martial artist mall. Through the call with Zhao Jun just now, Chu Zhou vaguely sensed that the martial artist mall was on guard against fallen martial artists. He guessed that the martial artist mall would probably investigate the origin of his funds. Once there was a problem with the origin of the funds, not only would they not send the goods, the law enforcers would probably come looking for him soon. However, Chu Zhou clearly did not have to worry about this at all. He was a martial artist from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and could be said to be a good seedling. The funds were basically from the rewards of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and could withstand investigations. In just about 30 minutes, the staff of the Martial Artist Mall delivered the 1,000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions in a few alloy boxes. Moreover, the staff sent by the Martial Artist Mall to escort the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution this time were 5 extraordinary realm martial artists. After Chu Zhou received the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution, he immediately returned to the martial arts cultivation hall on the second floor. He placed a box of advanced tier genetic nutrient solution beside him and began to prepare to advance to the control realm. Originally, for many martial artists, advancing to the control realm was a step-by-step process, condensing energy cores bit by bit. If it was fast, it could be successfully condensed in a month or two. If it was slow, it might take a year or two, or even 3 or 4 years. This was if everything were a success. If something went wrong during this period, it would be a failure. He would need to start over. However, there were shortcuts. The most important thing about condensing an energy core was that it required a large amount of energy. If he could use a large number of genetic nutrient solutions and other energy replenishing medicines to assist him, he could greatly shorten this process. However, the price of a large number of medicines was also very high. It required a large amount of money. Even though most of the extraordinary realm martial artists usually earned a lot, they also had a lot of expenses. Their wealth basically did not exceed 1 billion. Therefore, most of the extraordinary realm martial artists did not have that much money to spend. They could only choose to advance in order. Chu Zhou naturally chose to spend money to level up. After adjusting his condition, he could inject the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution into his body one by one. This time, he did not convert the energy increased by the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution into attribute points in his attribute board. Instead, he controlled the surging energy and the origin power in his body to surge towards his heart. At the same time, he also circulated the basic breathing technique. According to the method taught by Chen Bazhu, through the basic breathing technique, he resonated with all the life elements that had awakened in his body. Then, he controlled the life elements to surge towards his heart. At this moment, a large amount of energy, origin power and life force continuously surged into Chu Zhou's heart according to a unique rhythm and pattern, undergoing a violent transformation. Plop! Plop! Chu Zhou's heart suddenly beat violently, as if a ferocious beast that had been sleeping for countless years had suddenly awakened. Every beat seemed so strong and powerful. Chu Zhou knew very well that his heart had begun to transform. But it was far from enough. As he maintained the basic breathing technique and continuously injected vitality into his heart, he continued to inject the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution. 10. 20. 30. 100. Chu Zhou kept injecting the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution. A large amount of energy surged towards his heart like a roaring flood. The transformation of his heart became more and more intense and powerful. A strong blood-red light seeped out from his heart and penetrated his clothes, illuminating the entire martial arts cultivation hall in a blood-red color. At the same time, the entire martial arts cultivation room seemed to have a huge furnace, and the temperature was rising rapidly. When Chu Zhou injected a total of 400 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions into his body, the transformation of his heart was finally completed. At this moment, his heart turned into a translucent crystal color. Every time it jumped, a large amount of origin power would be transmitted out. Boom! The moment Chu Zhou's heart completed its transformation, it beat extremely violently. A circle of shock waves spread out from Chu Zhou's body. The entire cultivation room shook violently. At the same time, cracks appeared on the glass windows and chandelier on the second floor. Even Chu Yu, who was playing on the first floor, felt her heart beating violently. "Big brother, are you cultivating some powerful combat technique again?" Chu Yu was shocked and looked in the direction of the second floor. At this moment, Chu Donglei also looked at the second floor. "You advanced to the control realm so quickly? Isn't it a little too fast?" he muttered to himself. In the martial arts cultivation room, the moment Chu Zhou's heart completed the modification, he immediately felt the invisible third-stage genetic lock in front of him suddenly shatter. At this moment, the origin power in his body surged like a tidal wave, his life force also skyrocketed. Chu Zhou knew that he had succeeded. He had advanced to become a control realm martial artist. If the apprentice realm, the awakening realm, and the extraordinary realm were considered low-level martial artists, then the control realm would truly enter the ranks of experts. Many patriarchs of small clans in Guangdong Base City were also control realm martial artists. Chapter 118, Meditation Technique from Beginner to Mastery. Zhang City, Dragon Bay Gardens. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged, but his heart was beating like a drum. Circles of tangible ripples kept spreading. In addition, smoke like blood energy rushed out from above Chu Zhou's head. The origin power in his body flowed like a surging tide, producing crashing sounds. At this moment, Chu Zhou was like a humanoid ancient ferocious beast, emitting a terrifying aura. Is this the control realm? It's indeed much stronger than the extraordinary realm. Chu Zhou looked at his heart and realized that it had turned into a crystal-like translucent color. His crystal-like heart was beating vigorously. With every beat, a large amount of origin power and blood energy gushed out of his heart. It washed over Chu Zhou's body, making it constantly stronger. Furthermore, Chu Zhou realized that through the modified heart, his control over his body and origin power had almost reached the mastery level. For example, he could now control and regulate the secretion of many hormones in his body. He could also control the growth and division of some cells. In terms of origin power, not only did he control every bit of origin power in his body meticulously, he could also release his origin power to kill enemies from afar. In terms of combat power, he could mobilize and use the power of every cell in his body efficiently. He could also control every bit of origin power in his body meticulously. Chu Zhou had once seen a battle video of a super body system control realm martial artist. That control realm martial artists casually formed an air blade that was more than 10 meters long and directly cut all the buildings within a 1000 meter straight distance. Moreover, the aftershock created a tornado with a diameter of 100 meters. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt that he could do it too. The power of a control realm martial artist is really terrifying. No wonder control realm martial artists were once known as city destroyer powerhouses. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Control Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 2100. Attribute Points, 2134 to 5. Heart of Strength, 5%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-Rank Level 1, Breaking the Sea, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-Rank Level 5, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S-Rank Level 7, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. The information in his attribute board had changed a lot. The level displayed on it had already become a beginner control realm martial artist. His life field energy increased from 1100 to 2100, an increase of 1000. Generally speaking, intermediate tier control realm martial artists had a minimum life field of 2000. Chu Zhou's life field could reach 2100, which meant that his life field was already comparable to an intermediate control realm martial artist. His gaze continued downward. Then, he realized that the evolutionary path of extraordinary power had disappeared. In its place was the brand new evolution path of the Heart of Power. Chu Zhou was not surprised. After hearing Chen Bazhu's story, the control realm had almost no secrets for him. The three evolution paths, the super body system and the elemental evolution path, were all named Heart, while the spirit evolution path was named Relic. For example, the super body system's Heart of Strength, Heart of Agility, Heart of Defense, and so on. Elemental system's Heart of Metal, Heart of Fire, Heart of Ice, and so on. Spirit types were all called Spirit Relics. In addition, a beginner control realm martial artist had life field energy exceeding 1000, and his evolution path was 1% to 30% developed. An intermediate control realm martial artist had life field energy exceeding 2000, and his evolution path was 31% to 60% developed. An advanced control realm martial artist had life field energy exceeding 3000, and his evolution path was 61% to 100% developed. After advancing to the control realm this time, I condensed the Heart of Strength and unlocked the third stage genetic lock. My body and even my mental will has been greatly enhanced. I feel that I can master the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique today. Chu Zhou decided to immediately cultivate the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. He got up and went to the study to get the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique manual. In fact, he had already memorized the words of this secret manual. However, he still read it carefully again, especially when he saw the 7-story treasure pagoda standing in the vast starry sky on the page. He silently stared at it for half an hour and memorized it in his mind. Then, he suddenly closed his eyes and began to meditate according to the method in the book. In the vast universe, there was a treasure pagoda that could suppress the universe. In the beginning, as soon as he visualized the treasure pagoda, countless distracting thoughts surged uncontrollably in his heart, distracting him and preventing him from visualizing the treasure pagoda. However, Chu Zhou was very calm. He ignored those distracting thoughts and continued to visualize the treasure pagoda. 1 hour. TiVo hours. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed, but Chu Zhou still did not succeed in visualizing the treasure pagoda. However, the distracting thoughts in his mind gradually disappeared, and he entered a state of silence. After an unknown period of time, a hexagonal treasure pagoda suddenly appeared in his mind. However, this hexagonal treasure pagoda only had one floor and it was very hazy and illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. It's done. Chu Zhou was delighted and immediately broke free from his visualization state. He quickly looked at his attribute board. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A rank beginner, unupgradable. He smiled when he saw the line of text. As long as he entered the beginner realm, it would be easy. Now that he had entered the beginner realm, it was time for him to display his talent. I still have 2134 to 5 points on me, but I can't upgrade the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. It seems that the meditation technique is very different from breathing techniques, combat techniques, movement techniques, body tempering techniques, and so on. Upgrading the meditation technique consumes much more attribute points. Chu Zhou finally understood why there were so few spiritual masters. It was obvious how difficult it was for spiritual masters to improve their meditation techniques. This was indeed an evolutionary path that ate talent. If one's talent was insufficient, no matter how hard one worked, the effect would be minimal. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou's spiritual system talent was definitely insufficient. But now, he had to forcefully open up a path to heaven through paywalls. Without any hesitation, he began to inject the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution. Chu Zhou realized that after he advanced to the control realm, the number of high-level genetic nutrient solutions he could withstand every day had also increased to 100. In 2 days, Chu Zhou injected 200 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. Attribute points, 11,584 to 5, plus 9,450. Seeing the attribute points on his attribute board, Chu Zhou thought that it should be about time. Upgrade the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique, he thought. The attribute board began to flash crazily immediately. Under the effect of his stats, he automatically began to cultivate the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. A blurry hexagonal Treasure Pagoda quickly solidified in his mind. The hexagonal Treasure Pagoda began to increase layer by layer. Soon, the 6-sided Treasure Pagoda increased to 3 levels. The 3-story Treasure Pagoda floated in Chu Zhou's mind. His spiritual power surged out of the Treasure Pagoda like a trickle. Soon, a spiritual lake appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. The limit of the extraordinary realm's mental strength. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He could roughly feel that his mental strength had reached the limit of the extraordinary realm martial artists. However, it's not enough. As he muttered to himself, he continued injecting the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution. He was prepared to condense a spiritual relic in one go and advance his spiritual master's path to the control realm. Another 4 days passed. He injected another 1,400 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. Upgrade the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. He improved again and began to condense the spirit relic in his mind according to the method Chen Bazhu had mentioned. At a certain moment, a 6-story Treasure Pagoda appeared in his mind. At the same time, on the tip of the Treasure Pagoda, there was a resplendent relic that emitted billions of rays of light. Boom! In the outside world, Chu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes, which immediately shot out a strong and dazzling white light. A terrifying spirit storm swept out from his body. All the glass windows, chandeliers, and other glassware on the 2nd floor exploded in an instant. How is this possible? Chu Donglei looked in the direction of the 2nd floor and revealed a shocked expression for the first time. Chapter 119, Fierce God Out OT the Cage. Only 5 days have passed since Little Zhou advanced his super body system to the control realm. Now he has advanced his spiritual system to the control realm and condensed a spirit relic. Chu Donglei looked in the direction of the 2nd floor. His usually calm state of mind also rippled slightly at this moment. On the 2nd floor, Chu Zhou looked at the 6-story treasure pagoda in his mind and the spirit relic on the top of the pagoda. He was overjoyed. Ever since he encircled the Shadow Research Base and witnessed the power of the supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School, Fu Yan, a spiritual master, he had yearned to become a spiritual master. Unfortunately, his mental talent was indeed a little scum. He had been comprehending the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique for quite some time, but he still could not reach the beginner level. This time, it was because he had condensed the heart of strength and advanced to the control realm martial artists. While greatly improving his physical strength, he also increased his mental strength by quite a bit. That was why he was barely able to enter the beginner level. Of course, it was easy to enter the beginner level as a cheater. In just 6 days, he had done something that most extraordinary realm spiritual masters could not do in their entire lives. He directly raised the Treasure Pagoda's meditation technique to the 6th level and condensed the spirit relic. Spiritual masters are indeed amazing. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. After condensing the spirit relic, he felt that the world in front of him had changed. At this moment, the world in his eyes was even more colorful. He also saw countless invisible particles and microorganisms floating in the. At the same time, he heard many small sounds that he usually couldn't hear. There was the faint sound of airflow flowing, the sound of leaves falling to the ground in the distance, and the sound of water flowing in the distant lake. The entire world seemed to have become more real, more vast, and more three-dimensional. Chu Zhou understood that this was because he had condensed a spirit relic. He could see, hear, and sense the deeper levels of the world. He looked at the attribute board again. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Control Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 3100. Attribute Points, 1584 to 5. Heart of Strength, 5%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS Rank Level 1, Breaking the Sea, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S Rank Level 5, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S Rank Level 7, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A Rank Level 6, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed drastically again. His life field energy increased from 2100 to 3100, and added another 1000. This had already exceeded the bottom limit of an advanced tier control realm martial artist's life field. However, the biggest change was the addition of the Spirit Relic evolution path. I'm finally a spiritual master now, a control realm spiritual master. If I tell this news to Supervisor Chen, he'll probably be shocked again. Chu Zhou smiled playfully and saw a few empty alloy boxes. This made his expression turn bitter. In order to condense the heart of power, he had consumed 400 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. After reaching the beginner level of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique and upgrading it to the 3rd level, he consumed another 200 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. In order to raise the Treasure Pagoda meditation to the 6th level and successfully condense the Spirit Relic, he consumed the remaining 400 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. In this way, the 1000 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions that he had spent 10 billion to order were all consumed. Tisk tisk, it feels good to spend money to level up, but the money's gone in no time. Chu Zhou sighed. When he thought about how he only had 45 to 4 million yuan in his account, he had the urge to participate in the Global Human Genius competition. He did not have much money to order the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution. He had to earn more money as soon as possible. There's no hurry. It's been 6 days since the registration for the Global Human Genius competition. It will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Now, I should go outside the city to familiarize myself with my current strength. With this thought in mind, he immediately stood up, carried the dragon tooth battle saber on his back, and walked downstairs. Dad, when I was cultivating, I accidentally broke many glass windows, chandeliers, and so on the 2nd floor. Contact the housekeeping to tidy up and get the property management to install glass windows and other furniture. I have something to do. I have to go out of the city. Chu Zhou said to his father as he walked out. Okay. Chu Donglei nodded and stared deeply at Chu Zhou's figure. Sigh, a control realm martial artist like me doesn't even have a car. That is so strange. After leaving the house, Chu Zhou realized that he, a dignified control realm martial artist, did not even have a flying car and still had to take a taxi. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could have bought a car a long time ago. Even though he usually spent it all in no time after earning a large sum of money. But it was not a problem to buy a flying car that cost hundreds of thousands or millions. However, he was too busy. He had been so busy cultivating and improving that he had forgotten to buy a car. He called a taxi by the roadside and asked the driver to head to the city gate. 15 minutes later, Chu Zhou alighted at the city gate and walked out. There were police officers guarding the city gate. Normal people were forbidden from leaving the city to avoid being killed by the monsters outside. However, Chu Zhou was a martial artist and could enter and exit freely. After Chu Zhou verified his identity, he walked out of the city gate and immediately flew towards the wilderness. Dozens of kilometers away. Let's do it here. Chu Zhou stopped in a forest. He looked around and realized that there were forests, hills, and rivers. There were also many monster groups living here. It was very suitable for testing one's strength. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. Let's test the strength of this body first. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He raised a palm and prepared to imitate the super body system control realm martial artists in the video he had seen before. He wanted to see how powerful it was. But at this moment, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. It was as if more than 10 heavy machine guns were firing at the same time. A dense metal storm swept towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stood on the spot expressionlessly, as if he had expected this. There was no surprise on his face. A group of people have been following me out of the city since I left Dragon Bay Gardens. Now, are they finally willing to make a move? However, aren't you underestimating me a little too much by using a heavy machine gun against me? Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he allowed the dense metal storm to sweep past his body. Countless bullets seemed to have hit an iron wall, causing sparks to fly. On the other hand, the forest behind Chu Zhou was annihilated. Damn it, is he made of iron? Even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate his body. A wave of curses containing traces of fear came from a hill. I want to see who it is that wants to kill me. Chu Zhou's gaze was cold as a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stomped on the ground. With a bang, an earthquake occurred. The ground tens of meters around him collapsed and then exploded. His figure shot straight towards the hill like a cannonball. Along the way, trees and rocks blocking the way were all broken and shattered. Rage. Ferocious. Rampant killing intent. It was as if an ancient demon that had been imprisoned for billions of years had suddenly broken free from its cage and shackles and was about to wreak havoc in the world. Chapter 120, Invincible. Testing out the World Destruction Saber Technique. After the evolution of martial arts, human martial artists had the power to contend with modern technological weapons by themselves. However, the lethality and deterrence of modern technological weapons were still unquestionable. Even the emperor-level beast and the martial god of humans were afraid of modern technological weapons. Heavy machine guns, especially those that used armor-piercing bullets, were a great killing weapon for countless martial artists and monsters. Generally speaking, if extraordinary realm martial artists and monsters were hit by the armor-piercing bullets of the heavy machine guns, there was a high chance that they would be directly penetrated. Even a super body system control realm martial artist with strong physiques would be injured by heavy machine guns. As for the control realm martial artists of the elemental system and spirit element, if they were shot, it was very likely that they would be severely injured. Of course, no matter which evolution path the control realm martial artists took, their reaction speed, dodging ability, defensive ability, and recovery ability were all very exaggerated. It was impossible to kill a control realm martial artist with just a heavy machine gun. Unless they were facing Chu Zhou's current situation, with more than 10 heavy machine guns aiming at him. The terrifying bullet storm would completely seal off all spaces to dodge. This was very dangerous. However, Chu Zhou did not dodge at all. He was like a ferocious god that had been sealed for billions of years suddenly breaking free from the shackles and his killing intent boiled. He was unscrupulous and advanced at high speed in the most rageful manner against the metal storm. The machine gun bullets that could pierce through steel plates hit Chu Zhou's body, emitting a crisp sound of metal colliding. It was like rain hitting a lute. They could only leave white marks, but they could not shoot through. Dozens of figures on a hill were dumbfounded when they saw this. Oh my god, is this guy's body made of the main armor of a tank? It's completely comparable to an armored vehicle. Even the control realm martial artists of the super body system can't take heavy machine gun bullets head-on like this. Someone clicked his tongue and stopped his shooting. The surrounding people also nodded with lingering fears. Damn it, if the heavy machine gun can't shoot through him, use the autocannon. A leader roared with bloodshot eyes. 5 burly figures were immediately assigned to carry out 5 fire god cannons. This type of autocannon used a shell-piercing warhead that could easily pierce through thick armor. It was known as a tank killer. Compared to sniper rifles and heavy machine guns, its power was more than 100 times greater. Its bullets were longer than a human palm, 3 to 4 times longer than ordinary bullets. Ordinary control realm martial artists would be cut in half by its bullet. Even a super body system control realm martial artist would find it difficult to withstand a single blow. The fire god cannon was no longer a machine gun, but an autocannon, similar to a small caliber cannon. Bang, 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 bang bang. The 5 fire god cannons opened fire. The high-speed shooting from the fire god cannons drew a line of fire hundreds of meters long in the air. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, it swept across the ground and extended towards Chu Zhou. Any rocks or trees were like paper in front of the fire. They were quickly destroyed. The sky was instantly enveloped by 5 flames, like an inescapable net. Is this the autocannon? Chu Zhou looked at the 5 lines of fire that extended over like death scythes and his expression became slightly serious. He activated the 3 layers of the extreme titanium golden body. Pieces of mechanical component-shaped silver armor kept appearing on the surface of his body. Dang dang dang! They shot at Chu Zhou's body one after another. It was as if they had hit an iron wall, producing a loud metallic sound. Sparks kept blooming. They bloomed on Chu Zhou's body like countless fireworks. This monster! The people on the hill broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, Chu Zhou attacked. He suddenly pulled out the dragon tooth battle saber on his back. Every cell in his body vibrated, and all his origin power boiled. A large amount of power was poured into the dragon tooth battle saber. Taking in a deep, deep breath. Crackle! Suddenly, the dragon tooth battle saber slashed out with all its might. A grey blade light that was dozens of meters long shot out like a thunderbolt that tore the sky apart. It spread straight ahead, tearing all the forests, rivers, hills, and so on that were in its way. Not good, dodge! On the hill, the 5 figures with extremely powerful auras saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted at the others. However, the speed of the lightning-like grey saber beam was too fast. It was cut vertically by this hill, splitting it into 2 in an instant. More than 30 figures were minced into a rain of blood on the spot. All the heavy machine guns and fire god cannons on the hill were also minced into pieces. After the terrifying grey saber light split the hill into 2, it advanced another 300 meters. In the end, it turned into a grey hurricane and minced a small forest that was a few acres in size into nothingness. The power of this slash left a cut of nearly 2,000 meters on the ground. All the forests, rivers, and hills along the way were cut open. Even the aftershock had minced several acres of forest. Such destructive power was shocking. So this is the power of a control realm martial artist. Damn it, he actually became a control realm martial artist. The 5 figures with shocking auras looked at the heavy casualties on their side and then at the terrifying cut that was nearly 2,000 meters long. Their faces could not help but turn ashen. This time, they attacked Chu Zhou. It could be said that they had made perfect preparations. Other than the 5 of them, the other 50 people were all advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. Moreover, they also brought 10 heavy machine guns and 5 fire god cannons. They had made so many preparations just to kill Chu Zhou completely. However, they did not expect Chu Zhou to advance to become a control realm martial artist. Moreover, his strength had become so terrifying. Swoosh! Chu Zhou charged forward. When he saw the group of people in front of him, there were Eastern and Western martial artists. He almost immediately guessed the origins of these people. Without a doubt, these people were most likely from the Chu, Ling, Zhang, Ernst, and Medici families. The revenge of your 5 great clans has come quite quickly. However, you trash want my life? Aren't you underestimating me? Chu Zhou smiled coldly and moved. With a casual wave of his dragon tooth battle saber, he beheaded the 5 extraordinary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou, don't be arrogant. The reason why you were able to kill Bo Yang and the others last time was because Chen Bazhu used the Golden God Eye to suppress the strength of Bo Yang and the others. You won't be so lucky this time. Chu Suliang said coldly. He did not care that Chu Zhou had recognized their background. In any case, the 5 families and Chu Zhou were already on bad terms. They were not afraid of offending Chu Zhou anymore. Brother Chu, why are you chatting with him? The longer we delay, the more trouble will arise. Let's kill him immediately. Ling Wanli's long and narrow eyes were like blades as he coldly locked onto Chu Zhou's figure. Mr. Ling is right. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be. Let's join forces and kill him immediately. Ryan Ernst attacked as he spoke. He held a Western Knight spear in his hand and moved. Like a black ray of light, he shot at Chu Zhou's figure. The power of his spear was overwhelming, as if it could pierce through mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The terrifying fluctuations caused the ground within a few miles to tremble. John Medici also made his move at the same time. He summoned a 100-meter-long single-horned ice dragon and rode it towards Chu Zhou. Chu Suliang, Ling Wanli, Zhang Jinayu, and the other 3 control realm martial artists, as well as the remaining 13 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists, also crazily charged towards Chu Zhou. 5 control realm martial artists, 13 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. Very good, very good. I was just about to test my current strength. You are suitable to be my testing tool. Chu Zhou laughed loudly and directly used the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the human extreme body. His entire body turned into a domineering and powerful metal giant filled with a mechanical style. All the muscles in his body had turned into mechanical components. There were also circuit-like patterns on his body. Rays of blue light flashed like blue electric arcs. Boom! He threw a punch at Ryan Ernst's spear, shattering it. Then, his fist pierced through Ryan Ernst's chest. How can he be so strong? Ryan Ernst was in disbelief. He couldn't understand how a new control realm martial artist like Chu Zhou could defeat a veteran control realm martial artist like him in one strike. Bang! Chu Zhou shook his arm and directly exploded Ryan Ernst's corpse into a bloody mist. At this moment, a cold horn opened its ferocious mouth that was filled with deep white fangs and bit down on him. I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Zhou bent his knees and suddenly leaped into the sky like a rocket, crashing into the mouth of the single-horned ice dragon. Then, he passed through the cold body of the single-horned ice dragon and collided with John Medici. It directly shattered John Medici's body into 4 pieces. Tisk! Chu Suliang, Ling Wanli and Zhang Jinyu saw the moment Chu Zhou sent Ryan Ernst and John Medici to see their makers. Instantly, all of them were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly stopped attacking and chose to escape unanimously. The other 13 extraordinary realm martial artists also began to flee. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Everyone, you're already here. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Are you despising me for not entertaining you well? A hexagonal treasure pagoda suddenly appeared in the void as Chu Zhou spoke playfully. Boom! In an instant, a mental pressure as heavy as a mountain descended on a radius of hundreds of meters. Chu Suliang, Ling Wanli, Zhang Jinyu, and the 13 extraordinary realm martial artists, who were about to escape, felt a sharp pain in their heads and stopped. Especially the 13 extraordinary realm martial artists, they felt that their heads were about to explode under some invisible force. Treasure Pagoda Meditation. You actually cultivated the Treasure Pagoda Meditation to the 6th level and are a spiritual master. You hit it so well. Chu Suliang, Ling Wanli, Zhang Jinyu, and the others were all extremely shocked when they saw the hexagonal treasure pagoda in the void that emitted an incomparably heavy spiritual pressure. However, Chu Zhou did not answer their question. World Destruction Saber Technique breaking the sea. He suddenly used the World Destruction Saber technique that he had yet to use since he successfully cultivated it. The Dragon Tooth Battle Saber slashed out fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the phantom of a boiling sea appeared in the entire sky. A destructive World Destruction Saber light suddenly tore through the sea and shot out from the depths of the sea. In an instant, Chu Suliang, Ling Wanli, Zhang Jinyu, and the other 3 control realm martial artists, as well as the 13 extraordinary realm martial artists, turned into a bloody mist after that terrifying World Destruction Blade light. After killing Chu Suliang and the others, the World Destruction Saber light slashed at the top of a mountain hundreds of meters away, directly severing the entire mountain peak. Rumble! A section of the mountain peak fell with a bang, and dust soared into the sky. Chapter 121, Beginning of the Preliminaries. Global Live Stream. The power of the control realm is indeed much stronger than the extraordinary realm. Chu Zhou floated in midair, very satisfied with the test results. However, when he thought about how the 5 great families had sent people to ambush him, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. It might really be dangerous if he did not happen to advance to the control realm martial artist this time. Since you're still unwilling to forgive me, I won't stand on ceremony. He was not the kind of person who would not retaliate if he was hit or scolded. He wanted to take the initiative to counterattack. The Global Human Genius Competition. The people from the 5 families will definitely participate. In reality, if I can't destroy the 5 great families, I'll eliminate the geniuses from the 5 great families who participate in the competition first. The Ernst family and the Medici family are Western families. The prodigies of these 2 families are in the Western competition zone. However, I will definitely meet the Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family in the Guangdong competition zone. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his eyes filled with killing intent. Swoosh! The next moment, he flew towards Zhang City. Soon, Chu Zhou returned home. At this moment, the broken windows, chandeliers, coffee tables, and so on the second floor had all been replaced. Oh right, I forgot to tell Supervisor Chen that I've advanced to the control realm. Chu Zhou immediately video called Chen Bazhu. Chu Zhou, did you succeed? Chen Bazhu asked impatiently when he saw Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. Thanks to you, Supervisor, I'm already a control realm martial artist. Ha ha ha. Chen Bazhu laughed loudly on the spot. Good, very good, very good. A control realm martial artist at 17-year-old. Chu Zhou, your achievements can be ranked in the top 10 in history. Only the top 10 in history. Chu Zhou frowned. He thought that he could be ranked first in history since he became a control realm martial artist at the age of 17. You're still not satisfied with being in the top 10 in history. Chen Bazhu glared at Chu Zhou angrily and said, do you know who the top 10 in history? Let me tell you, other than the 3 supreme experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha, the rest of the top 10 in history are basically council members. By the way, you might not know what a council member represents. Let me make it simple. Only experts at the peak of the martial god realm are qualified to be council members. In other words, as long as you don't make big mistakes, you have a high chance of becoming a peak martial god. Aren't you satisfied? When Chen Bazhu said these words, he could not hide his envy. It was already not bad to be able to become a king realm expert in this life, and the martial god realm was an unreachable dream. As for becoming a peak martial god, he had never even thought about it. However, this Chu Zhou in front of him had the potential to become a peak martial god. How could he not be envious? Just barely. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. Chen Bazhu wanted to hit someone. By the way, Chu Zhou, when you were at the extraordinary realm, you were able to defeat the combined forces of Chu Boyong and the other 3. Now that you have advanced to the control realm, your strength will definitely increase exponentially. I'm afraid that your current strength is also extremely strong among the control realm martial artists. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10 of our Guangdong area. But if I want to get first place, there are still many competitors. For example, our Battle Axe Martial Arts Schools by Changming, Nature Martial Arts Schools Yayun, Spirit Martial Arts Schools Luoyu, Li Families Li Ji, and so on. These people are all your competitors. I'll send you a list of names, as well as some combat videos of the people on the list. Take some time to look at them. As Chen Bazhu spoke, he sent Chu Zhou a list of names and a folder containing many battle videos. Then, the video call ended. I didn't expect Big Sister Saber to become my competitor. When Chu Zhou heard Chen Bazhu mention Big Sister Saber's name, he couldn't help but smile. He opened the list, which detailed the information of the 10 names. Li Ji, the genius of the Li family in Guangdong City. Bai Changming, the genius of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School in Guangdong City. Yayun, the genius of the Nature Martial Arts School in Guangdong City. Luoyu, the genius of the Spirit Martial Arts School in Guangdong City. Pang He, the celebrity teacher of the First Military University. Zhu Yushi, a celebrity teacher at the Second Military University. Lu Cheng, the celebrity teacher of Dragon Tiger Martial Arts University. Gu Shi, a genius from a king family in Guangdong City. Yang Zhenzhen, the prodigy of the Yang family in Guangdong City. Dongfang Mingzhu, the genius of the Dongfang family, a teacher at South China Martial Arts University. The list that Chen Bazhu had passed to Chu Zhou introduced the identities and backgrounds of the 10 people in detail, as well as their strength guesses. Chu Zhou knew 3 of them. Even though Chu Zhou was very confident in his strength, it was better to be safe than sorry. He opened the video file and studied the battle videos one by one. Through the battle video, he understood the approximate strength and combat style of the 10 people. The next day, Chu Zhou was still studying the battle video. After carefully studying all the battle videos, he had a rough understanding of the 10 competitors, and he was even more confident. On the 3rd day, August 1, 2030, the entire world was paying attention to the Global Human Genius Competition. This was the Global Human Genius Competition. The entire competition would be broadcasted live. Therefore, other than the contestants participating in the competition, the other humans also logged into the martial artists' official website and prepared to watch the live broadcast. The number of participants in the Guangdong region has actually reached 536,562. It's really too many. Chu Zhou looked at the web page and lay down on the bed. He put on his VR helmet. Attention, all contestants in the Guangdong Sea area. We are about to enter the virtual battlefield. This time, the preliminary round of the Guangdong area will be divided into 10 zones. All the contestants will be randomly assigned to one of the 10 zones. The specific rules will be explained in detail after entering the virtual battlefield. An electronic voice sounded in Chu Zhou's ears. The next moment, Chu Zhou was in a daze and realized that he had appeared in a room. Is this the virtual battlefield? He muttered to himself and looked at himself in the mirror. He had already put on his combat uniform and carried the dragon tooth battle saber on his back. It was exactly the same as his combat state in reality. He even sensed the origin power in his body and the sixth-story treasure pagoda in his mind. It was the same as the situation in reality. This virtual battlefield was too real. He could hardly sense any traces of falsehood. Chu Zhou walked to the window and looked out. He realized that this was a modern high-tech city. There were skyscrapers everywhere. At this moment, a square screen suddenly appeared on his arm. A lot of information appeared on the screen. Contestant, Chu Zhou. Points, 0. Ranking, none. Region, Guangdong Region Zone 3. Selection rules, the duration of the preliminary round is 3 days. After the preliminary round ends, the winner will be decided according to the number of points. Points rule, kill a contestant and obtain 1 point. At the same time, you can also plunder half of the other party's points. The rules of the ranking, the more points you have, the higher your ranking. Those who die during the competition will still participate in the points ranking. The rules of the competition were very simple. It was to kill people to obtain points. After the competition ended, the more points one had, the higher their ranking. The top 100 of every zone would pass the preliminaries. Those who were not in the top 100 were all eliminated. There were about 53,600 people in the zone where Chu Zhou was. The competition could be said to be quite fierce. Chu Zhou smiled after reading the competition rules. Regardless of the rules of the competition, he believed that he could definitely pass the preliminary round. However, let's find the Chu, Zhang, and Ling families in this competition zone first. Wherever I, Chu Zhou, am, the people from these 3 families are not worthy of breathing the same air with me. Chu Zhou smiled coldly. He smashed the window and flew out. On this day, countless humans around the world also watched the situation in the competition zones through computers, phones, communications watches, and other equipment. Chapter 122, First Use of the Illusion Spell. The hunt begins. The virtual battlefield in Zone 3 of Guangdong region. After Chu Zhou decided to eliminate all the people from the Chu, Zhang, and Ling families in Zone 3, he immediately began to take action. He smashed through the window and flew out, floating above the city. However, how to find the people from the 3 great clans was a problem. Chu Zhou was not familiar with the people from the 3 big families. He wondered if any of the 3 families had participated in the Global Human Genius competition. To put it bluntly, even if the members of the 3 great clans stood in front of him, he would not be able to recognize them. However, Chu Zhou quickly thought of a way. He did not know anyone from the 3 great clans, but there were people who did. Moreover, many people should know him. This competition zone was the competition zone of the Guangdong region. There was no doubt that the elites and geniuses from the families in the Guangdong base city had all participated. Among them, there were definitely many people who had been assigned to this competition zone. The elites and geniuses of those clans were from the same circle as the people from the 3 great clans. They definitely knew the people from the 3 great clans. As long as Chu Zhou found someone from the other families in Guangdong City, he could friendly understand the situation of the 3 families from them. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from afar. Chu Zhou looked over and saw the glass floor of a skyscraper in the distance explode. 2 figures smashed through the glass and fell down as they fought fiercely. It was as if this was a signal for war. Boom 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 boom. Instantly, countless explosions sounded throughout the city. Many figures were fighting among the skyscrapers. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, he landed on the ground and walked calmly on the long street. He was prepared to find a target to see if he was a descendant of a family in Guangdong base city. If that was the case, he would ask the other party about the young generation of the three great clans. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the 5th floor beside him and slashed it. Chu Zhou with a saber. Clang! Chu Zhou blocked the other party's saber with one finger. Not good, this youth's strength has exceeded our expectations. A bearded martial artist's scalp went numb when he saw Chu Zhou block his saber with a finger. He knew that he had chosen the wrong target. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. Friend, since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A hand landed on the bearded martial artist's shoulder at lightning speed, forcefully stopping him. This young man must be a control realm martial artist. The bearded martial artist was shocked. He felt that the hand that landed on his shoulder was like a Heo mountain, making him, an extraordinary realm martial artist, unable to move at all. Little brother, that was just a misunderstanding. The bearded martial artist turned to look at Chu Zhou and forced a smile. Misunderstanding? Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Friend, are you from Guangdong base city or another satellite city? The bearded martial artist did not know why Chu Zhou asked this, but he did not dare not to answer now. My name is Han Bin. I'm from the Lion City. The Lion City is very close to Zhang City. So we're neighbors, Chu Zhou said with a smile. When the bearded martial artist heard Chu Zhou's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He prepared to say some polite words to deepen the relationship between his neighbors. However, before he could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his throat and lost consciousness. I'll take you back since we are neighbors. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the corpse in front of him. The corpse quickly disappeared like bubbles. Then he looked at the display on his left arm. Points, 1. Finally, the points were no longer 0. Chu Zhou continued walking on the long street. On a street corner, Su Peng, Han Zhentu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin were trembling as they watched a battle between extraordinary realm martial artists not far away. Damn it, the competition for this global human genius competition is too intense. Just how many extraordinary realm martial artists are participating? It hasn't been long since the battle started, and we've already encountered 4 battles between extraordinary realm martial artists. A battle between extraordinary realm martial artists is nothing. Just now, I saw a control realm martial artist flying over the skyscraper not far away. If we didn't dodge quickly, we would probably be dead by now. Sigh, just accept your fate. In this competition, we awakening realm martial artists are meant to go through the motions, to do something as a formality. Su Peng, Han Zhentu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin looked very dejected. Speaking of which, their luck was indeed not bad. In reality, they were friends who often played together. Unexpectedly, they were coincidentally assigned to the same competition zone and were all nearby after entering the virtual battlefield this time. They quickly gathered. It had to be said that he was lucky. However, there were times when luck alone was useless. In this competition, there were too many extraordinary realm martial artists and even control realm martial artists. Even if the 4 awakening realm martial artists joined forces and encountered extraordinary realm martial artists and control realm martial artists, they would basically die. Now, their only thought was to live a little longer in the virtual battlefield. It would be even better if they could pick up scraps and encounter some severely injured and dying martial artists. Hello, the 4 of you. This must be fate. Suddenly, Su Peng, Han Zhentu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin heard a familiar voice. They turned around and were almost scared to death. Chu Zhou. When Su Peng and the other 3 saw Chu Zhou, their expressions immediately turned bitter. The impression Chu Zhou had left on them in the Li family's manner that day was too ferocious and deep. Gentlemen, do you want to die or live? Chu Zhou said with a faint smile. He did not expect to meet these 4 people here again. However, Chu Zhou was very satisfied with this coincidental encounter. These 4 people were all descendants of big families in Guangdong base city. They must know the disciples of the Chu, Zhang, and Ling families very well. Chu Zhou, what are you trying to do? Su Peng and the others looked at Chu Zhou warily. Didn't I tell you? I asked you if you want to die or live. Of course I want to live. If you want to live, it's very simple. Tell me the situation of the descendants of the Chu, Zhang, and Ling clans in detail. You. Do you want to attack the disciples of the three great clans in the competition zone? You're smart. You guessed right. I'm going to eliminate all the people from the three families in this competition zone. Su Peng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin were stunned after hearing Chu Zhou's words. They all knew about the conflict between Chu Zhou and the three families, but they did not expect Chu Zhou to be so ruthless. He actually wanted to eliminate all the people from the three families in this competition zone. This was a slap to the faces of the three great clans. Chu Zhou, we won't help you. It's useless even if you threaten us. Su Peng calmed down. Don't forget that this is only a virtual battlefield. Even if we die here, we will be safe and sound in reality. However, if we tell you the situation of the disciples of the three great clans, we will completely offend the three great clans. In any case, us Awakening Realm martial artists are destined to only go through the motions, to do something as a formality in this competition. Being eliminated earlier or later doesn't make much of a difference to us. There's no need for us to offend the three great clans if we're eliminated later. Han Juntu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin nodded silently after hearing Su Peng's words. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw Su Peng and the others' fearless expressions. Since you're unwilling to tell me, I can only obtain the information myself. Chu Zhou said calmly, his eyes suddenly emitting a strong white light. Before Su Peng and the others could react, they fell into a daze and fell into a strange world. Tell me the details of the descendants of the three clans. A voice that sounded like a huge bell resounded in the depths of their hearts. It was as if a supreme god was looking down at them. Under the influence of that voice, they instinctively told him about the situation of the descendants of the three great clans in detail. In fact, images of the disciples of the three great clans instinctively surfaced in their hearts, and they transmitted these images to unknown existences. Outside, the light in Chu Zhou's eyes slowly dissipated. He had just used some of the illusion techniques recorded in the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique and obtained what he wanted to know from Su Peng and the others. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the hearts of Su Peng and the other three who had fainted on the ground. Then, they slowly disappeared like bubbles. Points, 5. He gained another 4 points. However, Chu Zhou did not care too much about the 4 points he had just obtained. He was more concerned about the information he had just received. I've basically grasped all the information about the elites and geniuses of the younger generation of the three families. As long as I see them, I'll recognize them immediately. Now, it's time to start the official hunt. Chu Zhou said with a sharp gaze and shot into the sky like a rocket. Chapter 123, The Three Great Families Are Furious. Guangdong Area, Zone 3. The Chu family is too despicable. They actually joined forces in the competition. A martial artist covered in blood roared with resentment. He crashed through the wall of a building and jumped down. Behind him, several martial artists with sneers on their faces also chased after the injured martial artist and jumped down. The injured martial artist landed on the ground and prepared to continue escaping. However, as soon as he took a step, a golden spear that was as sharp as lightning pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. Humph, the victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. Don't you understand this logic after being in the industry for so many years? The martial artist who was nailed to the ground coldly drew his war spear expressionlessly. The corpses of the dead martial artists quickly disappeared like bubbles. Young Master Chu Chen. After a few Chu family martial artists landed on the ground, they immediately went forward and bowed to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded coldly. His temperament had changed drastically compared to before. The former Chu Chen was arrogant and confident. Now, he seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, and turned cold-blooded. Even the other Chu family martial artists felt a chill in their hearts when they saw that ruthless and resentful gaze. Continue searching for a new target. Chu Chen said to the other Chu family martial artists and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, his expression froze. He saw a familiar figure. It was also the figure he hated to the core Chu Zhou. It seems that background is really important. As long as your background is deep enough, even if you're crippled, you can still be saved. Just like you. Chu Zhou looked at Chu Chen calmly. Chu Zhou. Chu Chen squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. His temperament became even colder. He stared at Chu Zhou with extreme hatred. This person not only ruined the marriage that he had planned for many years, but also crippled him and made him the laughingstock of the entire Guangdong base city. It was this person who killed his father and made his mother cry all day long. During the time he was recuperating, he was constantly thinking about vengeance. He had imagined countless times how he would cut Chu Zhou into pieces and kill him. He would even eat every piece of flesh on Chu Zhou's body. "I don't like your gaze." Chu Zhou stared at Chu Chen's resentful eyes and said calmly. "Chu Chen, run!" A few Chu family martial artists roared and rushed towards Chu Zhou crazily. However, with a casual slap from Chu Zhou, they all exploded into a rain of blood. "Aren't you going to run?" Chu Zhou looked at Chu Chen, who had not moved, and said in surprise. Chu Chen acted as if he did not hear Chu Zhou's words. His gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou. "Chu Zhou, remember this. Our entanglement has only just begun. I'll remember you and do everything I can to kill you." After saying that, his heart suddenly exploded. There was a bloody hole in his heart. He slowly fell back, and his resentful eyes were fixed on Chu Zhou. He actually committed suicide. Chu Zhou watched as Chu Chen's corpse slowly disappeared and raised his eyebrows. He did not take the threat to heart. He did not think that the person who lost to him would have a chance to surpass him. Next. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his figure quickly disappeared. Soon, Chu He, Ling Feng, Zhang Yu, and more than 10 people from the 3 families in Zone 3 were found by Chu Zhou and killed on the spot. Many people saw the process of Chu Zhou crazily hunting down the contestants from the 3 families. Chu Zhou's identity was also recognized. Many contestants from the Guangdong base city knew about the conflict between Chu Zhou and the 3 big families. Instantly, the entire Zone 3 was in an uproar. No one expected Chu Zhou to be so ruthless. He actually wanted to eliminate all the contestants from the 3 major families in the 3rd zone. This Chu Zhou is really ruthless. He's offending the 3 families to death by treating them like this. The people from the 3 families are really unlucky. If they encounter a killing god like Chu Zhou, they will probably all be eliminated in this competition zone. I don't think even a single one of them will enter the top 100. What's this? Looking at Chu Zhou's attitude, he will probably eliminate all the people from the 3 big families he meets during the semi-finals and the regional finals. In that case, the contestants from the 3 big families can forget about entering the top 10 of the region. Gasp! If that's the case, the contestants from the 3 major families will be too miserable. You have to know that the Alliance is prepared to invest a huge amount of resources in the All-Human Genius competition this time to nurture outstanding contestants. Even if they could not enter the top 10 of the region and participate in the global finals, if they performed well in the preliminary, semi-finals, and regional finals, they could still obtain a large amount of resources to nurture. However, if the contestants from the 3 families are eliminated by Chu Zhou in advance, they will suffer a huge loss. Many contestants were discussing in Zone 3. Even the intense killing atmosphere seemed to have eased a lot. In the outside world, many people were also paying attention to Zone 3 of the Guangdong area. Especially the families in Guangdong base city. After knowing that Chu Zhou was in Zone 3 of the Guangdong area, these families had been watching the live broadcast of the 3rd region. In addition, the Ernst family and the Medici family in the west were also paying attention to Chu Zhou's competition zone. The scene of Chu Zhou crazily hunting down the contestants of the 3 major families was seen by these families. This Chu Zhou is really vengeful. Even though the 3 families offended him, he also killed the important figures of the 3 families, Chu Boyong and Zhang Qiushui. Is there a need to target the 3 families like this? Some of the upper echelons of the big families didn't like to talk. Perhaps things aren't as simple as we think. Perhaps the 3 families have already secretly taken revenge on Chu Zhou, causing him to target the contestants of the 3 families in the competition. Someone said. Are you all only concerned about the conflict between Chu Zhou and the 3 great clans? Didn't you notice that Chu Zhou has already advanced to become a control realm martial artist? A 17-year-old control realm martial artist. You should be very clear about what this means. Someone said in shock. This Chu Zhou really doesn't take any losses. Chen Bazhu was also paying attention to Chu Zhou's performance. When he saw that in Zone 3, Chu Zhou did not want to kill quickly to obtain points, so he chased after the contestants of the 3 big families and hunted them crazily, he immediately smiled bitterly. As for the higher UPS of the Chu family, the Zhang family, and the Ling family, they were so furious that they were about to explode. How can this little bastard still participate in the global human genius competition? Could it be that the people our 5 families jointly sent to kill him have all failed? Looks like the ambush plan has failed. Otherwise, this little bastard wouldn't still be alive. But how did he survive? We have to investigate this clearly. No matter what, this little bastard actually treated the contestants of our 3 families like this. He deserves to die 10,000 times. The upper echelons of the 3 families were furious. At the same time, they could not understand how Chu Zhou had survived the joint attack of the experts of the 5 families. Not only were the Chu family, the Zhang family, and the Ling family puzzled, but the Ernst family and the Medici family were also puzzled. Moreover, they immediately sent people to the Guangdong area to investigate the truth. Dong Wenda, Lu Qianqian, and Chu Zhou's sister, Chu Yu, were also watching the live broadcast of Competition Zone 3 in Guangdong. Besides Lu Qianqian, Dong Wenda and Chu Yu could not understand Chu Zhou's operation. He did not understand why Chu Zhou would run around the city and kill some people instead of attacking the people nearby like the other contestants. Crackpot, isn't he the one who won 100 consecutive victories in extraordinary realm battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena? His strength should be considered top-notch even among extraordinary realm martial artists. Why has he only killed 17 to 18 people now? His points are less than 40. These points don't match his strength. The person with the highest points in Zone 3 has already reached 300. Dong Wenda looked at the points ranking on the live broadcast screen and said with a puzzled expression. Don't tell me Big Brother was eliminated this time. In the Chu residence, Chu Yu watched the live broadcast with a worried expression. The virtual battlefield. After Chu Zhou killed more than 10 contestants from the 3 families, he was suddenly surrounded by 10 people. Compared to the assassin group formed by 55 people that Chu Zhou had encountered outside Zhang City not long ago, there were not many 10 people here. But most importantly, these 10 people were all control realm martial artists. Chu Zhou, my name is Chu Feiyu. How dare you hunt the contestants of our 3 families without restraint? You're very arrogant. Chu Feiyu looked to be in his late 20s. A golden snake with 2 divine wings floated behind him, making him look aggressive. My name is Ling Chen. You have killed the mistress of our Ling family. You will not be able to escape death today. Ling Chen said coldly. He looked a year or 2 older than Chu Feiyu, and was probably already in his 30s. Zhang Hao of the Zhang family. Another young man said indifferently. His entire body flowed with wisps of light that were like smoke and fog. An oppressive origin power fluctuation spread out from his body. It seems that the 3 great clans aren't all trash. They still produced some talents. Chu Zhou's gaze swept indifferently across Chu Feiyu, Ling Chen, and Zhang Hao before sweeping across the other 7 people. What about you guys? What reason do you have to attack me? Chapter 124, Killing people like killing chickens. What about you guys? Why are you attacking me? Chu Zhou looked playfully at the 7 control realm martial artists besides Chu Feiyu, Ling Chen, and Zhang Hao. Chu Zhou, is there a need for a reason? After entering the virtual battlefield, we were already opponents. It's just that we don't want to leave you as a future problem and want to eliminate you in advance. A control realm martial artist said coldly. The other 6 control realm martial artists did not speak. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and smiled. That makes sense. We're opponents to begin with. There's indeed no need for too many reasons. With that, his figure suddenly moved, creating a series of after-images in the void. He appeared in front of the control realm martial artists who had just spoken like a ghost. Boom! His fist traversed the void, and an extremely majestic power spread along his heart to his fist before erupting. The weight of this punch was too heavy. Moreover, it carried an extremely fierce and sharp aura. A vacuum passageway was blasted out in the air. The control realm martial artists who were attacked did not expect Chu Zhou to be so decisive. Sensing the violent fist, his expression was solemn. His body trembled, and earth elements surged out of his body like a tide, condensing into a 6-pronged shield that was several meters thick. At the same time, a large amount of earth elements condensed in earth armor on his body. However, as soon as the 6-road shield appeared, it was penetrated by a fist. Following that, the fist continued to pierce through the earth armor, passing through the heart of the control realm martial artists. You're right. We're all participants. There's indeed no need for a reason for us to fight. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly to the control realm martial artists whose hearts had been pierced. What powerful strength! What a powerful body! The control realm martial artists whose hearts had been pierced sighed faintly and their figures disappeared like bubbles. This scene made Chu Fiyo, Ling Chen, Zhang Hao, and the other 6 control realm martial artists' eyebrows twitch. Everyone, attack together! Chu Fiyo roared and circulated the Chu family's golden snake breathing technique with all his might. A golden snake with 2 divine wings suddenly rose from his back. Tisk! The golden snake, which was more than 200 meters long, flapped its transparent divine wings and charged towards Chu Zhou with a roar. Light chasing arrow skill. Ling Chen let out a long cry and took out a longbow from his back. He took a stance in the void, knocked an arrow, and shot 9 arrows at Chu Zhou in a. The 9 alloy arrows tore through the sky with ear-piercing screeches and terrifying energy fluctuations as they pierced towards Chu Zhou. Zhang Hao used a majestic and open fist combat technique. Every punch was heavy and heavy, shaking the void. Energy fists the size of houses blasted towards Chu Zhou like densely packed meteors. The other 6 control realm martial artists attacked Chu Zhou at the same time. Swords, knives, axes, spears, rods and kicks were used. Dense shadows enveloped Chu Zhou at the same time. Each of them carried the power of the control realm. A shocking energy fluctuation spread out. The surrounding streets and ground cracked, and the glass of all the nearby skyscrapers instantly shattered. Countless glass shards fell from the skyscrapers like snowflakes. The scene was spectacular. Regarding this battle, whether it was in the competition zone or the outside world, many people were paying attention. It was fine if the contestants in the competition zone had reached the control level, but when the Awakening Realm martial artists and Extraordinary Realm martial artists saw the aftershock of the battle, they almost destroyed the entire street. Their faces were pale. A battle of this level was too terrifying for Awakening Realm martial artists and Extraordinary Realm martial artists. In the outside world, Chen Bazhu looked at the battle scene on the screen with an ugly expression. He had high hopes for Chu Zhou. In this global human genius competition, he hoped that Chu Zhou could enter the global finals. However, it was still the preliminary round. Chu Zhou had already encountered the joint attack of 10 control realm martial artists. It would be a pity if Chu Zhou lost here. Damn it, these people are really despicable. They actually surrounded Big Brother. Chu Yu's eyes were fixed on the screen and she looked very nervous. Crackpot, you have to hold on. Dong Wenda watched the live broadcast and was worried for Chu Zhou. The higher UPS of the Chu family, the Zhang family, the Ling family, the Ernst family, and the Medici family also watched the battle through a live broadcast. They stared at Chu Zhou's figure to see if he could survive such a siege. In the virtual battlefield, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. He directly used the 5th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Human Extreme Body facing the joint attack of Chu Fiyu and the other 9 control realm martial artists. Instantly, he turned into a small metal giant. Muscles protruded and turned into mechanical components. Circuit-shaped patterns flickered with electric blue light on his body. Ever since he advanced to the control realm, even though the realm of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body had not changed, the power it could unleash had increased exponentially. Violent attacks continuously bombarded Chu Zhou's body. The violent energy illuminate shook the nearby skyscrapers until they collapsed, raising dust into the sky. However, Chu Zhou's figure did not move at all. He was like an unchanging reef that allowed the powerful attacks to land on his body, but they could not move his body at all. How is this possible? Chu Fiyo, Ling Chen, Zhang Hao, and the others looked at the motionless Chu Zhou and their expressions froze. In the outside world, the upper echelons of the 5 families were also stunned. Ever since the news of the Li family's manner spread, they actually all knew that Chu Zhou's extreme titanium golden body had extremely powerful and shocking defenses. However, he did not expect it to be so powerful. This was the joint attack of 9 control realm martial artists. It was enough to flatten a small town, but it still couldn't break through Chu Zhou's defense. Such defense was too abnormal. No wonder so many human war gods once praised the extreme titanium golden body and thought that this body tempering technique had endless potential. They were also extremely regretful about the subsequent cultivation method after the first level of the extreme titanium golden body was lost. It seems that this body tempering technique is indeed beyond imagination. In the outside world, when Chen Bazhu saw that Chu Zhou was safe and sound on the screen, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also amazed by the power of the extreme titanium golden body. This big brother is actually so powerful. In the Chu family, Chu Yu's mouth was wide open in shock when she saw that her big brother was unharmed even though the 9 of them were attacking him together. Ha ha ha, crackpot, I knew you would be fine. You're synonymous with awesome. Dong Wendell looked at the scene on the screen and laughed. In the virtual battlefield, Chu Feiyu and the others were completely stunned by Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou moved. Swoosh! His figure instantly rushed in front of a control realm martial artist. With a flash of his dragon tooth battle saber, he directly cut this control realm martial artist in half. Shit! Chu Feiyu and the others were shocked and hurriedly joined forces to attack Chu Zhou again. However, Chu Zhou and the others ignored their attacks and allowed them to land on him. He locked onto one target after another and attacked. Saber beams flashed. They either cut off the head, split the person in the middle, or pierced through the heart. In the blink of an eye, another 5 control realm martial artists were killed by Chu Zhou. In the end, Chu Feiyu, Ling Chen, and Zhang Hao were also killed by Chu Zhou without any suspense. The contestants in Zone 3, Chen Bazhu. The higher UPS of the 5 families. Everyone who witnessed this battle fell silent. It was too easy. The process of Chu Zhou slaughtering Chu Feiyu and the other 9 control realm martial artists was too easy. Even though Chu Zhou, Chu Feiyu, and the others were all control realm martial artists, the feeling they gave off was that Chu Zhou and Chu Feiyu were on completely different levels. When Chu Zhou killed Chu Feiyu and the other control realm martial artists, it was as if he was killing chickens. It was very easy and there was no suspense at all. Chapter 125, Number 1 in the zone. This Chu Zhou is too savage. 10 control realm martial artists joined forces to attack him, but they were actually killed by him. In Zone 3, many martial artists who had witnessed the battle just now looked at Chu Zhou with reverence. They had all decided that Chu Zhou was not to be trifled with and many of them immediately moved away from this area. In reality, ha ha ha, Chu Zhou didn't disappoint me. Chen Bazhu stared at the screen and laughed heartily. Big brother is too awesome. Chu Yu said happily and immediately called her classmates. Hey, Song Zioxia, are you watching the live broadcast of the Global Human Genius Competition? Hurry up and tune in to see the live broadcast of Zone 3 of the Guangdong area to see my big brother's performance. Wang Yakan, are you watching the live broadcast too? Did you see my big brother? Did you get blinded? Li Xiaodong, you're a gaming fan. You're still playing games at a time like this? Listen to me, quickly watch the live broadcast of the Global Human Genius Competition and open the live broadcast of the 3rd region of the Guangdong area. Chu Yu kept calling her good friend, proudly showing off and promoting her big brother to others. Crackpot is indeed awesome and exciting. He's actually ranked first on the scoreboard. When Dong Wenda saw Chu Zhou's ranking rise to 43,000, he was so excited that he danced with joy. Human emotions were not interconnected. At this moment, the faces of the upper echelons of the 3 great clans were as dark as water. In Zone 3, all the people from the 3 big families had been cleared by Chu Zhou. It had only been less than half a day since the competition began. It could be foreseen that even if the members of the 3 great clans could still participate in the rankings after their death, they basically had no hope of entering the top 100. In other words, the contestants from the 3 families in Zone 3 were completely wiped out. If that was all. Actually, they were not that angry. They were worried that Chu Zhou would do the same in the semi-finals and regional finals. In that case, the number of contestants from the 3 families who could pass the semi-finals would decrease greatly, and it was even more likely that none of them could pass the regional finals. In other words, with Chu Zhou standing in their way, it was basically impossible for the contestants of the 3 families to achieve good results in the Global Human Genius Competition. How could the higher UPS of the 3 great clans not be angry? Chu Zhou deserves to die. This can't go on. Continue to attack him. The upper echelons of the three families had all made up their minds to destroy Chu Zhou. In the virtual battlefield, Chu Zhou looked at the screen on his left arm. Contestant, Chu Zhou. Points, 1327. Rank, 1st Region, Guangdong Region Zone 3. First place. He smiled. Originally, he had only eliminated the contestants from the three families. He did not expect to obtain so many points. Obviously, Chu Fiyu and the other 10 Control Realm martial artists had killed many competitors during this period of time, which was why they could contribute so many points to him. The preliminary round is not important at all. We just have to ensure that we can enter the top 100 of the competition zone. With my points, I should be able to enter the top 100. If it's not enough, we can hunt more contestants on the last day. After clearing out all the contestants from the three major families in Zone 3, Chu Zhou did not have much warpath left. He jumped up and flew to the top of a skyscraper. He sat down on it and looked down at the battles happening on the nearby streets. Seeing that Chu Zhou did not seem to be planning to attack anymore, many competitors in Zone 3, including those Control Realm martial artists, heaved a long sigh of relief. Chu Zhou was too abnormal. They did not want to fight him at all. 2 days passed quickly. After 2 days of crazy fighting, more than 90% of the martial artists were killed by other martial artists because they were not strong enough. There were less than 3,000 martial artists left in the city. However, the battle became more and more intense. Almost everyone was fighting crazily to enter the top 100 of the competition zone. Only Chu Zhou had been sitting cross-legged on the top of a skyscraper in the center of the city, quietly watching the tragic battles. No one dared to disturb him. Even the skyscraper he was in seemed to have become a forbidden area. All the surviving martial artists in Zone 3 did not dare to approach this skyscraper. Even when they were fighting, they consciously avoided this place. However, because Chu Zhou did not participate in the battle, his points ranking was also rapidly decreasing. Now, he had fallen to more than 200 and was completely out of the 100th place. It's about time. It's time to make a move. Chu Zhou glanced at the sky and looked at the simulated sun that was about to set. The third day was almost over. He stood up, leaped lightly, and jumped off the roof. Oh no, Chu Zhou is about to attack. Run! He hasn't done anything for the past 2 days, so he definitely doesn't have enough points. He's preparing to harvest us. Quick, run to the edge of the city. Many people had actually been paying attention to Chu Zhou. When they saw Chu Zhou suddenly jump down from the top of the skyscraper, they immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, many martial artists in the center of the city fled crazily towards the edge of the city like frightened fleas. Looking down from the sky, the scene was like many black dots rapidly spreading out from the center of the city. However, at this moment, 4 dazzling saber lights suddenly erupted from the center of the city. There was a saber beam in each of the 4 directions. Boom! 4 incomparably sharp and vast saber lights spread in 4 directions. Wherever it passed, skyscrapers were cut open like tofu and collapsed. Countless martial artists were drowned by the saber light and completely disappeared. When everything calmed down, the center of the city had completely turned into ruins. Most of the surrounding skyscrapers collapsed. The martial artists who had been active in this area had all disappeared. Only a figure holding a saber was left standing in the middle of the ruins like an ancient demon god, emitting a bone-chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate. In the distance, the martial artists who were lucky enough to survive looked at the demonic figure in the center of the ruins and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. That's sick. We are not from the same dimension as him. Many martial artists muttered to themselves. Even some of the surviving Control Realm martial artists looked at that figure. Points, 25,362. Rank, 1st Region, Guangdong Region Zone 3. Chu Zhou looked at the display screen on his left arm and realized that after this wave of killing, his points had shockingly reached 25,362 and he was back in first place. At this moment, the sound of the preliminary round ending sounded in the sky. The preliminary round has ended. The top 100 on the scoreboard will enter the semi-finals. The other contestants will all be eliminated. A huge screen appeared in the sky above the city. On the screen, the names of the top 100 people on the scoreboard were displayed. Chu Zhou was ranked first. In reality, Chen Bazhu, Chu Yu, Dong Wenda and the others were very happy to see Chu Zhou rank first in the competition area. As for the higher UPS of the three families, their expressions were extremely ugly. As expected, none of the names displayed on the screen belonged to the contestants from the three families. Chapter 126, Tyrannical Saber Chu Zhou. 100 billion bounty. The preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition had ended. Chu Zhou woke up very quickly. Big brother, you're too amazing. You actually won first place in this competition zone. His younger sister, Chu Yu, rushed into the room and pounced on him. She pulled Chu Zhou's sleeve and opened a forum on her phone in front of Chu Zhou. She also clicked on a post titled "Worship the Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou, 4 strikes to settle the world." Big brother, your last 4 slashes were too domineering. Look, many netizens now call you the Tyrannical Blade. Chu Yu said proudly and let Chu Zhou read the contents of the post. Tyrannical Blade. Chu Zhou was taken aback, he did not expect to have a nickname. Nonetheless, this nickname seemed to be pretty good. He read the content of the post with interest. Strong, strong, strong. Chu Zhou is too strong. My blood is boiling. He swept through the contestants of the 3 big families and crushed the 10 control realm martial artists in the preliminary round itself. In the end, he used 4 saber moves to settle the universe. His saber techniques are domineering and invincible. I thought about it repeatedly and felt that the nickname Tyrannical Blade was most suitable for him. I announce that from today onwards, Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou is my idol. I've also watched Chu Zhou's battle video. It's just as the original poster said. Chu Zhou is too domineering and abnormal. It makes my scalp tingle. Ha ha ha, I think the Chu, Zhang and Ling families are going crazy. The contestants from the 3 families are too miserable. Not long after the preliminary round began, they were forcefully eliminated by Chu Zhou. In the end, after the preliminary round ended, there was not a single contestant from the 3 families in the top 100 of the 3rd zone. Ahem, I'm from the Guangdong base city. I'm a descendant of a small family. Let me tell you something. The 3 big families are not going crazy. They've already gone crazy. After the preliminary round, many people heard angry roars coming from the 3 big families. Damn it, I've been watching the battles in Zone 1 today. Is there such a ruthless person in Zone 3? No, I have to go back and watch the replay immediately. I'm from Zone 3. It's simply too tragic. I was clearly chasing an awakening realm martial artist when a saber beam suddenly crashed over. I was killed and eliminated before I could do anything. What's going on? Brother above, it's useless for you to react. I'm also from Zone 3. I've already fled far away from the city center, but I was still killed by Chu Zhou's saber beam. I can only say that he's too abnormal. This post was very popular. Many people were following the thread. There were more than 30,000 floors. Chu Zhou calmly read over 100 comments and returned to the homepage of the forum. This forum was very lively. Popular posts came one after another. These posts were all related to the Global Human Genius competition. I worship Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou. 4 strikes to settle the universe. Even though this post was popular, it was not the most popular. This post was only ranked 3rd. The first place was the list of winners of the preliminary round, the top 100 in the Guangdong area. The second place was shocking, the demon of the martial god clan, Xialong Yuan, slaughtered 20,000 people in Zone 5. Chu Zhou clicked on the first post. A ranking list appeared in front of him instantly. Description: this ranking is based on the officially announced points of the 100 contestants who passed the preliminary round in the Guangdong area. It can't represent the actual combat strength. First place, Xialong Yuan, 38,000 points. Second place, Chu Zhou, 25,362 points. Third place, Li Ji, 20,005 points. Fourth place, Bai Changming, 18,000 points. Fifth place, Yayun, 17,036 points. Sixth place, Luo Yu, 17,000 points. Seventh place, Yang Zhenzhen, 16,801 points. Eighth place, Pang He, 15,462 points. Ninth place, Dongfang Mingzhu, 15,396 points. 10th place, Gu Shi, 15,233 points. Chu Zhou saw his name and many familiar names on this ranking. Chu Zhou did not have much thoughts about this ranking. This was because this was only the preliminary round. Many people probably didn't exert much strength. It didn't mean anything if their points were higher or lower. However, he was still a little surprised when he saw the name Xialong Yuan, who was ranked first. That was because this person was not on the list of 10 people Chen Baz who had given him. Suddenly, Chu Zhou recalled the second popular post. It was about Xialong Yuan. Hence, he closed the current post and clicked on the second hot post. Brothers, you probably don't know Xialong Yuan's background. Let me introduce him to everyone. He's from the Xia family, the martial god clan of Guangdong Base City. He's a monster nurtured painstakingly by the Xia family. However, he's always followed the martial god of the Xia family and trained around the world, so not many people know about him. So he's a monster from the martial god family. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. He actually slaughtered more than 20,000 people. I thought that tyrannical blade Chu Zhou was already crazy enough, but I didn't expect Xialong Yuan to be even crazier. After watching Xialong Yuan's battle video, I just want to say that this person is too bloody and cruel. He will definitely dismember people after killing them. It makes one's scalp tingle. In this preliminary round, the performance of Wi Veronical Blade Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan was too shocking. Who do you think is stronger? Replying to the previous poster, I think Xialong Yuan is stronger. Even though the points in the preliminary round can't completely represent strength, Xialong Yuan has more than 10,000 points more than Chu Zhou. This means a lot. Chapter 127, Tyrannical Saber Chu Zhou. 100 billion bounty. 2. I don't think we'll know who's stronger until we fight. The comments were fine at first, but towards the end, they were basically arguing about who was stronger between Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan. Chu Zhou was a little speechless. He felt that these people were stirring up trouble. He did not know Xialong Yuan at all, but these people kept comparing him to Xialong Yuan. He felt that if Xialong Yuan also saw this post, he would probably not have any hostility towards him to begin with. It would be very difficult not to have thoughts of competing. Humph, are these people who say that Xialong Yuan is stronger blind? Didn't you see how domineering Big Brother's last 4 slashes were? Chu Yu was also reading the post at the side. When she saw that someone said that Chu Zhou was inferior to Xialong Yuan, she immediately felt indignant. In her opinion, her big brother was the most powerful. When Chu Zhou heard his younger sister, Chu Yu, mutter, he smiled calmly and opened a battle video of Xialong Yuan in the post. In the video, a black-robed young man holding a sharp sword walked on the long street that was drizzling. Beside him lay incomplete corpses, while the sharp sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. In front of the black-robed young man, many martial artists were fleeing crazily. They kept shouting devils in fear, as if they were extremely afraid of the black-robed young man. Suddenly, the black-robed young man's body suddenly accelerated and appeared behind a martial artist. The sharp sword dripping with blood in his hand pierced through the martial artist's back at lightning speed. Then, the black-robed young man smiled coldly and waved his sword, cutting the martial artist that was pierced into 2. Spring-like blood gushed out of the ruptured corpse and sprayed on the black-robed young man. However, the black-robed young man did not care at all. There was even an excited glint on his face. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his body. Right on the heels of that, the black-robed young man chased after the martial artists fleeing crazily on the long street. It was as if he treated the martial artists on the long street as pig-like prey, while he was a hunter. His eyes emitted a crazy and excited light, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of killing. His methods of killing were very cruel. He had basically never used any big moves. They were all close-range attacks. Every martial artist who died on him was incomplete. Not a single complete corpse. That scene made people feel uncomfortable. Big Brother. Is this person a demon? It's fine if he kills people, but his methods are actually so cruel. Chu Yu could not stand it anymore when she saw the end. Her face turned slightly pale. Don't be afraid. No matter how terrifying a demon is, it's not worth mentioning in front of your big bro. Chu Zhou stroked his sister's head and smiled faintly. When Chu Yu heard her big brother's domineering and confident voice, the fear in her heart towards Xia Longyuan slowly disappeared. Exactly. Big brother is invincible. There is nothing to be afraid of as long as big brother is here. Chu Zhou closed the web page, but he remembered Xia Longyuan in his heart. Even though he had never come into contact with him personally, he could confirm from the battle video that this Xia Longyuan was indeed very strong. To be precise, he was very strong. Ordinary control realm martial artists were probably not a match for Xia Longyuan. Interesting. The corners of Chu Zhou's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had seen something interesting. He let his younger sister, Chu Yu, go out and play on her own while he went to the martial arts cultivation hall on the second floor and prepared to start cultivating. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Dongfang Mingzu called. Chu Zhou tapped his communication watch and Dongfang Mingzu's figure appeared in the air. Chu Zhou, do you know Xia Longyuan? Dongfang Mingzu asked. Chu Zhou, just found out about this person and even watched his combat video. His strength is not bad. Just not bad. Dongfang Mingzu looked at Chu Zhou speechlessly. Then, she reminded him solemnly, if you meet him in the semi-finals, you have to be careful. This person has been following the martial god of the Xia family all these years. He has trained everywhere in the world and has been a mercenary many times. He has participated in all kinds of big battles and small battles. He is a terrifying person who has really grown up from killing. In the early years, among the younger generation of our Guangdong base city, only Li Ji from the Li family could suppress him. But it's hard to say now. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Chu Zhou smiled and thanked Dongfang Mingzu for her reminder. After ending the call with Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzhen also called and told him to be careful. Ling Zhan, Shi Ming, and Li Qingxi also called. The three of them told each other about their situation. None of them passed the preliminary round. This made Chu Zhou feel a little regretful, but he also felt that it was very normal. There were too many experts in the preliminary competition. Extraordinary realm martial artists might not even be able to pass the preliminary competition, let alone awakening realm martial artists. Ling Zhan and the other two had just become awakening realm martial artists not long ago. It was normal for them to not pass the preliminary round. Ling Zhan and the other two also mentioned Xia Longyuan and asked Chu Zhou to be careful of this person. Not long after, Chen Bazhu also called. Chu Zhou thought that Chen Bazhu would also remind him to be careful of Xia Longyuan, but Chen Bazhu said something else to him with an extremely serious expression. Chu Zhou, you have a bounty on your head. Chen Bazhu said. His face, which had always been dignified and domineering, seemed to be slightly distorted, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. I have a bounty on my head. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Yes, someone in the underground world has a bounty of 100 billion for your life. The entire underground world is in an uproar. Chen Bazhu said angrily. Tisk. Chu Zhou gasped slightly. He actually had a bounty of 100 billion. 100 billion. Such a huge wealth was not a small sum even for a king realm expert. He could completely imagine how crazy those killers from the underworld would be now. Such a huge reward was enough for many experts to ignore the rules and the law. I didn't expect my life to be so valuable. I almost wanted to kill myself in exchange for the bounty. Chu Zhou said self-deprecatingly as a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. Was it done by the Chu family, the Zhang family, the Ling family, the Ernst family, and the Medici family? There's no direct evidence that they did it, but even if there's no evidence, it should be them. When Chen Bazhu spoke, he was also very angry. These families are really getting more and more lawless. They know that you are a genius of our Battleaxe martial arts school, but they still dare to do this. If we find something on them, we must make them unable to bear the consequences of failure. Chen Bazhu was murderous. They wished they could destroy the 5 great families. No matter what, a bounty of 100 billion is too attractive. It's enough for countless money-minded killers and outlaws to take the risks. You have to be careful during this period of time. It's best if you don't leave the Dragon Bay Gardens. I've already reported the situation to the president. I believe the president will arrange for someone to protect you soon. With that, Chen Bazhu ended the call. The 5 great families. Chu Zhou's expression was as dark as water. Just like Chen Bazhu's judgment, even though there was no direct evidence, he was certain that it was done by the 5 great families. Chu Zhou did not expect these 5 families to be so ruthless as to put a bounty of 100 billion on him in the underground world. The power of 100 billion was too great. Even though Chu Zhou was very confident in himself, he had to be careful. Actually, he was not very worried about his own safety. He was more worried about his father and sister's safety. The Dragon Bay Gardens was protected by military martial artists, it was very safe under normal circumstances. However, it would be very dangerous for his father and sister if desperados above the control realm forced their way in for the bounty. Continue to increase your strength. You can only deal with all dangers when you're strong enough. Chu Zhou took out his communications watch and opened the martial artist mall. Then, he spent 400 million to order 40 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. At this moment, he only had 5 to 4 million left in his account. He returned to the state of extreme poverty again. Soon, the staff of the martial artist mall delivered the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution to his door. After Chu Zhou received the goods, he immediately injected them all into his body. Attribute point, 3474 to 5, plus 1890. It's time to continue improving the world destruction saber technique. Chu Zhou looked at his current attribute points and decided to increase the world destruction saber technique. Chapter 128, The Outbreak of the Beast Tide, Sweeping the World. City 0309. Ha ha ha, Captain, we've gained a lot this time. We actually killed 3 beast generals in this Earth Tier City Ruin City. This time, everyone will earn at least hundreds of millions. Big Bro Wang is right. This time is indeed a great harvest. It's strange. Even though the monsters living in the ruins of an Earth Tier city are much stronger than those in a county-level city, we encountered 3 beast generals in half a day when we came here. Something's wrong. Old Yang, you're overthinking. Why do you care if he's right or not? It's fine as long as we earn it. A team of 5 martial artists was resting on the roof of an abandoned villa. They were discussing their gains this time. All of them were smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. The captain of this martial artist team, Li Qingshan, leaned against the wall comfortably and looked at the scenery in the distance. What's that? Suddenly, Li Qingshan's gaze focused. He vaguely saw a black line moving quickly from the other side of the city in the distance. At the same time, he vaguely felt the floor tremble. He picked up the telescope without hesitation and his expression changed completely. Beast Tide, run! Li Qingshan almost roared at the other team members. What? Beast Tide? When the 4 team members heard this, their expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, Li Qingshan soared into the air with his team and flew out of the city at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Normally, they would not fly in the air of such a ruined city. This was because it would be troublesome if it attracted the attention of the flying monsters. However, they couldn't care less at this point. However, it was too late even if Li Qingshan and the others escaped immediately after sensing the beast tide. Densely packed flying monsters suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped them. In particular, there was an eagle-type monster that was even larger than a large airliner and emitted lightning all over its body. It made Li Qingshan and the others feel even more despair. King-tier monster golden-winged thunder eagle. Li Qingshan and the others looked at the huge creature in the sky in despair. In the next moment, a mighty bolt of lightning descended and Li Qingshan and the others turned into charcoal. Not long after Li Qingshan's martial artist team was destroyed, dense monsters surged over like a tide. Li Qingshan and the others were not the only ones in this ruined city. There were also many other martial artist teams hunting here. However, when the terrifying beast tide arrived, all the martial artist teams were powerless to struggle and were drowned by the beast tide, leaving only shrill screams. After rushing out of City 0309, this vast beast tide swept towards the large-scale martial artist resupply base in the east of the Guangdong area. The mighty beast tide quickly alarmed the large eastern martial artist resupply base. In a surveillance room of the large eastern martial artist resupply base. This is a beast tide. Suddenly, a monitor looked at the screen in front of him in shock. Endless monsters suddenly appeared in the ruined cities displayed on the screen. The monsters in the wilderness seemed to have heard some order and quickly gathered with the monsters that surged out of the ruined city. Dense beast tides swept through the wilderness like tides. Oh my god, this is a beast tide. and, judging from the scale, it might have surpassed the Nightmare Gracie. All the monitors in the surveillance room were shocked. The beast tide was divided into the Berserking, Nightmare, Calamity, and Annihilation grades. A Berserking grade beast tide could roughly destroy a human town. A Nightmare grade beast tide could destroy a human satellite city. A Calamity Gracie beast tide might directly destroy a human base city. The Annihilation grade beast tide was even more terrifying. It was very likely to cause a large country to be directly destroyed. In fact, there has been almost no beast tide in the past few decades. Even if a beast tide occasionally appeared, it would only be Berserking grade. Therefore, when they saw that the beast tide this time might have surpassed the Nightmare Gracie and reached the Calamity grade, the monitors in the entire surveillance room panicked. They hurriedly reported the situation and raised the alarm. A shrill warning suddenly sounded in the resupply base. The expressions of all the martial artists who had been resting in the supply base changed drastically when they heard the alarm. The beast tide is here. Hurry, 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 prepare to resist the beast tide. What's going on? Why did a beast tide suddenly erupt out of nowhere? I hope this beast tide is only Berserking grade. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. In the entire supply base, all the martial artists, no matter what they were doing or even if they were lying on the bed, quickly picked up their weapons and rushed out of the room, preparing to resist the beast tide. When the beast tide arrived, all human martial artists, no matter the reason, had to take action to resist the beast tide, the number one ironclad rule of the human alliance. At this moment, all the martial artists in the entire supply base gathered on the defense line of the supply base, preparing to welcome the upcoming beast tide. There were also many martial artists hunting in the wilderness. After receiving the news of the arrival of the beast tide, they rushed back to the supply base at full speed and joined the defense line. At the same time, the army stationed in the supply base also took action. Huge cannon muzzles appeared on the wall of the resupply base. Chapter 129, The Outbreak of the Beast Tide, Sweeping the World. Armored vehicles also drove out from the depths of the supply base. At the same time, armed helicopters appeared in the sky. There were also teams of fully armed soldiers lined up neatly on the defensive line. Everyone in the entire supply base was prepared to resist the beast tide. However, on this day, the large-scale Eastern martial artist resupply base in the Guangdong area was not the only one facing the beast tide. The other three large martial artist resupply bases in the Guangdong area also sounded a shrill alarm on this day. Other than the Guangdong area, all the countries and base cities in the world were on high alert on this day. This sudden beast tide was actually a beast tide that swept through the world. On this day, all the humans were shocked. No one had ever thought that such a terrifying beast tide would suddenly happen after so many years of peace. This beast tide had arrived too suddenly. Most of them were not mentally prepared at all. A shrill warning sounded in the sky above Zhong City. A sharp voice spread to every corner of Zhong City. In the Dragon Bay Gardens, Chu Zhou had just upgraded the World Destruction Saber technique to the 5th level, the last level of this saber technique. His expression immediately changed drastically when he suddenly heard the shrill alarm. This is the warning sound of the beast tide coming. Could it be that a beast tide is attacking Zhong City? Chu Zhou took a deep breath and immediately rushed out of the balcony and soared into the sky. He floated above his villa and swept his gaze around. He suddenly realized that many flying monsters had appeared above Zhong City. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound of cannons firing resounded throughout the entire city. The defense system of Zhong City was activated, and many flying monsters were directly killed by the cannons, turning into corpses and falling. However, many flying monsters also rushed into the skyscraper, streets, parks, and other places to kill humans cruelly. As expected, the monsters have invaded. Chu Zhou's gaze turned serious. At this moment, Chu Donglei, who was in the villa, frowned slightly when he heard the shrill alarm. An extremely cold killing intent flashed across his usually deep eyes. All citizens of Zhong City, listen up. Our Guangdong area is currently being attacked by an unprecedented beast tide. The 4 large-scale martial artist resupply bases are already the main force of the beast tide. A huge battle has broken out. However, a large number of monsters still broke through the defense line. Therefore, our Zhong City will also have to face the invasion of monsters. The situation is very critical now. All ordinary residents, listen to the orders and go to various safe places to take refuge. In addition, all martial artists in Zhong City, please pay attention to your communication equipment. Take note of the latest information and follow the instructions in the information. Finally, don't worry, we have faced countless beast tides during the rise of our human race, but we survived them. This time is no exception. Humanity will definitely win. His dignified voice spread throughout Zhang City. Everyone in Zhang City was shocked. Then, many people roared, humanity will definitely win. At this moment, everyone understood that the beast tide that had brought countless disasters to humankind in history had arrived again. Moreover, no one could avoid it. At such a critical moment, humans had no other choice. They could only continue to develop by defeating the beast tide. Soon, teams of martial artists in uniforms appeared in Zhang City to surround and suppress the flying monsters that were invading Zhang City. There were also many staff members who led teams of normal residents into safe places. This beast tide actually swept through the entire Guangdong area. Chu Zhou looked down at the busy scene in Zhang City with a serious expression. He had thought that Zhang City was only facing a beast tide, but he did not expect the entire Guangdong area to be attacked by a beast tide. It was obvious that this beast tide was not simple. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Chen Bazhu called. Chu Zhou immediately picked up. Chu Zhou, the huge change I told you about might be coming. Chen Bazhu's first sentence made Chu Zhou's expression change drastically. What huge change? Chu Zhou hurriedly asked. What big change? I can't say for sure now. But I can only tell you that the future might be very grim. Take this beast tide for example. Not only did our Guangdong area suffer a beast tide, all regions of the world have also suffered a beast tide. Alright. The situation is serious now, and I don't have time to tell you too much. I've already sorted out the mysteries of the boundary realm into a document and sent it to you. One last reminder. No matter what happens next, you must pay attention to your own safety. There's only hope if you survive. Chen Bazhu seemed to be in a hurry. After saying that quickly, he ended the call. Chu Zhou also saw a document sent by Chen Bazhu. At this moment, Chu Zhou frowned deeply. Chen Bazhu had given him 3 warnings. Firstly, there might be a huge change in the future. Secondly, the human alliance was about to make a big move. Thirdly, become stronger as soon as possible. The second warning had been fulfilled. The human alliance had indeed made a big move. They had held the global human genius competition. Is this beast tide sweeping the world the drastic change that Supervisor Chen mentioned? Or rather, is the beast tide only the beginning? Chu Zhou looked up at the sky. The weather in Zhang City was still not bad even though there were flying monsters invading today. The sun was very bright. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou had an inexplicable feeling that there might be endless dark clouds hidden behind the dazzling sunlight. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, his communications watch vibrated again. Chu Zhou lowered his head and clicked on his communications watch. An urgent notification appeared. Emergency notification from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. The beast tide has suddenly erupted and endangered the entire Guangdong area. Now, we need your strength. Please lead the Sharp Blade Squad to the Southern Martial Artist Resupply Base as soon as possible to resist the beast tide. After reading the notification, Chu Zhou pondered for a moment. He first called Ling Zhan, Shi Meng and Li Qingxi and asked them to rush over immediately to meet up. Then, his figure flashed and he returned home. Father, I'm going to the front line to resist the beast tide. Chu Zhou said to his father, Chu Donglei. What? Big brother, you're going to the front line. Before Chu Donglei could speak, Chu Yu grabbed Chu Zhou's sleeve nervously, looking worried and afraid. Even though she was only a junior high school student now, she had also understood how terrifying the beast tide was from her history class. In the vast beast tide, even the human martial god might die, let alone normal martial artists. Therefore, she was immediately worried when she heard that Chu Zhou was going to the front line. Big brother, can you not go to the front line? You can apply to protect our Zhang City. Our Zhang City is also being attacked by monsters now. Her younger sister, Chu Yu, said nervously. Her small hand grabbed Chu Zhou's clothes tightly and refused to let go. Chu Zhou chuckled and rubbed his sister's head with his palm. He smiled and said, Silly, this is an order. There's no way to disobey it. Moreover, you don't have to be so worried. Didn't you see your big brother kill everyone? I'm very powerful. Nothing will happen to me so easily. Xiaowu, let go. You have to believe in your big brother, Chu Donglei also said. Chu Yu finally let go, but her face was still filled with worry. Big brother, you must come back safely. You still have me, your little sister. Okay, I'll definitely come back safely. Chu Zhou nodded. Father, I'll leave Xiaowu in your care. Chu Zhou said to his father. Don't worry. Xiao Yu will be fine with me around. Chu Donglei patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. Chu Zhou looked deeply at his father and sister before turning around decisively and walking out of the villa. Dad. Big brother, can you really come back safely? Chu Yu looked at Chu Zhou's back view as he left. She was still very worried. Don't worry. I promise you. Chu Donglei patted Chu Yu's shoulder gently. For some reason, Chu Yu felt much more at ease. Then, she felt extremely sleepy and actually fell asleep. Chu Donglei carried the sleeping Chu Yu in his arms and looked at a hidden corner of the villa. Old wolf, I'll leave little Zhou's safety to you. Boss, don't worry. No one can hurt him with me around. A lazy and fat shadow suddenly appeared and quickly disappeared. Chapter 130, Other People's Hell, My Heaven. 1. Guangdong area. At the large martial artist resupply base in the south. Waves of world-shattering sounds sounded densely. The monster tide attacked the defense outside the base crazily like a tidal wave flowing on the ground. That line of defense was formed by tens of thousands of martial artists, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and a large number of tanks and armored vehicles. Boom 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 boom. All the tanks and armored vehicles fired at the same time. Huge cannonballs streaked across the sky, leaving long traces. The speed of these cannonballs could reach 2,000 meters per second, 5 to 6 times the speed of sound. It was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Normal monsters could not dodge at all. Large groups of monsters were shattered. A dense rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky. The surging blood flowed on the ground, forming blood rivers. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers also opened fire and pulled the trigger crazily. There were too many monsters in front of them. They did not need to aim at all. A metal storm seemed to have set off in front of the entire defense line, and countless bullets shot out like a violent storm. Countless monsters fell like harvested wheat. Armed helicopters also circled above the defense line. They activated their machine guns and shot out shrill lines of fire that were nearly 1,000 meters long. They swept through the dense monsters like the scythes of the god of death, leaving behind dense corpses. Moreover, these armed helicopters were constantly firing missiles. Continuous explosions and balls of sun-like flames rose from the dense monsters. Countless monsters turned into fragments or charred corpses. In addition, there was also a beam of laser on the top of the lighthouse in the center of the base, shooting back and forth among the monsters. Wherever the laser beam passed, the bodies of the monsters were cut open like butter. The power of human high-tech arms was vividly displayed in this war. Even though the monsters were like a tide that kept attacking the defense line, 99% of the monsters turned into corpses before they could approach the defense line. Countless monster corpses piled up outside the defense line, forming a shocking mountain of corpses and sea of blood. A small number of monsters rushed to the front of the defense line. At this moment, the human martial artist attacked and killed these fish that had escaped the net. Only a very small number of monsters broke through the defense line and killed their way towards the human city behind the defense line. From the current situation, humans seemed to have the absolute advantage. A large number of monsters were killed by technological weapons before they could reach the defense line. A very small number of monsters broke through the defense line, but they could not do anything. However, no one on the defense line was happy at all. Instead, their expressions were solemn because there were too many monsters. A new wave immediately replenished itself after killing one wave. It was endless. At this rate, they would be in danger once all the bullets and shells of the various weapons were used up. Moreover, many people also realized that the monsters that attacked the defense line earlier were the most ordinary monsters. They could be said to be basically cannon fodder. No matter how many of these ordinary monsters died, it would not affect the overall strength of the monsters. However, these cannon fodder could severely consume guns and ammunition, as well as human martial artists and soldiers, to weaken the overall strength of the defense line. Chief Lu, these monsters actually know how to use cannon fodder to exhaust our strength. This beast tide is probably not simple. General Shui said solemnly to an old man with white hair and a dignified gaze beside him. This old man was the person in charge of the large southern martial artist resupply base and the commander-in-chief of this war, Lu Wanjun. Lu Wanjun did not reply to General Shui. He looked into the distant sky in silence and looked at a golden-winged thunder eagle that was filled with lightning. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the others walked down from the train. They were all shocked by the tragic battlefield in front of them. Such a tragic battle was far more tragic than the million-strong battle of the old era. This was a battle between humans and monsters, a battle of the races, and also a battle of civilizations. Is this the beast tide? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He finally realized how terrifying the beast tide. Only by being on the battlefield and witnessing the beast tide with their own eyes would they know the true horror of the beast tide. This was not something that could be experienced by simply understanding the history of some beast tides or watching videos of some beast tides that had once erupted. Can we survive until the end of this battle? Shi Meng said in a daze. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi's expressions became extremely solemn. Such a war was far crueler than the competition in the global human genius competition. Awakening realm martial artists like them were simply insignificant in such a war and could die at any time. Don't worry, I'm here. Chu Zhou said calmly. After a moment of shock, his eyes actually revealed traces of excitement. He had become a poor guy again and no longer had the money to continue buying advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. However, this beast tide gave him a chance to make a fortune again. There were too many monsters here. It was enough for him to make a killing. Moreover, eating monster meat could increase his attribute points. There was no lack of monster meat on this battlefield. He could eat it as he pleased. Therefore, Chu Zhou's mentality quickly changed. Chapter 131, Other People's Hell, My Heaven. 2. This might be hell to others, but to him, it was heaven. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng and Li Qingxi sensed the undisguised excitement in Chu Zhou's eyes and could not help but be speechless. At the same time, they admired Chu Zhou's mentality. He was still so optimistic at this time, as if he did not know what fear was at all. Other than Chu Zhou and the others, a large number of martial artists alighted from the train. These martial artists had clearly rushed over after receiving the notice. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the communication watch of all the martial artists who had just alighted vibrated. Each of them received a message. A gap has appeared in the southeast of the defense line. All members of the Sharp Blade Squad, please go to the gap immediately and block the gap. The exact coordinates are 10.123456-20.789123. Chu Zhou and the other three received the same message. Among them was the map navigation. Chu Zhou and the other martial artists who had just alighted were the same. Let's go. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and flew southeast of the defense line with Ling Zhan, Shi Meng and Li Qingxi. Soon, they arrived at the coordinates. A small gap was indeed torn open in the defense line here by the dense monsters. Many monsters were squeezing into the gap crazily. The surrounding martial artists and soldiers had no choice but to deal with the monsters attacking their positions while the monsters attacked their weak spots. Even though it could still defend for the time being, if this continued, there might be problems. I'll do it! Chu Zhou shouted and punched the monster at the gap. The violent punch directly turned the dozen or so monsters in the gap into a rain of blood. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng and Li Qingxi hurriedly blocked the gap. It's tyrannical blade Chu Zhou. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be able to fight with the tyrannical blade, Chu Zhou. Brother Chu, with you around, I don't think there will be any problems with our defense line. The martial artists and soldiers in the nearby defensive line were all alarmed by Chu Zhou's domineering punch just now. They all looked at Chu Zhou, their new comrade. Ever since the preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition ended, Chu Zhou, who was ranked second on the Guangdong area's preliminary round scoreboard, had also been known by countless martial artists. Many martial artists and soldiers in this line of defense recognized Chu Zhou. They greeted Chu Zhou one after another. Many people calmed down when they saw Chu Zhou appear at this line of defense. With a fierce person like Chu Zhou around, there shouldn't be any problems with this line of defense. Chu Zhou nodded friendly at the martial artists and soldiers who greeted him. He respected these people who fought for humanity no matter what their identity was. Then, he used his hand as a blade and slashed across the sky, drawing a chi blade that was 50 to 60 meters long, cutting the hundreds of monsters nearby into two. The martial artists at this section of the defense line could not help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw that all the monsters in front of them had been cleared by Chu Zhou. Then, they hurriedly seized the opportunity to rest. There were too many monsters in this beast tide. They were like waves in the sea, wave after wave. It was as if it was endless. Even though 99% of the monsters would be killed by technological weapons before they could reach the defense line, some of them still rushed to the defense line. And this tiny portion made up hundreds of thousands of monsters. It was still a very large number. It could still constantly replenish and increase the number. Therefore, it was still an incomparably huge challenge for the martial artists and soldiers guarding the defense line to defend against so many endless monsters. They could only continue to kill and could barely stop. Humans were not machines. They would be tired and needed to rest. The martial artists and soldiers on this line of defense were actually very tired as they continued to fight. Therefore, the wave of monsters in front of Chu Zhou gave the surrounding martial artists and soldiers time to rest. "It's time to eat," Chu Zhou muttered. Under the surprised gazes of many surrounding martial artists and soldiers, he grabbed a complete monster thigh from afar. He activated his origin power to skin it and used it to heat up the beast leg to steam it. He also took out some salt, cumin, and other seasonings from his backpack and skillfully scattered them on the beast leg. Then, he wolfed down the food as if no one was around. Many surrounding martial artists and soldiers looked at the strange scene in front of them in shock. "Boss is here again." Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi could not help but cover their faces when they saw the surprised gazes of the others. It was too awkward. "Boss, control yourself. There are so many people watching. Moreover, they're still fighting." Shi Meng muttered, but soon, Chu Zhou stuffed a large piece of fragrant meat into his mouth and he could not help but eat it. He swore that he really did not want to eat it. However, his mouth had its own thoughts. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi were speechless when they saw that Shi Meng had also eaten while persuading Chu Zhou to control himself. However, they were quickly attracted by the meat Chu Zhou handed them. "It smells so good. Temperance and whatnot. Let's talk about it in the future." Now, they only felt a little hungry. They had to deal with their stomachs first. This martial artist team of theirs is called the Sharp Blade Squad? Why, I feel that it's more accurate to call them the Glutton Team. Chapter 132, Other People's Hell, My Heaven. 3. Many people watched this scene speechlessly. Chu Zhou did not care so much. Nothing was more important to him than increasing his attribute points. Ever since he advanced to the control realm martial artist, the quality of his entire body had also undergone an earth-shattering change. The digestive ability of his stomach was also completely different from before. It has been enhanced countless times. The current him was no longer limited to eating monster meat 3 times a day. It was not a problem for him to eat it all the time now. Therefore, this was his paradise. Soon, the second wave of monsters attacked. However, this second wave of monsters was still a noob in Chu Zhou's eyes. There's actually an extraordinary realm monster in this wave. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw that there was an extraordinary realm monster in this wave of monsters. The monster meat he had just now was only beast soldier level monster meat. Even though the taste was not bad, its nutritional value was a little poor. He casually slapped out and killed this wave of monsters with a bang. He then grabbed the corpse of the extraordinary realm monster from afar. Then, there was the familiar process, skinning, steaming, and putting seasonings. An extraordinary realm monster was quickly eaten by Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. I can't help it. In any case, with Chu Zhou around, the monsters that attacked this part of our defense line have basically been killed by him. I have nothing to do, so I can eat a meal. A martial artist muttered and imitated Chu Zhou. He grabbed a monster corpse and began to roast it. Soon, many people who were free around them followed suit and made roasted meat. Such a scene undoubtedly formed a beautiful and eye-catching scene on this tragic battlefield. Many people looked at this scene and were envious of the martial artists who could roast meat when they were free. However, no one was dissatisfied. As long as Chu Zhou and the others could guard the defense line, the rest were not worth mentioning. Moreover, the martial artists and soldiers at the scenic line had a chance to rest and calmly replenish their energy. They could also use their better state to guard the defense line. General Shuet and Chief Lu Wanjun also noticed the scenery, and even more so Chu Zhou. Is he Chu Zhou? Interesting. Lu Wanjun smiled faintly. General Shuet said, the last time I saw him, he was still an awakening realm martial artist. It's only been less than a month, but he's actually advanced to a control realm martial artist. This is really unbelievable. No wonder Chen Bazhu values him so much. What? He advanced from an awakening realm martial artist to a control realm martial artist in less than a month. Lu Wanjun looked at General Shuet with a slightly moved expression. General Shuet nodded firmly. Lu Wanjun took a deep breath and looked at Chu Zhou's figure solemnly. It seems that this little guy has terrifying potential. General Shuet, try your best to take care of him when the real battle happens later. Don't let him die. Such a monster is the wealth of the entire human race. Understood. General Shuet nodded solemnly. Chu Zhou did not know that he had already become the key target of General Shuet and Chief Lu Wanjun. At this moment, he felt extremely happy. With every bite of meat he ate, his attribute points increased. This feeling of having his attribute points increase continuously was too good. What was even more satisfying was that the monster meat here did not need to be bought with money. He could eat as much as he wanted. This made him feel like he was freeloading. He liked this feeling. On the other side of the defense line, there was also someone paying attention to Chu Zhou. It was a black-robed young man covered in cold killing intent. The place where he was filled with shattered monster corpses. The martial artists and soldiers near him looked at him in reverence. Is he Chu Zhou? The black-robed young man sized up Chu Zhou from afar, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement and bloodlust. Chapter 133, Twin Stars, 1. There was no day nor night on the battlefield. Whoosh! Chu Zhou held the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand and stood between a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He let out a long breath, and a trace of unconcealable fatigue flashed across his eyes. His entire body and his hair were dripping in blood. Of course, this blood was not his, but the monster's. 2 days. He had fought here for 2 full days and 2 nights and had basically not rested much. He had also become extremely tired from his initial relaxed state. There were too many monsters, just no end to them. He would not be able to withstand such sleepless battles even if he was made of iron. The beast tide was far crueler than he had imagined. In the beginning, he could still protect everyone in this line of defense. However, towards the end, he could only protect a portion. A large number of martial artists and soldiers at this section of the defense line were buried under the sharp teeth and claws of the monsters. Fortunately, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi all survived. Moreover, after 2 days and 2 nights of cruel bloodbath, their potential had also been stimulated and they had all advanced to intermediate tier awakening realm martial artists. Boss, that murderous Xialong Yuan is watching you again. Shi Meng sat on the corpse of a monster the size of a truck to rest. He sensed a bloodthirsty and crazy gaze in the distance and said to Chu Zhou. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi followed the bloody and crazy gaze and immediately saw a figure standing on a corpse mountain that was dozens of meters tall. The figure held a bloody sword in his hand and his black hair was disheveled. His gaze was bloodthirsty and crazy, and he was like a peerless god of slaughter, emitting a chilling aura. The martial artists and soldiers around the mountain of corpses were far away. It was as if they were afraid of the god of slaughter figure on the mountain of corpses. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi naturally knew that that person was the famous Xialong Yuan recently. Boss, your performance with Xialong Yuan in the past 2 days has been too crazy. Many martial artists here now call you the Twin Stars. However, Xialong Yuan seems to be a little hostile to you. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Boss, be careful. Li Qingxi tucked a strand of hair that covered her vision to her ear and reminded Chu Zhou solemnly. Chu Zhou glanced at Xialong Yuan on the corpse mountain indifferently. He did not care about the other party's crazy and bloodthirsty gaze. He had long sensed that Xialong Yuan was often watching him. However, he did not care. He's an interesting person. However, you don't have to worry about him too much. He said casually and threw away a bone that he had not clean. Then, he casually grabbed the leg of an extraordinary realm monster and activated his origin power to roast it. When Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi heard Chu Zhou's words, their expressions froze slightly and they looked at each other with bitter smiles. They had seen how crazy Xialong Yuan had been in the past 2 days. The terrifying lethality and the terrifying killing nature when killing, as if they wished they could cut every monster into countless fragments, made everyone who saw it secretly tremble. The martial artists and soldiers in the entire defense line could be said to be frightened by Xialong Yuan's state and gave him the nickname of the Blood Sword. Only Chu Zhou dared to not take such a person seriously. However, Ling Zhan and the other two knew that their boss, Chu Zhou, did have such qualifications. Xialong Yuan's performance shocked everyone. However, wasn't their boss, Chu Zhou, the same? It was also because of this that the tyrannical blade, Chu Zhou, and the blood sword, Xialong Yuan, were now known as the battlefield's twin stars. The saber and sword seemed to be opposing each other. Tyrannical blade and blood sword. These two nicknames make me feel like my fated enemy is too strong. Boss, I keep feeling that you will go against Xialong Yuan. Xi Meng said casually as he wiped his fist weapons. Chu Zhou did not take it to heart. He glanced at Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi and said, "This beast tide is a disaster and also a tempering. I'm afraid this beast tide will last for a long time. You have to seize every opportunity to temper yourselves and advance to the extraordinary realm as soon as possible." Ling Zhan and the other two nodded seriously. They actually understood that the three of them were already far behind their captain, Chu Zhou. If they did not break through quickly, they would really become a burden to Chu Zhou, the captain. Even though they were not as good as Chu Zhou, they were still geniuses. Otherwise, they would not have been called the three monsters of Zhang City in high school. They were also people with ambition and pursuit. He was definitely unwilling to become a burden to others. Ling Zhan walked to the side to practice his sword technique without another word. After 2 days and 2 nights of blood battle, his rainstorm sword technique became deeper and sharper. Every time he swung his sword, a dense sword chi lined up and enveloped the surroundings with a bang, bringing with it an intent of a torrential rain. When Chu Zhou saw Ling Zhan's sword technique, he could not help but reveal a trace of admiration. Ling Zhan was indeed the former leader of the three monsters in Zhang City. Perhaps his level had not increased because he had cultivated for too short a period of time. However, he was becoming more and more proficient in sword techniques. He could vaguely feel that he was about to break through the barrier of the rainstorm sword technique and create his own rainstorm sword technique. Chu Zhou thought highly of Ling Zhan. Chapter 134, Twin Stars, 2. In his opinion, Ling Zhan's talent was not inferior to monsters like Dongfang Mingzu at all. In particular, Ling Zhan's thoughts were very pure. He almost focused all his energy on cultivating his sword technique. If Ling Zhan was given enough time to grow, his attainments in sword techniques would probably shock the world in the future. He might even become a sword god. Haha, boss is right. We have to work hard to improve too. Xi Meng laughed and jumped down from the monster's corpse. He walked to the side and began to cultivate his fist technique seriously. Li Qingxi smiled gently when she saw that Ling Zhan and Xi Meng had begun to cultivate seriously. She also found a place and began to cultivate her assassination path. The 2 daggers flickered in her hands like elusive vipers. Chu Zhou was also working hard to cultivate. Yes, he was wolfing down the roasted meat. The entire Sharp Blade squad was seizing the opportunity to cultivate. A new wave of monsters quickly arrived. Chu Zhou and the others continued to fight the monsters. While Chu Zhou and the others were constantly fighting the monsters, more and more soldiers and martial artists boarded trains to descend to the battlefield. There were also countless nuclear tanks, nuclear armored vehicles, missile transporters, ion cannon chariots, armed helicopters, fighter jets, drones, and so on. They either flew over from the air or drove over from the ground. There were even people flying over in mechas. Millions of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of martial artists, and countless high-tech weapons and equipment came to the battlefield to strengthen and extend the defense line. The overwhelming cannon fire bombarded the waves of monsters that surged over like a tidal wave and swept across the ground. Countless monsters fell one after another. The tense situation on the entire battlefield was immediately greatly relieved. Chu Zhou and the others were finally replaced by the new martial artists and obtained time to return to the supply base to rest and adjust. This is the foundation of our human race. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the armed helicopters, fighter jets, drones, mechas, nuclear tanks, nuclear armored vehicles, ion cannon tanks, missile transports, and other high-tech weapons in the sky and ground. There was also a strong defense line formed by 1 million soldiers and hundreds of thousands of martial artists. They were immediately amazed. Their confidence in this battle had also increased greatly. Even though the beast tide was terrifying, their human race was not weak either. I can finally rest well. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if this continues. Xi Meng stretched lazily and walked towards the resupply base with Chu Zhou and the other two who had retreated from the defense line. Yes. I'm indeed a little tired. Chu Zhou also sighed. After fighting non-stop for a few days, he felt tired no matter how energetic he was. Chu Zhou and the other three quickly arrived at the entrance of the supply base. However, at this moment, a figure with monstrous killing intent suddenly stopped them. It's the blood sword Xialong Yuan. He stopped tyrannical blade Chu Zhou. Did the twin stars collide so quickly? At the entrance of the supply base, many martial artists who were preparing to return to the back base to rest could not help but stop and watch when they saw this scene. Xialong Yuan, what are you trying to do? Xi Meng frowned and shouted when he saw Xialong Yuan blocking in front. Xialong Yuan ignored Xi Meng. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was only fixed on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I'm very interested in you. Xialong Yuan said in a hoarse voice. His eyes that were vaguely suffused with bloodlust revealed excitement and bloodlust. It was as if it was a ferocious beast that had seen its prey. An uncontrollable cold killing intent erupted from him and swept through the surroundings like a storm, making many martial artists' faces turn pale. Chu Zhou only raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Xialong Yuan casually. He said calmly, I'm not interested in you. I'm very sleepy now and want to rest. Please make way. As he spoke, he reached out and casually pushed Xialong Yuan aside. He directly arranged for the sharp blade squad to rest in the building at the base and walked over. Chu Zhou pushed blood sword Xialong Yuan away as if he was a passerby and walked past him into the base indifferently. Ling Zhan, the other two, and all the surrounding martial artists could not help but swallow. This was the blood sword, Xialong Yuan. A god of slaughter-like figure. He was actually treated as a passerby by Chu Zhou. This scene shocked everyone too much. In fact, Chu Zhou really did not take Xialong Yuan seriously. He did not even know how strong he was now. He only knew that after he upgraded the World Destruction Saber technique to the 5th level, no one at the Control Realm martial artist level should be his match. Even though Xialong Yuan was very strong and could even be said to be an almost invincible existence among the Control Realm martial artists. However, in Chu Zhou's opinion, it was nothing much. It was also because of this that Chu Zhou's heart did not waver in the face of Xialong Yuan's provocation. He did not even have any warpath. Boss, wait for us. Xi Meng shouted as he, Ling Zhan, and Li Qingxi hurriedly caught up to Chu Zhou. Xialong Yuan stood on the spot and stared at Chu Zhou's back, his face revealing excitement and bloodlust. He did not care at all about Chu Zhou's attitude of treating him as a passerby. Or rather, he had never cared about others' opinions, attitudes, and feelings. He only cared about his own feelings. Chapter 135, Twin Stars, 3. Xialong Yuan felt immense excitement now with a trace of threat from Chu Zhou that he had not felt for a long time. He had not felt a threat from a martial artist of the same level for many years. It was very good to savor this taste again. He only had one thought in his mind: fight Chu Zhou and defeat him. The meaning of my existence is to constantly defeat stronger opponents and prove myself. Chu Zhou, I've confirmed that you're a very good opponent. I must defeat you. Xialong Yuan muttered to himself. His expression became more and more excited, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. It was as if surging blood flowed out of his body and drowned the space near the base. At this moment, the martial artists at the entrance of the base felt like they were soaked in cold blood. Their mouths and noses were filled with the smell of blood. Xialong Yuan's killing intent is too strong. Many martial artists' scalps went numb. They could not withstand the killing intent filled with the smell of blood on Xialong Yuan's body and chose to leave him. Building 05, Room 304. Chu Zhou and the others entered the room. After washing up, they immediately found a room and slept. While Chu Zhou and the others were resting, something new happened on the battlefield. In a wilderness dozens of kilometers behind the defense line, a loud bang sounded, and a large area of the ground shattered, revealing a huge underground cave. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A large number of cockroach-type monsters crawled out of the underground cave. Each of these cockroach-type monsters was the size of a house. They were ferocious and their wings flickered with metal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many cockroach-type monsters flapped their wings and flew high. Soon, they formed dense dark clouds and flew towards Zhang City. However, these cockroach-type monsters were discovered by a reconnaissance plane as soon as they appeared. Then, dense drones descended and fired crazily, fighting the cockroach-type monsters that were like dark clouds in the sky. At the same time, teams of martial artists came to support. The monsters that appeared behind the defense line were not only cockroach-type monsters. Many insect monsters that were good at burrowing also broke out of the ground behind the defense line. There were also some snake-type monsters that were good at swimming. They bypassed the defense line from the depths of large rivers and entered the back of the defense line. Many bird monsters also bypassed the defense line from the sky and descended behind the defense line. A large number of monsters entered the back of the defense line through various methods. This also entered a brand new stage of the war. Not only did humans have to deal with the beast tide in front of the defense line, but they also had to send a large number of people and arms to deal with the monsters that appeared behind the defense line. This also made this huge battle even more cruel and tragic. Countless monsters died at all times, and at the same time, many martial artists and soldiers died. When Chu Zhou and the others woke up, they immediately received a new quest notification. Notification: the war has entered a new stage. A large number of monsters have bypassed the defense line and appeared behind it through burrowing, diving, and flying, causing our defense line to be pincered by the monsters. Our city is also facing a huge threat. Coordinates: 25.136, 34.258. A group of crocodile-type monsters has appeared in the river nearby. Sharp Blade Squad, please clean them up immediately. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked when they saw the notification on the communication watch. They did not expect the war to undergo such a huge change so quickly. Now, not only would the defense line have to face the impact of the beast tide, but they would also have to face the rampage of monsters behind the defense line. Damn it, did these monsters also learn human tactics? They actually know how to bypass the defense line and attack us humans from behind the defense line through burrowing, diving, and flying. Shi Meng punched the table, shattering it into pieces. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi did not speak, but their expressions became serious. They all realized that it would probably not be so easy for humans to end this beast tide as soon as possible. Pick up your weapons and carry out the mission. Chu Zhou said directly. Soon, they rushed out of the supply base and flew towards the coordinates. However, when they were halfway there, they saw a shocking scene. A black-robed figure holding a blood sword pierced through a bat-type monster that was more than 300 meters long from the bottom up at lightning speed. It bathed in an endless blood rain and rushed into the sky. Shriek! The bat-type monster wailed before it died. The terrifying sound wave turned into a material sound wave that swept across a radius of several kilometers. Hundreds of other bat-type monsters the size of houses were instantly blasted into a blood mist. The dense drones in the sky also exploded. A small forest below was also shattered into powder, countless fragments flying. The dozen or so nearby mountains were also shattered. Ling Zhan and the other two felt like they were about to explode under the impact of the terrifying sound wave. Fortunately, Chu Zhou made a move in time and released the surging origin power in his body, forming a grey energy barrier that enveloped Ling Zhan and the other two, isolating them from the sound waves. This saved Ling Zhan and the other two from death. That was close. If boss hadn't taken action in time, the three of us would probably have exploded on the spot. Shi Meng said with lingering fears. That's right. That monster just now was too terrifying. It could actually erupt with such a terrifying sound wave attack even on its deathbed. Li Qingxi said with a look of luck. The three of them were bloodshot from all 7 apertures and looked very sorry. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. That bat-type monster just now should be a commander-level monster. It was rare for Ling Zhan to speak. He looked solemnly at the familiar figure in black in the sky. It's Xia Long Yuan. He actually killed a commander-level monster. Shi Meng and Li Qingxi looked at the familiar figure bathed in the blood rain and were secretly shocked. They knew that Xia Longyuan was very strong. However, they did not expect Xia Longyuan to be able to kill a commander-level monster. One had to know that a commander-level monster was comparable to a human. Boundary Realm Giant. Xia Longyuan was only a Control Realm martial artist, but he could kill bat-type monsters comparable to small Boundary Realm Giants. This was definitely shocking news. Chu Zhou saw how Xia Longyuan killed the commander-level bat-type monster, but his expression was very calm from the beginning to the end. "Let's go," he said calmly and led Ling Zhan and the other two towards the quest location. In the sky, Xia Longyuan, who was bathing in the blood rain, also saw the figures of Chu Zhou and the others. "Chu Zhou? I've waited so long for you." Xia Longyuan's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. He grinned and turned into an after-image, chasing after Chu Zhou. Chapter 136, Killing a Boundary Realm Monster Beyond Your Level. "We're here." Chu Zhou and the others finally arrived at the quest location. A river bend appeared in front of them. At this moment, the water in the river bay was surging. Armored giant crocodiles, dozens of meters long, continuously rushed out of the river and quickly climbed onto the shore. Dozens of martial artists were fighting the armored giant crocodile on the shore. There were also thousands of drones circling in the sky, assisting human martial artists. Bang, 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 bang. The drones fired crazily one after another, and dense bullets shot at the armored giant crocodile. The bullets hit the armored giant crocodile, causing blood to splatter. However, the skin of these armored giant crocodiles was like iron armor. It was too firm. Even if the bullets pierced through the skin, they were not deep. The bullets were basically stuck on the skin and could only cause minor injuries to the armored giant crocodile. Only the dozens of martial artists could cause fatal injuries to the armored giant crocodile. However, there were too many armored giant crocodiles here, nearly 100 of them had come ashore. In the river bay, more armored giant crocodiles kept breaking out of the water. If this continued, the dozens of human martial artists on the shore would probably be quickly killed. Therefore, the dozens of human martial artists were overjoyed when they saw Chu Zhou and the others appear. "It's the tyrannical blade, Chu Zhou. That's great. With Chu Zhou here, it won't be a problem to deal with the iron-armored demon crocodiles here." The dozens of human martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. When Chu Zhou and the others saw the corpses of more than 10 martial artists on the ground, their expressions could not help but turn cold. "Kill!" Ling Zhan was the first to rush towards the armored giant crocodile. With a lightning-fast slash, he pierced into the eye of an armored giant crocodile. Dense sword energy erupted from the armored giant crocodile's body. The armored giant crocodile died with a shrill scream. Shi Meng and Li Qingxi also attacked the armored giant crocodile one after another. As they fought the armored giant crocodile, they deliberately used these armored giant crocodiles to hone their fist techniques and assassination skills. Chu Zhou did not attack. He quietly watched the battle of Ling Zhan and the other two for a while. After sensing that Ling Zhan and the other two were not in any danger, he walked towards the water surface of the river. Many armored giant crocodiles roared and rushed towards Chu Zhou. They opened their mouths, wanting to bite the humans who dared to ignore them to death. However, all the armored giant crocodiles that touched Chu Zhou were torn into pieces by a domineering and sharp origin power. Chu Zhou stepped on a blood path expressionlessly and walked above the water of the river. "Aren't you coming out?" He looked down at the water below, as if talking to something hidden under the water. Roar! A low roar suddenly came from the bottom of the river bay. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the bottom of the river bay. The entire river bay was in an uproar. Boom! Suddenly, a towering behemoth that was like a mountain broke out of the water and floated in midair, casting a huge shadow. This armored giant crocodile was more than 100 meters long and more than 30 meters tall. In other words, when this armored giant crocodile stood up, it was almost 30 stories tall. Moreover, this armored giant crocodile was completely blue. Its millstone-sized scales were like a nearly blue alloy steel plate, flickering with a blue metallic luster. It breathed in and out a milky white cold fog, and a terrifying cold aura continuously spread from its body like ripples. The temperature in a radius of several kilometers plummeted, and a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the ground. Such a huge creature was like a legendary mythical creature that had appeared, directly affecting the surrounding climate. The terrifying energy fluctuation made people feel deeply uneasy. At this moment, the huge creature in the sky was looking down coldly at Chu Zhou, who was standing on the surface of the river. Chu Zhou's was too insignificant compared to the huge steel wall in the sky. This is the commander-level armored giant crocodile. The expressions of the dozens of martial artists changed drastically when they saw the huge creature lying across the sky. The commander-level armored giant crocodile was comparable to a small human boundary realm giant. Its strength was terrifying, far exceeding that of a control realm expert. At this moment, the dozens of human martial artists truly felt how terrifying a commander-level monster was. The vast pressure emitted by the huge creature made them unable to resist at all. It seemed that the best choice was to wait for death obediently. Terror, oppression, and suffocation. This was the feeling that the huge creature in the sky gave everyone. Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingshi's expressions changed. He was worried for Chu Zhou, who was confronting the huge creature. Of course they knew that Chu Zhou was very strong. Ordinary control realm martial artists would probably be instantly killed by Chu Zhou. However, in the end, Chu Zhou was still a control realm martial artist. His level was an entire realm lower than the blue armored giant crocodile. They had to be worried. Even Xialong Yuan can kill a commander-level monster. Boss is as famous as Xialong Yuan. He should be able to kill a commander-level monster too, right? Xi Meng could not help but recall the scene of Xialong Yuan killing a commander-level bat-type monster not long ago. He suddenly had more confidence in Chu Zhou. Roar! The armored giant crocodile, which was like a steel wall, suddenly opened its mouth at Chu Zhou and spat out a waterfall-like cold stream. The entire river bay was frozen almost instantly. Even many ordinary armored giant crocodiles that were about to break out of the water turned into ice sculptures. The terrifying power of ice also spread to both sides of the river bay. On the shore, be it the human martial artists or the armored giant crocodile, they all gave up fighting and fled into the distance at full speed. The moment the waterfall-like cold stream descended, Chu Zhou used the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the human extreme body. His entire body turned into a small metal giant that flickered with blue light. With a bang, his body instantly broke through the sound barrier and crashed through a vacuum passageway in the void, dodging the attack of the cold current in time. His figure instantly appeared in front of the armored giant crocodile in the sky. He was like a blue meteor as he directly and roughly collided with the armored giant crocodile. The armored giant crocodile roared coldly and waved its sharp claws that seemed to be made of blue gold, tearing at Chu Zhou's figure. Terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from the sharp claws, as if they wanted to overturn the entire sky. Boom! The blue meteor collided with the sharp claws under everyone's gazes. In an instant, an extremely powerful illuminate swept across a radius of several kilometers like a tsunami. On the ground, forests were directly destroyed, and countless broken trees were swept into the air. All the drones flying in the air instantly disintegrated. That scene was as if doomsday had arrived. Even though Ling Zhan and the other martial artists had retreated a few kilometers, they were still almost injured. All of them retreated another 2 kilometers in shock and took out their binoculars to watch the battle. Their faces turned pale when they saw the forest that was almost flattened through the binoculars. Is this the power of a small boundary realm giant? Many martial artists said in shock. At the same time, they held their binoculars and looked at the sky. A scene that surprised many people appeared in the sky. Chu Zhou relied on his powerful body to fight the armored giant crocodile head-on. He looked fine. However, one of the armored giant crocodile's claws was fractured by him. The claw was clearly twisted, and bone stakes pierced through, dripping with blood. This. Did I see wrongly? Many people were stunned. The control realm Chu Zhou had fought head-on with the armored giant crocodile, which had the protection of the armor. The armored giant crocodile had actually lost? One had to know that the reason why the armored giant crocodile was given the word iron armor was because their skin was really like iron armor made of steel and was extremely hard. Even ordinary armored giant crocodile bullets would find it difficult to pierce through. The skin of a boundary realm armored giant crocodile would probably not be able to be blown up even by small missiles. From this, it could be seen how abnormal the body of the boundary realm armored giant crocodile was. However, the claws of the boundary realm armored giant crocodile in the sky had been forcefully broken by a control realm human like Chu Zhou with his body. It had to be said that this was an unbelievable thing. Roar! In the sky, the armored giant crocodile, which was like a steel wall, felt the intense pain from its front claws and was completely furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying snow torrent at Chu Zhou. At the same time, its towering steel body crushed towards Chu Zhou cruelly. The appearance of snow torrent caused the temperature within a radius of several kilometers to drop to zero in an extremely short period of time. Everything began to freeze. The area within a few kilometers quickly turned into a world of ice and snow. Chu Zhou did not dare to be careless. After all, they were facing a boundary realm monster. If he was not careful and was hit by the armored giant crocodile consecutively, he would probably be blasted to death no matter how strong his body was. Therefore, he did not dare to hold back when the armored giant crocodile attacked him angrily. He extended his palm behind his back and held the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand. World Destruction Saber Technique breaking the sea. Chu Zhou shouted and erupted with an incomparably surging aura and intent. At this moment, his gaze became deep and dangerous. A violent aura of destruction swept out of his body. Boom! The phantom of a boiling sea suddenly descended. Among them, a saber beam filled with destruction tore through the sea and slashed at the armored giant crocodile. Along the way, ice and snow torrents were cut apart by the saber beam. In the end, the destructive saber beam collided with a ferocious tail. With a puff, the tail that seemed to be made of blue gold was cut off by the saber beam. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Howl! An extremely shrill roar came from the armored giant crocodile. After Chu Zhou cut off the armored giant crocodile's tail, he immediately took advantage of its illness to take its life. His entire body left a series of after-images in the sky as his true body appeared on the back of the armored giant crocodile like a ghost. World Destruction Saber Technique Avalanche. World Destruction Saber Technique Violent Storm. Chu Zhou used 2 World Destruction Saber techniques consecutively on the back of the armored giant crocodile. 2 destructive saber beams landed ruthlessly on the armored giant crocodile's back. One of the saber lights was ferocious, sharp. It contained the might to shatter mountains, break prisons, and cut rocks. The other saber beam was fast, pulling the airflow to form a tornado. After 2 consecutive slashes, the whites of Chu Zhou's eyes disappeared and turned pitch black. A terrifying destruction aura spread on his body. The 2 destructive saber lights pierced through the armored giant crocodile's steel-like body. A saber beam tore his body into 2. The other saber beam turned into a blade tornado that kept strangling the body that had been cut into 2, forcefully cutting off pieces of flesh. Fear appeared in the armored giant crocodile's cold eyes. It had never expected a control realm human that it did not take seriously to have such terrifying strength. It struggled crazily in the blade tornado, but in the end, it was cut into 2 skeletons by countless blades. In the end, 2 huge skeletons fell onto the snow-covered ground below, shattering a large area of the ice. Many martial artists looked blankly at the 2 huge skeletons on the ice. They would never forget what had just happened. Chapter 137, Chu Zhou, a connoisseur, we have to advance with the times. Hiss! A monster commander was killed by Chu Zhou just like that. Everyone looked at the 2 huge skeletons on the ice in the distance through the binoculars and gasped. The scene just now was too shocking. Whoosh! Chu Zhou let out a deep breath. The darkness that filled his eyes slowly disappeared. His eyes returned to normal. The saber intent in the World Destruction Saber technique affects one's temperament too much. Fortunately, I've already cultivated the Treasure Pagoda visualization to the 6th level. Only then did I stabilize my temperament. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He deeply felt how terrifying the World Destruction Saber technique was. Of course, the power of this saber technique was also terrifying. The 2 huge skeletons below were proof. I wonder how many contribution points I can earn from killing a monster commander and how much I can sell its important parts for. When Chu Zhou looked at the 2 skeletons, his eyes suddenly turned into money symbols. He would make a killing this monster commander. Generally speaking, one could obtain about 1 million to 10 million alliance dollars after selling the core materials on a beast soldier, awakening realm. The contribution points obtained were also in the range of 100 to 1000. Hunting an elite monster, extraordinary realm, could yield about 10 million to 100 million alliance dollars and 10 million to 10,000 contribution points. Hunting a beast general, control realm, could yield about 100 million to 1 billion alliance dollars and 10,000 to 100,000 contribution points. Hunting a monster commander, Boundary Realm, could yield about 1 billion to 10 billion alliance dollars and 100,000 to 1 million contribution points. The armored giant crocodile I killed should only be a beginner monster commander. But even if it's a beginner monster commander, the core materials on its body are worth billions. Moreover, other than the core materials on its body, its flesh and blood are equally valuable to me. It can increase my attribute points by a large amount. Chu Zhou easy tallied his gains this time and beamed with joy. Swoosh! He quickly flew above Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and dozens of martial artists. Everyone, I want to ask you to do me a favor and collect the flesh and blood that the armored giant crocodile scattered nearby. Chu Zhou said sincerely. Ha ha ha, this is a small matter. It's my honor to help Tyrannical Blade. Collect the flesh and blood scattered by the armored giant crocodile? That's easy. Many martial artists responded generously when they heard Chu Zhou's words. They immediately flew towards the snow-covered ground and began to collect the flesh and blood scattered by the armored giant crocodile. Tisk tisk, boss, you can obtain at least 1 billion alliance dollars, more than 100,000 contribution points, and a large amount of shockingly expensive monster commander flesh this time. Boss, you've made a killing this time. Shi Meng clicked his tongue and exclaimed. He also began to collect the flesh and blood of the armored giant crocodile with Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi. Chu Zhou flew in front of the two huge skeletons and dealt with them. His gaze locked onto the armored giant crocodile's skull. There was a circular bone that looked like blue ice between the eyebrows of the huge skull. It was about the size of a faceplate. Wisps of cold fog emerged from the blue ice-shaped circular bone. This was the core material of the armored giant crocodile and the most valuable thing on its body. It was roughly worth more than 1 billion. Chu Zhou waved his saber and cut off the circular bone block. He carefully placed it in his backpack. Even though these bones are not as valuable as the core materials, they are the bones of a monster commander after all. They are also very valuable. They are probably worth 100 to 200 million. Chu Zhou looked at the remaining skeletons and prepared to bring them back. He only had 5 to 4 million left in his account. They were definitely poor among the control realm martial artists. Therefore, he would earn as much as he could. Soon, Ling Zhan, the other two, and dozens of martial artists also collected the flesh and blood that the armored giant crocodile had scattered on the snow. In fact, most of the flesh that the armored giant crocodile had been cut off was twisted into a blood mist in the blade tornado. Only a small portion fell to the earth. However, even if this small portion piled up, it would form a meat mountain more than 10 meters tall. Chu Zhou estimated that it weighed at least 40 tons. There's so much monster commander flesh. It might be enough for me to develop the progress of the power core to 100%. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. Thank you, everyone. Chu Zhou thanked the many martial artists and prepared to release his origin power to envelope the skeletons and meat mountain here. Then, he would fly them back to the resupply base. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure suddenly descended. A tangible killing intent spread out from the black-robed figure. Countless sticky blood seemed to be surging in the void. The strong smell of blood stimulated one's senses. It's the blood sword, Xialong Yuan. Why is he here? Could it be because of Chu Zhou? Many martial artists could not withstand the murderous aura that was filled with the smell of blood. They instinctively took a few steps back and distanced themselves from Xialong Yuan. They looked at Xialong Yuan with reverence. Chu Zhou, you didn't disappoint me. Xialong Yuan looked at Chu Zhou with burning eyes when he saw the skeleton and the mountain of flesh that still had the aura of the monster commander. His boiling fighting spirit was almost overflowing from his eyes. Come, fight me. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed the blood sword in his hand at Chu Zhou. His expression was stubborn and crazy. Everyone could feel his desire to fight through his expression. Chu Zhou looked at Xialong Yuan indifferently and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Xialong Yuan actually did not bring the corpse of the bat-type monster commander with him. The corpse of a monster commander was worth at least 1 billion. Moreover, he could obtain more than 100,000 contribution points. Could it be that Xialong Yuan did not care about the corpse of the shockingly valuable monster commander at all? Chu Zhou suddenly remembered Xialong Yuan's background. Xialong Yuan was a disciple of the martial god clan of Guangdong Base City. He was also someone nurtured by the martial god of the Xia family. To Xialong Yuan, a mere monster commander's corpse might really be nothing. But even if Xialong Yuan did not care, he, Chu Zhou, did. Chu Zhou's eyes darted around. His originally cold expression suddenly became friendly. There was even a smile on his lips. It was like the morning sun, giving people a warm feeling. Boss, you actually smiled at Xialong Yuan? It's just that this smile feels a little strange. Shi Meng muttered. That's right. There's something wrong with boss. Li Qingshi also said. Ling Zhan nodded in agreement. Xialong Yuan, since you're so determined to fight me, I can fulfill your wish. Chu Zhou looked at Xialong Yuan with a smile and said, but there are two conditions. When Xialong Yuan heard that Chu Zhou had finally agreed to fight him, the crazy warpath in his eyes was almost about to break through his chest. What condition? Tell me, he said eagerly. Chu Zhou smiled. Firstly, my time is very precious. I never waste it on worthless battles. I can fight you, but the corpse of the bat-type monster commander you killed today belongs to me. Secondly, I'll only exchange one move with you. After that, if you want to continue fighting me, please prepare another monster commander's corpse. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. Dozens of martial artists. At this moment, Ling Zhan and the others looked at Chu Zhou strangely, as if they were looking at a greedy fool. In their opinion, Chu Zhou's conditions were simply ridiculous. He was too greedy and brainless. How could Xialong Yuan agree to such a condition? He gave up the corpses of monster commanders worth at least 1 billion yuan just to exchange a move? However, in the next moment, Ling Zhan and the others were slapped in the face. Just one move? That's a little too little. Xialong Yuan frowned and said, as if he could only exchange one move, but he did not even mention the corpse of the monster commander. All right, even though one move is a little less, it's still considered a battle. I agree to your conditions. It was indeed as Chu Zhou had imagined. Xialong Yuan did not care about the corpse of a mere monster commander at all. His background and talent destined him to never lack cultivation resources. They would not take the corpse of a monster commander seriously at all. Dumbfounded. Ling Zhan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that it was not that Chu Zhou was stupid, but that they were stupid. It turned out that there was really someone who would give up the corpse of a monster commander worth at least 1 billion yuan just for a single exchange. At this moment, Ling Zhan and the others felt like they were doubting their lives. When Chu Zhou heard that Xialong Yuan had indeed agreed to his conditions, the smile on his face could not help but become even more obvious and kind. In his eyes, Xialong Yuan was not only Xialong Yuan, but something with a deeper meaning. It was a walking humanoid ATM. As the old saying went, if you're poor, you'll change. If you change, you'll become general. When people were poor, they would use their brains and think about how to be flexible. They might become rich. Didn't he find a new way to get rich now? With Xialong Yuan as a human-shaped ATM, as long as he grasped the ratio well, he might be able to keep earning connoisseurs from him. As expected, rewards can't just be limited to monsters. We have to keep up with the times and constantly develop more methods. Perhaps the efficiency will be higher. Good brother, whether I'm rich or not in the future depends on you. Chu Zhou sighed deeply in his heart. When he looked at Xialong Yuan, his smile deepened. Chapter 138, A Serious Battle. 5 kilometers away from the battlefield where Chu Zhou and the armored giant crocodile were, Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan each stood on the top of a small mountain. They faced each other. At this moment, Xialong Yuan seemed to have been awakened by a bloodthirsty evil spirit. His eyes turned blood red, and the blood sword in his hand was wrapped in blood-colored ripples. An extremely terrifying killing aura spread out from his body. All the living beings in a radius of several kilometers instinctively trembled. Compared to Xialong Yuan, Chu Zhou seemed calm. He looked calmly at Xialong Yuan opposite him with a faint smile. Ling Zhan and the other martial artists stood on a mountain 4 miles away and watched through their binoculars. In fact, it was not only Ling Zhan and the others. The martial artists passing by after completing the mission saw that the tyrannical blade, Chu Zhou, and the blood sword, Xialong Yuan, who had recently become famous on the battlefield, seemed to be about to fight here. They stopped and watched. There were even people who contacted their good friends in the base and informed them to come and take a look. In the supply base, many martial artists rushed over in shock after receiving the news. In a short period of time, more than 100 martial artists had gathered within a few kilometers. Between tyrannical blade Chu Zhou and blood sword Xialong Yuan, who was stronger? This was the question in the hearts of many people recently. They all wanted to know the answer. The answer might be revealed today. Who do you think will win this battle? Someone couldn't help but ask. I think it should be Xialong Yuan. After all, Xialong Yuan was ranked before Chu Zhou in the preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition. Xialong Yuan is also from the martial god clan and has a deep family background. Moreover, you've seen Xialong Yuan's performance at the defense line during this period of time. It's too crazy. He's simply like the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. I think the person who might win is Chu Zhou. Be it in the preliminary round or the defense line, Chu Zhou always looks calm, but he always makes shocking moves. Such a person is usually shockingly strong and might have many trump cards hidden. Xialong Yuan might not be his match. We'll know soon enough who's stronger. However, these two people are indeed worthy of being called the twin stars. They're really too abnormal. They actually killed a monster commander today. The strength of a monster commander is comparable to our human race's boundary-level small giant. I heard that Xialong Yuan paid a monster commander's corpse worth more than 1 billion yuan to make Chu Zhou agree to sell it. He's really rich. Many martial artists communicated in low voices, but their gazes were firmly fixed on Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi were also very nervous. Even though they really wanted to know if Chu Zhou was stronger or Xialong Yuan. However, they did not want to see Chu Zhou lose. Chu Zhou, the sword technique I'm going to use next is something I fused with dozens of sword techniques. All these years, I've been wandering around the world and fighting countless opponents. I've always been sharpening this sword technique. This sword technique has no name. The purpose of its existence is to kill. Be careful. Don't be killed in one move. Suddenly, Xialong Yuan said to Chu Zhou. Almost at the same time, with a bang, the blood sword in his right hand suddenly erupted with a terrifying blood light. It illuminated the surrounding few kilometers in a blood-red color. At this moment, the ground within a radius of several kilometers trembled violently. Cracks began to spread with the mountain where Xialong Yuan was standing as the center. At this moment, Chu Zhou also said. You should have heard of the saber technique I'm about to use. It's called the World Destruction Saber Technique. So the saber technique Chu Zhou cultivates is actually an SS-rank World Destruction Saber Technique that is not inferior to an SSS-rank combat technique. I heard that less than 1,000 people in the world have successfully cultivated this saber technique. Other than the founder, there's no one else who has cultivated to the last 2 levels. I wonder which level Chu Zhou has cultivated to. It's actually such a terrifying saber technique. Looks like this Chu Zhou is also a ruthless person. This saber technique contains a very terrifying saber intent and has a very serious corrosion on the cultivator's will. More than half of the martial artists who cultivate this saber technique have serious spirit problems and a tendency to self-destruct. It's really amazing that Chu Zhou can still maintain such a calm mental state after cultivating this saber technique. Many spectators were shocked when they heard Chu Zhou personally say that he cultivated the World Destruction Saber Technique. Many people knew this saber technique. These people understood very well. How difficult was it to master this saber technique? How serious would the influence of the saber technique on one's temperament be after mastering it? Therefore, they were all very impressed by Chu Zhou, who could still maintain his calm after cultivating the World Destruction Saber Technique. When Xialong Yuan heard that Chu Zhou was about to use the World Destruction Saber Technique, he became even more excited. To him, the stronger the opponent, the better. He could only continuously defeat powerful opponents. Only then could he prove the meaning of his existence. Kill. Xialong Yuan spat out a word. His entire body seemed to have fused with the blood sword in his hand, turning into a beam of blood light that pierced through the sun and shot towards Chu Zhou. This strike was too murderous. It was like the world destruction strike of the ancient god of slaughter slaughtering all living beings. The scarlet blood light illuminated every inch of space within a radius of several kilometers. A terrifying fluctuation was spreading. Chu Zhou calmly drew the dragon tooth battle saber on his back at almost the same time. Then, he moved and swung his saber at high speed. A saber beam filled with destruction and a blood light filled with killing intent collided violently. Boom! In an instant, the avalanche cracked and sand and rocks flew. The grayish-black destructive saber light and the scarlet killing sword light collided and interweaved crazily between the two mountains, producing countless fine energy that looked like lightning. Almost in an instant, the mountaintop where Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan were standing was shattered by the destructive saber light and killing sword light. The earth below also exploded layer by layer. A large amount of shattered mud and rocks were pushed in all directions by the violent energy, forming mud and stone curtains that were more than 10 meters tall. The mud and stone curtains hung in the air for a moment before falling with a whoosh. Such a spectacular scene made all the spectators tremble in fear. If they watched a battle of this level close by, they would probably be directly killed by the aftershock. One move ended. Who won? All the spectators held their binoculars and stared at the center of the battlefield. As the mud and stone curtains fell one after another, the scene in the center of the battlefield appeared in everyone's vision. At this moment, a huge sinkhole appeared in the center of the battlefield. Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan were floating above the sinkhole. Chu Zhou looked very calm. He did not look like he had just fought at all. Xialong Yuan was not injured either. He only frowned slightly at Chu Zhou, as if he was puzzled. Seeing this scene, all the spectators could not tell who had won and who had lost. Xialong Yuan frowned as he looked at Chu Zhou. When he fought with Chu Zhou just now, he had an inexplicably strange feeling. Even though Chu Zhou looked very serious on the surface, he actually seemed a little nonchalant. But he was not sure of this feeling. This was because Chu Zhou's slash just now was indeed very strong. It perfectly withstood his terrifying killing strike just now. He did not believe that Chu Zhou could receive his sword so easily if he was not serious. However, he could not help but ask. Chu Zhou, did you use your true strength in that move just now? I've used it. Look, my dragon tooth battle saber is destroyed, Chu Zhou said with a faint smile and raised his dragon tooth battle saber. This saber was already filled with countless cracks. The next moment, there was a cracking sound. The dragon tooth battle saber turned into countless fragments and fell into the huge pit below. This novice-level saber that had accompanied Chu Zhou since the Awakening Realm had finally ended his mission. I'm leaving. Remember to send the corpse of the Bat-type monster commander to my residence in the supply base. If you want to fight again, please prepare another monster commander's corpse. By the way, fighting you. Yes, it doesn't feel bad. Chu Zhou smiled and waved his palm at Xialong Yuan. He immediately turned into an after-image and flew towards Ling Zhan and the other two. Let's go back to the supply base. He activated his origin power and wrapped the two huge skeletons in a meat mountain. Ling Zhan and the other two quickly flew back to the supply base. Who won? Many spectators looked at each other. Until now, they did not know who was stronger between Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan. Xialong Yuan saw the fragment of the saber in the huge pit and slowly frowned on the huge pit. Even the saber is shattered. He should be serious. As he muttered to himself, his figure slowly landed at the bottom of the huge pit and picked up a small fragment of the saber to take a look. Suddenly, his expression froze. He recognized the material of this fragment. This was the material to make C-rank weapons. All weapons and equipment could be divided into C-rank to SSS rank according to the materials made. Normally speaking, C-rank weapons were also known as novice equipment. They were usually used by Awakening Realm martial artists. Extraordinary Realm martial artists used standard B-rank weapons, Control martial artists used standard A-rank weapons, Boundary Realm martial artists used standard S-rank weapons. King Realm martial artists used standard SS-rank weapons while Human Martial God used standard SSS-rank weapons. The standard above usually refers to the lowest level weapons corresponding to a certain level. However, in fact, the level of the weapons used by ordinary martial artists would exceed the standard. Unless the economic conditions were too poor and they could only afford standard weapons. Even most Awakening Realm martial artists would buy B-rank or even A-rank weapons to use after using them for a period of time. Weapons were very important to martial artists after all. It was worth it to spend more money to buy a good weapon. This was a standard weapon for King Realm. Xialong Yuan would never have thought that Chu Zhou, a dignified Control Realm martial artist, and such a powerful control realm martial artist, would actually use novice equipment. He just fought me with a novice equipment. How dare he say he's serious? Xialong Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling like he had been deceived. However, his heart quickly burned with fighting spirit again. Next time, he had to make Chu Zhou take it seriously. Chapter 139, Shocking the World. Stats exceeding 500,000. When Chu Zhou returned to the supply base with the two huge skeletons of the armored giant crocodile and a meat mountain, it caused another huge commotion. Many people exclaimed repeatedly. Chu Zhou ignored everyone's reactions. He quickly found Thong Shan, the business manager arranged by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School to be at the supply base. He handed the core materials of the armored giant crocodile to him to deal with. Chu Zhou, the price of the core materials of the armored giant crocodile is 1.5 billion. I'll give you 300 million for those two skeletons, a total of 1.8 billion. As for the contribution points, they're 150,000. You don't have any objections, right? Zhong Shan smiled at Chu Zhou. In fact, he was very uneasy. Chu Zhou was only 17 years old, but he could already kill monster commanders. This was simply terrifying. This could no longer be described as a monster. He could only be said to be a freak. However, he was also very happy. This was because this freak belonged to their Battleaxe Martial Arts School. With a freak like Chu Zhou around, if nothing went wrong, their Battleaxe Martial Arts School might have another human martial god. Then, everyone in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School would also benefit. I have no objections. Chu Zhou was a little surprised to hear that there were 1.8 billion. He had thought that 1.5 billion was not bad. However, when he saw the smile on Zhong Shan's face, he immediately understood that Zhong Shan must have used his authority to give him the highest price. Chu Zhou naturally would not refuse the good intentions of the Thong Mountain. Beep beep. Chu Zhou's communications watch vibrated and he took a look. He immediately realized that he had received the 1.8 billion. The savings in the martial artist account exceeded 1 billion again. Chu Zhou also smiled. At the same time, his total contribution points had exceeded 100,000 and reached 2-star. By the way, Manager Zhong, I want to ask you to help me find a cold storage to store the flesh of the armored giant crocodile. Chu Zhou said. Cold storage? No problem. I'll inform the staff and ask them to clean up cold storage unit 05. You can place the flesh of the armored giant crocodile in cold storage unit 05. As for the rent, let's do it at 100,000 alliance dollars a month. Zhong Shan readily agreed to Chu Zhou's request. Actually, during this war, there were a large number of monster corpses to deal with, so it was quite tense to use the cold storage. If anyone else wanted to rent the cold storage, Thong Shan would definitely not agree. However, Thong Shan tried its best to make it as convenient as possible for Chu Zhou and symbolically only charged 100,000 yuan as rent. Chu Zhou left the office of the Zhong Mountain in satisfaction. After putting a portion of the armored giant crocodile's flesh into the big refrigerator in his residence, he placed the remaining flesh into cold warehouse No. 05. Not long after, Xialong Yuan returned to the supply base and handed the corpse of a bat-type monster commander to Chu Zhou in front of many people. Chu Zhou sold the core materials of this monster commander's corpse to the Zhong Mountain again and obtained another 1.2 billion alliance dollars. However, there were no contribution points this time. Then, he placed the monster commander's corpse in cold warehouse 05. The dragon tooth battle saber has been destroyed. My combat uniform, backpack, communications watch, and so on are not enough for my protection ability compared to the situation I have to face now. Looks like the various equipment on me have to be updated. With a total of 3 billion in his account, Chu Zhou decided to upgrade his equipment. After all, AC-ranked novice equipment was indeed not suitable for him. However, the price of equipment was also shockingly expensive. When Chu Zhou bought the dragon tooth battle saber, combat uniform, backpack, communication watch, and other complete C-rank novice outfits, he spent 5 million alliance dollars. However, a full set of grade B equipment cost about 50 million alliance dollars, and the price was 10 times higher. Now that Chu Zhou was a control realm martial artist, his standard A-rank equipment required a total of 500 million yuan. As for the full set of S-rank equipment, it required 5 billion. Chu Zhou originally wanted to buy a full set of S-rank equipment. However, when he saw that he needed 5 billion, he could only say that he was sorry to disturb him. The standard A-rank equipment is about the same. However, the quality of the saber has to be too hard. Otherwise, it will be difficult for it to withstand the power of the world destruction saber technique. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. This time, his dragon tooth battle saber was shattered by the power of the world destruction saber technique rather than being shattered by Xie Longjia Yuan's blood sword in battle. In the end, Chu Zhou ordered an S-rank dragon tooth battle saber from the martial artist mall. As for the other equipment, he ordered all A-rank weapons. The price of the S-rank dragon tooth battle saber was 2 billion. The other A-rank equipment added up to 300 million. In this way, the 3 billion that he had just obtained went down to 2.3 billion. As expected, martial artists earn money quickly, but they also use money quickly. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. Fortunately, he had obtained more than 40 tons of armored giant crocodile meat and an entire bat-type monster corpse this time. It was enough to increase his attribute points. Otherwise, he really could not bear to spend so much money to upgrade his equipment. Half an hour later, all the equipment ordered by Chu Zhou arrived. In the following days, other than occasionally carrying out missions or fighting at the defensive line, Chu Zhou insisted on eating more than 1,000 catties of monster meat a day. Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi also benefited. They were also eating the flesh of the armored giant crocodile every day. Coupled with a large number of battles every day, their strength increased rapidly. During this period, the videos of Chu Zhou's battle at the defensive line, Chu Zhou's battle with the armored giant crocodile, his battle with Xie Longjia Yuan, and many other battle videos were also uploaded to the internet by other martial artists. Immediately, it caused a huge commotion. Every battle video of him attracted more than 10 million people's attention. In particular, his battle video with the armored giant crocodile and Xie Longjia Yuan had become popular on various video websites, social networking websites, and forums. There were more than 1 billion people paying attention. Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou began to become famous worldwide. Other than Chu Zhou, the battle videos of Xie Longjia Yuan and many geniuses around the world had also been uploaded to the internet. Among them was Big Sister Saber's battle video. Xie Longjia Yuan, Big Sister Saber, and the others, as well as many geniuses and monsters from all over the world, were famous worldwide. Chu Zhou and the others also had a detailed understanding of the global situation through the internet. Overall, the situation was not too optimistic. The 5 countries blocked the attack of the Beast Tide. However, the situation in many base cities in the 5 foreign countries was not good. The defense lines of a few base cities on the tropical continent had even been breached. The defense line was rebuilt later on, but the casualties were very heavy. Chu Zhou watched a few videos of the base city after the monsters broke through the defense line. His heart was very heavy when he saw the monsters wreaking havoc and the tragic deaths of countless soldiers and martial artists. He felt a deep sense of danger. I have to become stronger, he thought to himself. More than 10 days later, the flesh of the armored giant crocodile was all eaten. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Control Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 3100. Attribute Points, 568,584, plus 567,000. Heart of Strength, 5%, upgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank 5th level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank 5th level, Human Extreme Body, upgradable. Phantom, S-rank level 7, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A-rank level 6, unupgradable. My attribute points have exceeded 500,000. Chu Zhou was overjoyed when he saw the number of attribute points and the upgradable displayed at the back of all the items. It was not in vain that he had to eat meat every day until he almost wanted to vomit. Now that he saw this explosive increase in attribute points, everything was worth it. Chapter 140, Promotion to Advanced Tier Control Realm Martial Artists. New Moon Bloodline Awakening. Increase the Heart of Strength. Seeing that his attribute points had exceeded 500,000, Chu Zhou immediately chose to increase his strength core. Immediately, a surging mysterious energy surged into his heart. It would modify his heart that was like a transparent crystal. Immediately, the structure of his heart began to undergo a mysterious change. Plop! Plop! Waves of heart movements that sounded like drums came from Chu Zhou's body. All the glass objects in the room instantly exploded with cracking sounds. Spiderweb-like cracks also spread out on the floor and walls. Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi, who were in their room, immediately felt that something was wrong when they heard the terrifying heartbeat. They felt their hearts beating violently and sending waves of pain. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw all the glass objects in the room explode and the cracks on the wall and floor. What's going on? Ling Zhan and the other two rushed out of their rooms in shock and looked at Chu Zhou's room. They heard the terrifying heartbeat coming from Chu Zhou's room. They were about to go to Chu Zhou's room to take a look when a figure suddenly appeared and stopped them. This was a dignified middle-aged soldier. His body emitted a cold and murderous aura, like a general who had walked through the years of war. His dignity and killing intent were combined. "Greetings, General." Ling Zhan and the other two greeted the middle-aged soldier politely. They all recognized this middle-aged soldier as General Xue, who had once led them to encircle and suppress the Shadow Research Base. General Xue nodded calmly at Ling Zhan and the other two and said, "Don't disturb Chu Zhou. He's breaking through." As he spoke, a tsunami-like origin power suddenly emerged from his feet and stabilized the entire suite, preventing it from being affected by Chu Zhou's heartbeat. Ling Zhan and the other two's hearts had also returned to normal. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Just now, they really thought that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Ling Zhan and the other two could not help but be delighted when they heard General Xue say that Chu Zhou was breaking through. Xi Meng took the opportunity to ask General Xue for guidance. "General, could it be that when control realm martial artists break through, their hearts will produce such an astonishing tremor?" General Xue calmly glanced at Xi Meng and the other two and said, "That's not the case. The energy core of the super body system's control realm martial artists is the heart. Therefore, only the heart of the super body system's control realm martial artists will undergo a similar change when they break through. In fact, even if we are both control realm martial artists of the super body system, the changes in our hearts will not be different when we break through. Chu Zhou should be a control realm martial artists of the strength type. Super body system. Therefore, his heart beat strongly when he broke through. If it's an agility type super body system control realm martial artists, their hearts will beat quickly and densely when they break through. As for elemental system control realm martial artists and spiritual system control realm martial artists, their energy cores are respectively the energy crystal core and the spirit relic. When they break through, there will be other changes." General Xue only explained it simply and did not go deeper. Ling Zhan and the other two tactfully did not pester him too much. They knew that General Xue might have said so much to them on account of Chu Zhou. They had to know when to stop. General Xue's attention quickly focused on Chu Zhou's room. A trace of shock gradually appeared on his face. In his perception, Chu Zhou's heart was transforming at a terrifying speed. Under normal circumstances, every improvement after a martial artist became a control realm martial artist would become very difficult. It was very normal for it to only increase slightly in 5 to 6 years or even more than 10 years. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would break through bit by bit. However, Chu Zhou seemed to have completely ignored this rule. His breakthrough was like riding a rocket, rapidly soaring. There were no bottlenecks or pauses during this period. In just a dozen breaths, Chu Zhou advanced from a beginner control realm martial artist to a middle control realm martial artist and continued to advance. Then, he became an advanced tier control realm martial artist. General Xue was completely stunned. He had never heard of a control realm martial artist's leveling up with this rocket-like rage. In the room, Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes and looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Control Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 5100. Attribute Points, 473, 584 Heart of Strength, 100%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS Rank 5th Level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank 5th level, Human Extreme Body. Upgradable. Phantom, S-level 7th level, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A-rank level 6, unupgradable. The Heart of Strength has been upgraded to 100%. This evolution path has already been developed to perfection. I've also advanced to an advanced tier. Control Realm Martial Artists. Moreover, my life field energy has increased by 2,000. Chu Zhou looked at the change in information on his attribute board and was overjoyed. At the same time, he felt the change in his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had become a humanoid monster. Even though he looked human on the outside, his physical strength had reached the non-human level. At this moment, he was confident that he could fight a monster of the same level with his physical body even without using origin power, combat techniques, body tempering techniques, and so on. Matching monsters with a human body was the evolution of the physical body. There are still more than 400,000 attribute points. Chu Zhou looked at the remaining attribute points and glanced at all the items on his attribute board. Other than the fact that his Heart of Strength had already increased to 100% and could not continue to increase, everything else could be increased. His gaze suddenly landed on the new moon bloodline. He had always been very curious about this mysterious bloodline that suddenly appeared in his body. Unfortunately, he needed too many attribute points to truly awaken this bloodline. Moreover, he did not know what effect it would have after awakening. Therefore, it had never increased this bloodline. But now, he felt that it was time to increase his new moon bloodline. Improve the new moon bloodline, Chu Zhou ordered his attribute board. Buzz! In an instant, the attribute board seemed to have disappeared, turning into a blurry illusion formed by countless after images. This was because the change this time was too intense and the attribute board refreshed too quickly. At this moment, a bloodline sleeping in the deepest part of Chu Zhou's body was awakened. The power of ancient, holy, solemn, and noble bloodline erupted from Chu Zhou's body like a volcano. Bang! A tearing pain suddenly came from his back. A pair of dazzling silver wings suddenly stretched out from behind and suddenly opened, almost enveloping the entire room. Countless ancient and mysterious runes circulated on this pair of dazzling silver wings. Every rune seemed to represent some profound meaning and emitted a deep and terrifying aura. When this pair of resplendent silver wings stretched out, the sky above the entire supply base suddenly darkened, as if an invisible hand had erased a part of the sky, revealing a corner of the ancient starry sky that was dotted with billions of stars. Rumble! Endless starlight gathered into a waterfall that was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. It swept down with a bang and drowned the small building where Chu Zhou was. At this moment, all the soldiers and martial artists in the supply base were dumbfounded. Chapter 141, Innate Abilities, Wings of Stars, Internal Space, Instant Flash. At the supply base, the sky suddenly darkened, and a corner of the brilliant starry sky appeared. The stars shook, and endless starlight gathered to form a waterfall that was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens that swept down with a bang. At this moment, the building Chu Zhou was in was drowned by the vast starlight. What? What's going on? Everyone in the supply base was alarmed and looked at the phenomenon in front of them in shock. This phenomenon? Could it be that someone has awakened an ancient mythological bloodline? The commander of the defense line, Lu Wanjun, was also moved as he looked at the phenomenon in front of him, as if he had thought of something. The commander of the defense line, Lu Wanjun, was also moved as he looked at the phenomenon in front of him, as if he had thought of something. General Shuet, what's going on? Lu Wanjun asked General Shuet. When General Shuet saw Lu Wanjun, he hurriedly said, Chief Lu, this was caused by Chu Zhou's breakthrough. It's Chu Zhou, he seems to have awakened some terrifying power. General Shue's face revealed a shocked expression. This time, the shock Chu Zhou gave him was too great. Not only did he directly rise from a beginner control realm martial artist to an advanced control realm martial artist, as if he was riding a rocket. The mysterious power that awakened from Chu Zhou's body made even an iron-blooded warrior like General Shui have the urge to worship him. Looking at the surging starlight that surged in from outside the house like a surging flood, General Shui was so shocked that he was almost speechless. After hearing General Shui's words, Lu Wanjun instinctively sensed Chu Zhou's situation. When he realized that Chu Zhou was already an advanced control realm martial artist, his eyebrows twitched. However, what moved him even more was the two huge silver wings that extended from Chu Zhou's body. Countless mysterious runes revolved on the two silver wings. Every rune seemed to contain a mysterious and terrifying power. The torrent-like starlight surged into Chu Zhou's room and was devoured by the two huge silver wings. Lu Wanjun seriously sensed the mysterious runes and his consciousness showed signs of losing consciousness. It was as if those runes wanted to make his consciousness fall into an unknown vortex forever. Lu Wanjun was shocked and quickly retracted his perception. What a strange and powerful bloodline power! Lu Wanjun stared at Chu Zhou's room and exclaimed in his heart. As a King Realm expert, he knew some secrets that most martial artists in this world did not know. He knew that there were very few people in this world who had some mysterious bloodline hidden in their bodies. Most of them might not be able to awaken the mysterious bloodline in their bodies in their entire lives. However, there were also a few people who successfully awakened the bloodline in their bodies by chance. However, not all awakened bloodlines were powerful. Some bloodlines, even after awakening, were only so-so in terms of power. Nonetheless, they were better than nothing. However, there were also some bloodlines that displayed terrifying power after awakening. It was obvious that the bloodline that Chu Zhou had awakened had extraordinary power. A 17-year-old advanced control realm martial artist awakened such a strange and terrifying bloodline. Chu Zhou's potential can be said to be terrifying. However, if the Beast Masters, Emperor level, and the Shadow Alliance know about Chu Zhou's potential, they will probably destroy him at all costs. They will never allow Chu Zhou to grow up. At the thought of this, Lu Wanjun's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He said to General Shuai and Ling Zhan with a solemn expression, "You must not reveal what happened to Chu Zhou today to outsiders. If anyone asks, just say that this is the command center conducting some kind of weapon experiment." When General Shuai, Ling Zhan, and the others saw Lu Wanjun's serious expression, they immediately realized the severity of the situation. They all nodded seriously and promised not to reveal the news. Seeing General Shuai and the others nod, Lu Wanjun made another call. Soon, the small building where Chu Zhou and the others were was surrounded by a group of uniformed martial artists. They were also conducting some kind of weapon experiment with the city command center, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. So the command center is conducting some kind of weapon experiment? No wonder such a phenomenon suddenly appeared. It seems that our human weapons have made another huge breakthrough. It actually caused such a shocking phenomenon. Most of the people in the supply base looked relieved. They were also happy that humans had developed new powerful weapons. It had to be known that all the countries and base cities in the world were being attacked by the beast tide. The defense line of several base cities had even been broken through by the beast tide at one point. The casualties were extremely heavy. Humanity's situation was not ideal. Therefore, if they developed stronger new weapons, this was a good thing for humans. However, not everyone believed that what happened just now was caused by the so-called new weapons. There were still many people who were very curious about the truth behind it. As time passed, the sky above the supply base quickly returned to normal. In Chu Zhou's room. At this moment, a hint of surprise appeared on Chu Zhou's face. This new moon bloodline had cost him a total of 100,000 attribute points to complete the true awakening. Then, he used up the remaining 300,000 attribute points on him to stabilize his current state. It could be said that in order to increase his new moon bloodline, all the attribute points he had painstakingly accumulated were gone in an instant. However, feeling the terrifying power of the two silver wings behind him, it was all worth it. After the awakening of the new moon bloodline, the surprise it brought him was too great. Not only did it allow his body to undergo a shocking transformation, but it also greatly increased his strength and the essence of his life. He had also awakened 3 innate abilities. These 3 innate skills were divided into the Star Wings, Internal Space, and Instant Flash. The Wings of Stars was an ability brought about by Silver Wing. It allowed him to form a mysterious connection with the stars in the distant starry sky through Silver Wing. He could summon the vast power of the stars to descend and replenish his energy and increase his combat strength. As for the internal space, it was a silver space that had automatically formed between the 2 silver-winged roots of his spine after he awakened the new moon bloodline. This internal space was a cube 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters tall. Moreover, time inside was completely still. Chu Zhou was very satisfied with this internal space. Even though this internal space could not contain living creatures, With this internal space, he could place the monster meat and some inconvenient items inside. In the future, I won't have to worry about the preservation of monster meat anymore. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and studied the instant flash again. A tide of information about the instant flash surged in his heart. If the two innate abilities, Wings of Stars and Internal Space, surprised him, then instant flash made him overjoyed. This was a talent skill that could allow him to teleport. Even though he could only teleport 100 meters and could only move at most 3 times a day, this could be said to be a priceless divine skill. Such a divine skill was something that no movement technique in the martial artist mall could compare to. Moreover, according to the information that appeared in his mind, this divine skill could be continuously strengthened as he continued to develop the new moon bloodline. After roughly studying the 3 newly awakened innate abilities, Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Control Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy 8100. Attribute Points, 0. Heart of Strength, 100%, unupgradable. Spirit Relic, 5%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 400/0, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS-Rank 5th Level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-Rank Level 5, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S-Rank Level 7, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, A-Rank Level 6, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed drastically again. This time, his life field increased by a total of 3000. The new moon bloodline had also awakened from 1% to 40% wings. The current me is more than 3 times stronger than before I broke through. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, feeling smug. It's time to meet Chief Lu, General Shui and the others. He had long sensed the arrival of General Shui and Chief Lu. He had also seen their actions. He had a good impression of both of them. Swoosh! He stood up and retracted the 2 dazzling silver wings on his back. Then, he walked out of the room. On a small hill 100 miles away from the supply base, a mysterious figure that seemed to have fused with the shadow was like a human-shaped snake slithering on the mountain. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the supply base. Why did the sky above the resupplying base suddenly become pitch black? What happened in the supply base? He thought about it in confusion, but he quickly cast this thought aside. A young man's figure appeared in his mind. 100 billion. If I get this 100 billion, I might be able to buy the medicine I need from the underground world and break through the bottleneck I've been stuck at for many years. He muttered to himself as a sharp killing intent flashed in his cold and deep eyes. Chapter 142, Valley Killing Trap, 6 Boundary Realm Experts. Chief Lu. General Shui. Chu Zhou walked out of the room with a smile and greeted Lu Wanjun and General Shui politely. When facing Lu Wanjun, Chu Zhou felt a deep pressure. This kind of pressure was invisible and traceless. It was silent, but it really existed. Moreover, not only did it seep into the spirit level, but it also seeped into the genetic level. Chu Zhou felt that the Lu Wanjun he was facing now did not look like a human at all. Instead, it was a terrifying creature of a higher life level. Even though General Shui also made Chu Zhou feel a little pressure. However, compared to the deep pressure from Lu Wanjun's spirit to his genes, it was nothing. This Chief Lu is probably a King Realm expert. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and thought. He had once read some theories on the internet forum. Some people said that the human body actually had a limit. Starting from the apprentice realm, then experiencing the awakening realm, the extraordinary realm, the control realm, and then the boundary realm. Throughout the entire process, the human body was constantly breaking the shackles of the genetic lock, evolving and transforming again and again. However, after reaching the boundary realm, the human body had actually reached its limit. This was the reason why this level was named as the boundary realm. Boundary realm meant that he had already reached the limit of the human body. If he wanted to take another step forward and let the human body continue to evolve, normal cultivation was no longer possible. If he wanted to continue evolving, he had to break the limits of the human body. As for how to break the limits of the human body, Chu Zhou was still unclear. However, he had heard that after a king realm broke through the limits of the human body, not only would his strength undergo a huge change, but the human genes in his body would also undergo a fundamental change. To a certain extent, a king could be said to be a creature of a higher life level. As for the king realm experts, they were also known as giants. They had terrifying strength comparable to natural disasters. If they used their full strength, they could destroy a human base city. That kind of strength was far from what a boundary realm powerhouse could compare to. What was even more enviable was that the lifespan of a king realm expert was as long as 500 years. At this moment, the moment he saw Lu Wanjun and felt the deep pressure that seeped into his spirit and genes, Chu Zhou almost instantly determined that Lu Wanjun was a king realm expert. Actually, it was normal when he thought about it. If Lu Wanjun was not a king, how could he be qualified to be the chief of the supply base and the commander of the defense line? While Chu Zhou was sizing up Lu Wanjun was also sizing him up. Lu Wanjun looked at Chu Zhou with a hint of admiration in his deep eyes. Chu Zhou, some time ago, that kid Chen Bazhu mentioned you to me. I can tell that he thinks very highly of you. After that, that old fellow Tang Yuanqing also used you to show off to me. He said that an extraordinary top-notch genius had appeared in their battleaxe martial arts school. As long as nothing goes wrong, there will be another human martial god in their battleaxe martial arts school in the future. I thought they thought too highly of you. From the looks of it, they have good taste. You do have the potential to become a human martial god. Lu Wanjun's voice was calm, but it gave off a calm and convincing feeling. Boss, you actually have the potential to become a human martial god. When Ling Zhan and the other two heard Lu Wanjun's words, they could not help but look excited. A human martial god. The strongest expert at the top of the pyramid of humanity. Chu Zhou had the potential to become a human martial god. That was too amazing. Chu Zhou's reaction was calm. However, when he heard Lu Wanjun call Chen Bazhu a little guy, he was caught between laughter and tears. Chen Bazhu was at least in his 40s. He was actually called a little guy. Only a king realm expert like Lu Wanjun could say that. A king realm expert had a lifespan of 500 years after all. Even though Lu Wanjun looked to be in his 50s, however, in reality, Lu Wanjun had probably lived for 300 to 400 years. If that was the case, then Chen Bazhu, who was only in his 40s, was indeed just a little guy in front of Lu Wanjun. That little fellow Chen Bazhu and that old fellow Tang Yuanqing are really lucky to discover a martial god seed like you. It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Otherwise, I would have taken you in as my disciple. Lu Wanjun said regretfully. He really wanted to take Chu Zhou in as his disciple. Unfortunately, Chu Zhou had joined the battleaxe martial arts school and was valued by Chen Bazhu and Tang Yuanqing. Perhaps even the martial god of the battleaxe martial arts school was paying attention to Chu Zhou. Therefore, he could only regretfully give up. Elder Lu, why regret it? Even though I won't quit the battleaxe martial arts school and can't be your disciple in name, such a reputation is fleeting. Can't you just teach me as a disciple and give me the treatment of a disciple? Chu Zhou chuckled as he spoke. He would not miss such an opportunity to befriend a king realm expert. General Shui, Ling Zhan, and the other two were dumbfounded when they heard Chu Zhou's words. They felt that Chu Zhou was too thick-skinned. Instead of acknowledging him as his master, he actually only wanted the benefits of acknowledging him as his master. If this wasn't thick-skinned, what was? Lu Wanjun was also slightly stunned. He looked at Chu Zhou in surprise, as if he was studying why Chu Zhou was so thick-skinned. A moment later, he laughed heartily. You're quite interesting, little fellow. Your skin is thick enough. With your thick skin, there's no reason for you not to rise in power. He did not hate Chu Zhou's behavior of taking advantage of others when he had the chance. He had lived for nearly 300 years and had seen too many geniuses. He could not even count them. However, how many geniuses and monsters could break through the limits of the human body and advance to the king realm? As for those who could ultimately advance to the king realm and the human martial god realm, a large portion of them were good at seizing every opportunity that was beneficial to them becoming stronger. Hence, he admired Chu Zhou's behavior very much. Ha ha ha, little guy, this is my contact number. In the future, you can ask me if you meet any cultivation problems. Of course, I can only help you reach the king realm at most. If one day, after you advance to the king realm, you want to understand the mysteries of the martial god, you can only find someone else. Lu Wanjun laughed loudly and left his contact number with Chu Zhou. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. General Shui, Ling Zhan, and the other two were extremely envious when they saw Lu Wanjun. He actually treated Chu Zhou like a disciple. Even someone like General Shui could not ask a King Realm expert for guidance at any time. Chu Zhou, not only is Chief Lu a King Realm expert, but he's also very powerful among the kings. Treasure this opportunity to seek guidance. General Shui patted Chu Zhou's shoulder enviously and left. Ah! Boss, your luck is really heaven-defying. You actually obtained the recognition of a King Realm expert like Chief Lu so easily. You can even consult him at any time. Shi Meng was so envious that his eyeballs almost popped out. What heaven-defying luck! Boss seized the opportunity to fight for this. He would have missed this opportunity if he couldn't put down his pride and be a little more humble. Li Qingshi glanced at Shi Meng and said. Ling Zhan agreed with Li Qingshi. He had personally witnessed how Chu Zhou had attacked the snake with the stick and obtained Lu Wanjun's recognition. Chu Zhou smiled but did not say anything. To him, becoming stronger was the most important. So what if he was a little thick-skinned sometimes as long as he could become stronger? The following days returned back to usual. Basically, they spent their time guarding the defense line, carrying out missions, returning to the supply base to rest, and so on. Of course, Chu Zhou and the others did not stop eating the monster meat. After finishing the meat of the armored giant crocodile, Chu Zhou and the others started eating the meat of the bat-type monster commander. Chu Zhou still insisted on eating 500 kilograms of monster meat and quickly accumulated attribute points. These days have been busy and stable. The strength of Chu Zhou and the others increased rapidly in the continuous battle. About a week later, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi successfully advanced to Advanced Awakening Realm Martial Arts and were only a step away from becoming an extraordinary realm martial artist. After Chu Zhou transmitted his experience of advancing to the extraordinary realm martial arts to Ling Zhan and Gang, they began to prepare to become extraordinary realm martial artists. Every time they returned to the supply base to rest, they would basically cultivate in their rooms. In order to buy more time for Ling Zhan and Gang to cultivate, Chu Zhou also started to carry out the mission alone when he received the mission from the monster that appeared at the back of the defense line. On this day, Chu Zhou received a mission to go to a valley more than 200 miles behind the defense line to clean up a group of earth beetles. The leader of this group of earth beetles was only an advanced beast general, advanced control realm martial artists. It had not even reached the boundary realm. Chu Zhou casually killed the earth beetle boss and easily eliminated all the remaining earth beetles. Let's wrap it up. Chu Zhou clapped his hands and prepared to collect the core materials of all the earth beetles. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly stood under the shade of a thick tree 30 meters away from Chu Zhou. Swoosh! The shadow was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it crossed 30 meters and appeared behind Chu Zhou. A pitch-black dagger silently stabbed towards the back of Chu Zhou's head. 100 billion. The black-bellied snake looked at the back of its head that was about to be pierced by its dagger. The corners of its mouth curled up slightly, revealing a ferocious and cold smile. However, the smile on its face quickly froze. Chu Zhou had turned around at some point and was looking at him expressionlessly. One of Chu Zhou's fingers, which seemed to have completely turned into metal, blocked his dagger. The black-bellied snake's pupils constricted. Its figure quickly turned into a shadow and retreated 100 meters away at lightning speed without another word. Black-bellied snake, looks like your strength isn't good enough. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony with this 100 billion. A mountain suddenly exploded, and a 3-meter-tall figure crashed towards Chu Zhou like a high-speed train. The violent origin power fluctuations caused the entire valley to tremble. Almost as soon as the berserking figure appeared, a figure holding a spear suddenly pierced through the clouds and descended. His entire body was covered in a layer of flames. Like a blazing meteor, he ruthlessly blasted towards Chu Zhou. A Caucasian man wearing a half-metal mask appeared on a nearby hill. He pressed his hands on the hill, and the entire hill shook. Boom! A huge yellow hand the size of a basketball court suddenly stretched out from the hill and grabbed at Chu Zhou. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the ground within a radius of several kilometers. There was also a cold woman with long green hair who was floating in midair. She controlled more than 100 flying knives and shot them at Chu Zhou. The speed of each flying saber was several times faster than the speed of sound, like a flash of lightning. It was difficult for the naked eye to capture the specific trajectory, and only ear-piercing screeches could be heard. In the end, there was actually a mecha that broke out of the water from the pool beside him and charged towards Chu Zhou. At this moment, the air in the entire valley boiled, and the hills around the valley shattered in the vast energy. The people who appeared this time were too powerful. Be it the black-bellied snake who attacked first or the 5 people who attacked later, the origin power waves on their bodies had reached the boundary realm. Chapter 143, Great Hunters often appear as prey. 1. Rumble. An earth-shattering shockwave resounded. Energy swept out like a tsunami, and the dozens of hills around the valley almost instantly disintegrated. Pieces of forest were torn apart by the hurricane. Countless pieces of soil rolled around like turbid waves. The power of 6 boundary realm powerhouses was simply too powerful. However, just as they attacked, the power erupting from their bodies completely changed the geographical environment around the valley. Chu Zhou was like a lonely boat in the raging sea that could be devoured by the waves at any moment, facing the siege of 6 boundary realm experts. However, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm, as if he had expected this. These people probably did not expect him to be a control realm spiritual master. It was too difficult to hide from a spiritual master and launch a sneak attack. When he descended into this valley, he had already discovered the 6 people lying in ambush here. However, Chu Zhou was very confident in his strength now. He was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he fell into a trap. In addition, he had just broken through and his strength had increased exponentially. He also wanted to test his current strength. These people were his test subjects, which was why he was willing to play the role of prey. As the saying went, great hunters often appeared as prey. With a thought, Chu Zhou used the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, human extreme body. His height suddenly increased to more than 2 meters. The muscles turned into the shape of mechanical components, and there were streaks of electric light flickering on the circuit-shaped mysterious patterns. His entire body was metallized, and even his eyeballs had turned the color of metal. He had shapeshifted into a small metal giant. An overbearing, ferocious, and peerlessly sharp aura swept out from his body. Boom! Chu Zhou exchanged a punch with a 3-meter-tall figure that was charging over like a high-speed train. As the fists collided, an explosive power swept out. The ground within 500 meters instantly collapsed, and dust flew. Chu Zhou and the 3-meter-tall figure slid back on the ground at the same time, plowing a deep fissure on the shattered ground. A true boundary realm powerhouse is indeed much stronger than a freak like Xialong Yuan, who is comparable to a boundary realm powerhouse. This was the first time Chu Zhou had encountered an evenly matched opponent in a battle of physical strength. This caused his expression to become solemn. ABD, Kalisma Vazizi Isen Turk Gokmen Lari Davas Eder. ABD, Kalisma Vazizi Isen Turk Gokmen Lari Davas Eder. Simdi Koleka Bas View Run. USA Visa Consultant. In fact, the 3-meter-tall figure, Hong Zhendong, was also extremely shocked. He was also a strength-type martial artist of the super body system. Moreover, his strength had reached the boundary realm. The strength of his physical body was also famous among the circle of boundary realm experts in the underworld. Many opponents who had fought with him were directly smashed into meat paste by his punch. Therefore, many people in the underground world called him the Violent Bear. It was not that Hong Zhendong did not know that Chu Zhou's extreme titanium golden body was very powerful. In fact, before coming to ambush Chu Zhou, he had already carefully studied all of Chu Zhou's battle videos. He had even analyzed Chu Zhou's state when he used the extreme titanium golden body. However, he still felt that Chu Zhou was not his match in terms of physical strength. After all, as a strength-type martial artist of the super body system, he was 1 level higher than Chu Zhou. However, after the exchange just now, he was shocked to discover that Chu Zhou's physical strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, Chu Zhou's power also carried a domineering, ferocious, and incomparably sharp characteristic. It was even more destructive. The extreme titanium golden body is actually so powerful. Hong Zhendong stared deeply at Chu Zhou's figure, and his expression became solemn. As for Chu Zhou, at this moment, he had no time to care about Hong Zhendong. A spear surrounded by flames had already descended above his head. That spear was like a divine spear thrown by an ancient fire god. It seemed to pierce through the world and burn everything to ashes. A terrifyingly high temperature emitted from the spear. The surrounding air was roasted until it showed signs of distortion. The earth below also continuously melted into magma. After experiencing the fist fight just now, Chu Zhou also took the 6 boundary realm experts who had ambushed him very seriously. He did not want to suffer a calamity because of his contempt. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the S-rank Dragon Tooth battle saber that he had bought not long ago. World Destruction Saber Technique breaking the sea. Chu Zhou lowered his body slightly. Then, he jumped up and unleashed a saber that had accumulated power. Boom! The phantom of a boiling sea appeared in the broken valley. A grayish-black World Destruction Saber beam shot out of the breaking the sea. He slashed at the spear that was surrounded by flames. The World Destruction Saber light surged with saber intent. The saber aura surged, and the saber power was vast and surging. It was like a tsunami that tore through the sky and earth, drowning and devouring everything. With a loud bang, the spear wrapped in flames and the figure holding the spear were sent flying into the sky by that terrifying saber. Drops of blood dripped down. Clearly, the person who used the spear was injured. After sending the spear user flying with a slash, Chu Zhou slashed with the Dragon Tooth battle saber in his hand, slashing out another saber beam that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It slashed a huge earth yellow hand that covered the sky and earth into 2. Then, Chu Zhou slashed out again at lightning speed. Chapter 144, Great Hunters Always Appear as Prey. 2. World Destruction Saber Technique Violent Storm. This saber move was swift and quick. It brought with it a large amount of airflow, forming a saber chi tornado. The hundreds of flying daggers that shot over like lightning were all swept into the saber chi tornado. Countless saber chi collided with hundreds of sharp flying sabers, producing deafening sounds. In the end, Chu Zhou held his saber with both hands and slashed at the mecha that was charging at several times the speed of sound. With a loud bang, Chu Zhou's figure flew back 100 meters. As for the mecha, it flew backward and crashed into the shattered ground like a meteor, sinking deep into the earth. At this point, the first round of confrontation between the 6 boundary realm experts and Chu Zhou ended. This exchange also shocked the black-bellied snake, violent bear Hong Zhendong, the spear user, the Caucasian man wearing a metal mask, the green-haired woman, and the person driving the mecha. The 6 of them were all famous assassins among the boundary realm powerhouses of the underworld. This time, they had come to ambush Chu Zhou. They had thought that just one person would be enough to kill him. The reason why so many of them came at the same time was just to snatch business. However, after the confrontation just now, they realized that Chu Zhou was much stronger than they thought he would be. Everyone, this person's strength is completely different from what the intelligence said. I'm afraid it's difficult for us to take him down alone. Moreover, this place is only 200 miles away from the supply base. I reckon that the commotion here will soon attract the attention of the experts in the supply base. Once the experts from the supply base come to support this person, we will be in danger. Therefore, I suggest that everyone join forces to deal with him. Kill him first. As for who can take his head and collect the bounty, it will depend on their own abilities. The black-bellied snake spoke and slithered on the shattered ground like a human-shaped snake. Sure. Agreed. Let's join forces and kill him first. As for who gets the head, it will depend on our own abilities. The 6 boundary realm powerhouses quickly reached an agreement. Humph, a group of fallen ones who hide in the dark world all day long also want my head? I'll cut off your heads first. Chu Zhou sneered and took the initiative to attack. He stomped heavily on the ground, creating a 100-meter wide crater in the already shattered ground. He charged at the black-bellied snake like a bolt of lightning. Die! Shouted angrily and slashed out with berserking. The power of the saber was endless and sharp. It contained the power to collapse mountains, break prisons, and cut rocks. A huge saber shadow that was 100 meters long appeared in the void and slashed down fiercely. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the black-bellied snake's forehead when it saw the sharp saber shadow that slashed down. He did not dare to be careless at all. Immediately, black fog that was like thick smoke rose from his body. The black fog rolled and kept compressing and condensing. Soon, it condensed into a huge black wall. The huge saber shadow slashed at the black wall. It only paused for a moment before shattering the black wall. Then, it struck the ground behind the black wall, creating a 1,000-meter-long rift. However, Chu Zhou did not find the black-bellied snake's corpse. He only saw an additional hole in the ground around the rift. It was obvious that the black-bellied snake had used its burrowing skill at the end and escaped from the ground beneath. While was attacking the black-bellied snake, the other 5 Boundary Realm experts joined forces to attack Chu Zhou. The spear was wrapped in lava-like flames. Rows of sharp spikes emerged from the ground, sharp flying daggers, a majestic fist that seemed to contain the power to pierce through mountains, and a small rocket fired from the mecha. Terrifying attacks attacked Chu Zhou one after another. Terrifying attacks attacked Chu Zhou one after another. He was not sure if the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the human extreme body, could withstand it. He used his phantom movement technique and dragged out realistic figures in the air. As he moved at high speed, he quickly dodged the attacks. Only when he really couldn't dodge did he use the World Destruction Saber technique to neutralize the close-range attacks. In just a few breaths, Chu Zhou had fought with the 6 boundary-level experts countless times. Huge explosions sounded continuously. The entire valley had long turned into behind them, and the 6 experts rushed out of the ruins. As they fought, they moved further away. Wherever they passed, the forest was flattened, the river was broken, the mountains were shattered, and everything in front of them was destroyed. A ruined area nearly 100 miles long quickly formed in this wilderness. After another 5 to 6 minutes of fighting, Chu Zhou suddenly unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, forcing the 6 Boundary Realm experts back. Then, he leaped onto a mountain and looked at the 6 Boundary Realm experts with a solemn expression. At this moment, Chu Zhou was in a sorry state. His entire body had turned grey, his hair was disheveled, and his face was a little pale. There were also traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 145, Great Hunters often appear as prey. 3. His combat uniform was also damaged. There were many bleeding wounds on his body, traces of cutting, roasting, and so on. It could be said that this was Chu Zhou's most embarrassing battle after becoming a martial artist. It was also the most difficult battle he had encountered thus far. The combined destructive power of 6 Boundary Realm powerhouses was no joke. In the battle just now, Chu Zhou had almost been severely injured by the other party several times. Of course, Chu Zhou was in a sorry state. The black-bellied snake and the other 6 were also in an extremely sorry state. Their bodies were also covered in wounds. At this moment, the 6 black-bellied snake people stared at Chu Zhou with solemn and sharp gazes. Chu Zhou's performance really shocked them. The 6 of them were veteran Boundary Realm martial artists. Even after working together for so long, they still could not take down a Control Realm martial artist like Chu Zhou. Who would dare to believe it if this news spread? This also made the black-bellied snake and company's killing intent intensify. If they had wanted to kill Chu Zhou for the bounty of 100 billion yuan in the beginning, now, they had another reason to kill Chu Zhou. They saw an incomparably terrifying potential in Chu Zhou. Their intuition told them that if Chu Zhou successfully grew up, he might very well become a human martial god in the future. This way, if Chu Zhou did not die today, the 6 of them would be in big trouble in the future. They had to kill Chu Zhou today in order to prevent Chu Zhou from taking revenge in the future. Looks like this is about my limit. It's time to use my ace in the hole. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. When he looked at the black-bellied snake and company, his killing intent was also awe-inspiring. Kill! Almost at the same time, Chu Zhou, the black-bellied snake, and company charged at each other again. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's eyes emitted a blazing and psychedelic white light. A 6-story treasure pagoda suddenly appeared above his head. Boom! A tsunami-like mental strength wave immediately struck the black-bellied snake and company. When the 6 black-bellied snake people saw the 6-story treasure pagoda that suddenly appeared above Chu Zhou's head, emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure, their expressions changed drastically. They never expected Chu Zhou to be a spiritual master. Caught off guard, other than the green-haired woman, who was also a spiritual master, the 5 black-bellied snake members felt as if their heads had been struck heavily. All of them felt a sharp pain in their heads and felt dizzy. Instant flash! Chu Zhou took advantage of the moment when the black-bellied snake and the others were hit by the mental strength wave and used the instant flash skill without hesitation. Swoosh! His figure suddenly appeared in front of a frozen mecha. He brandished the dragon tooth battle saber with all his might and slashed at the head of the mecha, using avalanche. Boom! The head of the mecha was directly blown apart by this violent saber, and the head hidden in the mecha was directly blasted into a bloody mist. After succeeding in his attack, Chu Zhou continued to use instant flash. He appeared behind the Western white man who was wearing a golden mask in an instant. He directly slashed the Western white man who was in a stiff state into two from the middle. During the third instant flash, Chu Zhou appeared in front of the black-bellied snake and stabbed through its heart. Then, the blade sliced its body in half. It was a long story, yet all of it happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhou first activated the 6-story treasure pagoda and launched a mental attack. He severely injured the mental strength of the black-bellied snake and the other 5. Then, he used the instant flash skill 3 times in a row and took away 3 lives. Finally, Chu Zhou slashed out twice again from afar, severely injuring the violent bear Hong Zhendong and the man with the spear who had yet to recover. In this wave of swift and peerless attacks, the only one who wasn't injured was the green-haired woman who was a spiritual master. When Chu Zhou's rapid attack ended, the green-haired woman, violent bear Hong Zhendong, and the man with the spear were all stunned. They did not expect Chu Zhou to hide it so deeply. Chu Zhou was actually a control realm spiritual master. Moreover, he had also mastered a terrifying instant movement skill. Chu Zhou's sudden counter-attack not only took away the 3 of them, but also severely injured 2 of the remaining 3. In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely changed. At this moment, the green-haired woman and the other 2 didn't say anything. They directly turned around and fled. They could all tell that the situation was not good. Therefore, they all wanted to escape. However, if they wanted to escape, they had to ask Chu Zhou if he agreed. Crackle! A pair of mysterious and dazzling silver wings suddenly stretched out from behind Chu Zhou. Countless mysterious runes revolved on the silver wings, emitting an ancient, dignified, and noble aura. At this moment, the power fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body instantly soared. Like the waves of the sea, they swept into the distance wave after wave. The earth within a radius of several kilometers trembled violently. At some point in time, the sky darkened and a corner of the brilliant starry sky appeared. Silver waterfall like starlight descended with a loud bang and landed on Chu Zhou's body. The green-haired woman, violent bear Hong Zhendong, and the man with the spear turned green when they turned around and saw this scene. Damn it, Chu Zhou was actually hiding something. Moreover, he had hidden it so well. Rumble! The silver wings on Chu Zhou's back flapped. Carrying countless starlight, he crushed violent bear Hong Zhendong and the man with the spear at lightning speed. The 2 people here had already been severely injured by Chu Zhou. Now that they were being crushed by Chu Zhou again, they were both beheaded. Soon, Chu Zhou caught up to the green-haired woman. The green-haired woman's injuries were not serious, but she was no match for Chu Zhou. Especially when her mental attacks were useless against Chu Zhou, she was at an even greater disadvantage. After 10 moves, the green-haired woman's head was grabbed by Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou exerted force with his expressionless fingers. With a bang, the green-haired woman turned into a rain of blood. At this point, the 6 boundary realm experts who had been attracted by the bounty of 100 billion and wanted to take Chu Zhou's life had all died in Chu Zhou's hands. Chu Zhou, on the other hand, had also proven that he was the hunter in this killing trap. Chapter 146, Commotion in the Underworld. It was impossible to gain anything if one did not loot the corpses. Chu Zhou would not forget this. How could he forget to collect the spoils of war after fighting so hard? Chu Zhou began to search the 5 corpses one by one. Why did he say 5? That was because the green-haired woman had died without a complete corpse. After looting the corpse, he cleaned up the battlefield again to see if there was anything left behind. In the end, he obtained the following items. A mecha with its head cut off, a war spear, 100 alloy throwing knives, a pair of metal gauntlets, a black dagger, a yellow stone bead. There were also a number of communications watches, genetic nutrient solutions, an elixir of dawns, healing potions. These were more or less all of the gains this time. Chu Zhou opened the martial artist mall and found the corresponding items one by one. Mechas were prohibited items and could not be found in the martial artist mall. It was unknown where that yellow stone bead came from, but it was not in the martial artist mall. He found everything else. S-rank blood shadow war spear, priced at 2 billion. S-rank flowing light flying daggers, 100 daggers per set, costing 4 billion per set. S-rank meteorite fist weapons, 2 billion per pair. S-rank Viper Dagger, priced at 1 billion. The total price of these 4 weapons in the martial artist mall reached 9 billion. Mechas were prohibited items and were worth at least 3 billion. In addition, there was the mysterious stone bead of unknown origin, the communication watch, the genetic nutrient solution, the elixir of dawn, and so. Chu Zhou's gains from this battle exceeded 12 billion. Even if some of these things were damaged and the price could not be as high as the purchase price, Chu Zhou conservatively estimated that if they were all sold, the benefits would reach 10 billion. The benefits from this battle actually exceeded 10 billion? After Chu Zhou calculated the profits, he could not help but be overjoyed. He could gain more than 10 billion yuan in one battle. He hoped to have a few more battles like this. Just as Chu Zhou finished calculating the profits, 2 familiar figures suddenly descended and appeared in front of him. They were Chief Lu Wanjun and General Shuet. Chu Zhou, what's going on? Lu Wanjun looked at the slightly disheveled Chu Zhou and then at the 5 corpses on the ground and a large area of ruins that extended into the distance. His expression was a little gloomy. Elder Lu and General Shuai should know about my bounty of 100 billion. These people are here to ambush me for the bounty of 100 billion. Chu Zhou said calmly. Ridiculous. Now, it's a critical period for us humans to resist the attack of the beast tide. These people actually dare to attack the martial artists at the front line. Lu Wanjun was enraged. The world would change when the King Realm expert gets angry. The mountains and rivers within 100 miles shook violently. The entire world became extremely oppressive. Even Chu Zhou and General Shui felt suffocated. Chu Zhou, don't worry. This matter won't end just like that. I know that it was the 5 great families who issued the bounty on you. Do they think that everything will be fine without direct evidence that they did it? Humph, this time, I will make them pay the price. Lu Wanjun promised Chu Zhou that he would teach the 5 families a lesson. Chu Zhou was naturally happy to see this happen. The 5 families had issued a bounty of 100 billion yuan to him. He hated the 5 families very much. If possible, he wished he could destroy the 5 great families. Lu Wanjun and General Shuai asked about the details of the battle. Chu Zhou did not hide anything and told them directly. You actually killed 6 boundary realm powerhouses. Lu Wanjun and General Shuai looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock. When they saw the endless ruins just now, they vaguely guessed that the enemy Chu Zhou was facing this time was probably very powerful. However, they did not expect it to be 6 boundary realm experts. 6 boundary realm martial artists working together to ambush and kill a control realm martial artist was a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. No matter how stunning a genius was, he would probably not be able to escape death. Boundary realm martial artists had already evolved to the limits of the human body. Each of them could be called a small giant. Their strength was much stronger than that of control realm martial artists. Even a boundary realm expert would be extremely dangerous to those control realm geniuses. After all, who was not a genius to be able to advance to the boundary realm? They were both geniuses, but one level higher. This was basically a crushing situation. With 6 boundary realm martial artists working together, this was a situation where control realm martial artists would definitely die. However, not only did Chu Zhou successfully survive, but he also successfully killed 6 boundary realm experts. This was simply a miracle among miracles. Neither Lu Wanjun nor General Shui could imagine anyone in history who could pass down such a glorious battle record at the control realm. Even the dragon, Sun God Soul, Chang'e Saha and the other 2 strongest experts on Earth did not have such brilliant results when they were at the control realm. No, there's someone else who might have done it. It's just that many of that person's battle achievements have been artificially erased and covered up, so it's impossible to investigate. However, with that person's perverseness, he should be able to do it. At this moment, Lu Wanjun suddenly thought of a taboo figure. However, that taboo figure had too many connections, so he did not dare to think too much about it. Chu Zhou, Lu Wanjun, and General Shui returned to the supply base. Then, he entrusted the Blood Shadow Battle Spear, the Meteor Fist weapons, the Viper Dagger, and other arms, as well as mechas and communications watch, to the commercial manager of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Thong Shan, to handle them. As for the 100 flowing light flying daggers, Chu Zhou kept them for himself. He was also a spiritual master and could also control flying daggers to kill enemies. Soon, all the items on Mount Thong were processed, and Chu Zhou received 6.2 billion. In this battle, Chu Zhou's combat uniform was also damaged. He simply spent $1 billion to order an S-rank combat uniform. He originally had 705 to 4 million in his account. He had just earned 6.2 billion and spent another billion. In this way, the balance in his account was 5 to 954 billion. Where there was light, there was darkness. The so-called underground world was actually a special circle hidden in the shadows of human society. In this circle, the composition of people was extremely complicated. There were criminals from various countries, murderers who killed people after receiving money, mercenaries, fallen martial artists, illegal vendors, and so on. The underground world was the gathering place of countless corrupt people in human society. The Shadow Alliance could only be considered a part of the underground world. In fact, many forces and financial groups around the world had made arrangements in the underworld. In the underworld, there was no concept of territory or range of influence. It was not an organization, but it was everywhere. It was like the shadow of human society. As long as human society existed, the underground world would exist. On this day, someone posted a post called 6 Boundary Realm Assassins, ambushed Chu Zhou for 100 billion reward, but all of them perished on the Shadow Forum in the underground world. As soon as this post appeared, it immediately became popular. A bounty of 100 billion. Chu Zhou. These were all recent popular words, and they were all related to Chu Zhou. Therefore, as soon as they saw this post, many people from the underworld could not help but click to read it. When they saw the news that the black-bellied snake, violent bear Hong Zhendong, blazing spear Zhang Mo, earth thug Hudson, flying knife girl Diana, and pilot Fusker, these 6 Boundary Realm experts had all died when they went to ambush Chu Zhou, they were instantly shocked. The news of this post quickly spread throughout the entire underworld, causing a commotion. The 6 black-bellied snake people are all famous Boundary Realm martial artists in our underground world. Each of them has killed many Boundary Realm martial artists. Now, 6 of them have actually fallen at the hands of a Control Realm martial artist. Why does this news seem a little fake? Is Chu Zhou a top-notch genius who has recently risen in the Great Xia Kingdom? I've seen the battle video of him killing the Boundary Realm armored giant crocodile. He's indeed very strong. However, I don't believe that he can kill the black-bellied snake and the other 6 Boundary Realm powerhouses at the same time. I hope this news isn't true. Otherwise, I'm afraid another demonic human will be born. Back then, the demonic human swept through the entire underground world. Countless underground giants were trampled under his feet. If another demonic human appears, it won't be good for our underground world. Don't worry. With the painful experience of being a demonic human, I believe that all the giants in the underworld, as well as the powerful families and factions around the world that were almost destroyed by the demonic human back then, are probably unwilling to see a new demonic human appear. If this Chu Zhou really has the potential to become a new generation of demonic humans, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing for him. Instead, it will be a disaster. On this day, the entire underground world was in an uproar because of a post. In the beginning, many people in the underground world were unwilling to believe that the 6 black-bellied snake people had been killed by Chu Zhou. They did not think that Chu Zhou had such strength. However, when an authoritative person in the underground world confirmed that it was Chu Zhou who had killed black-bellied snake and the others, instantly, the entire underground world was in an uproar. Countless experts of the underworld began to pay attention to Chu Zhou. They regarded Chu Zhou, a genius with the potential to become the new generation's demonic human, as a huge threat. The underground world was inextricably linked to the real world. Therefore, the tremors in the underground world quickly affected the real world. Chu Zhou? His surname is also Chu? Could it be related to that person back then? Investigate Chu Zhou's family background and find out his background. I hope he has nothing to do with that person back then. Otherwise, even if I have to risk the world's condemnation and pay a huge price, I can't let him live. From the looks of it, he seems to have some traces of that man from back then. I hope it's not really related. On this day, the 5 countries and many base cities, as well as some well-hidden large families and forces, began to investigate Chu Zhou. Great Xia Nation, Jinghua Base City. A young man in his late 20s who looked a little similar to Chu Zhou was looking at a photo of Chu Zhou. A new generation demonic human. The young man sneered and shattered the photo into pieces. Then, he walked to the window and looked down at the brilliant lights below. He muttered to himself, "Second uncle, you didn't understand the situation back then and refused to lower your head. In order to protect these ants, you chose to go against those people. Otherwise, our Chu family wouldn't be struggling in this world filled with ants. We would have long become one of the families in the juggernaut world. You've ruined our Chu family's chance to advance, but Chu Lan, will seize the opportunity again. This time, no one can destroy it." Chapter 147, Semifinals Shining Twin Stars. A Battle for Attention. 1. Chu Zhou's days had returned back to ordinary ever since the ambush. Of course, this kind of ordinary day might be more exciting than an ordinary person's entire life. He either fought against the tide of monsters at the defense line or cleared out the monsters that appeared behind the defense line. Days of fighting and killing all day was unimaginable to ordinary people. However, to Chu Zhou, it was really as calm as water. In this as calm as water life, Chu Zhou persisted in his habit of eating 500 kilograms a day and quickly accumulated attribute points. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi also improved rapidly. One day, a powerful fluctuation of origin power suddenly erupted in Ling Zhan's room. Then, Ling Zhan walked out of the room and calmly announced to Chu Zhou, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi that he had advanced to the extraordinary realm. Perhaps Ling Zhan's advancement to the extraordinary realm had given Shi Meng and Li Qingxi a huge stimulation. A week later, Shi Meng and Li Qingxi also advanced to the extraordinary realm. After Ling Zhan and the other two advanced to the extraordinary realm, their performance at the front line gradually became dazzling. Their reputation also began to spread on the front lines. The Sharp Blade Squad also began to become famous as a whole, and not only Chu Zhou, the captain, became famous. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the end of the preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition. On September 1, 2020, the semifinals began. Humans around the world paid more attention to the semifinals than to the preliminary round. In the past month, the beast tide has swept across the world. Humanity could be said to have entered a critical moment, especially in many base cities outside the 5 countries. They had suffered huge casualties in the beast tide. Even the 5 countries did not dare to guarantee that they could keep the beast tide outside the cities of the 5 countries. An invisible layer of dark clouds enveloped the entire world. And the more dangerous the situation was, the more urgently people needed a hero who could save them. Therefore, he paid unprecedented attention to the Global Human Genius competition. People subconsciously yearned for a hero who could help humanity resolve their predicament in the Global Human Genius competition. The resupply base city was also very considerate. They had long prepared a virtual helmet for a semi-finalist like Chu Zhou. Therefore, Chu Zhou could log into the virtual battlefield in his room. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi also opened the web page of the live broadcast room early in the morning and waited for the semi-finals to begin. Chu Zhou woke up under the warm sunlight. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a soft white bed. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clear glass window and shone on him. On a small table by the window was a plate of orchids. The orange flowers looked exceptionally bright under the sunlight. Chu Zhou got off the bed, walked to the window, and looked out. Outside the window were skyscrapers. However, there were also many huge flying monsters circling above the city. There were also many monsters walking in groups on the streets of the city. Looks like the virtual battlefield this time is still a modern city background, but it's different from the preliminary round. There are many monsters in the city. It's probably an adjustment made because of the beast tide's invasion. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his gaze landed on the screen on his left arm. Contestant, Chu Zhou. Points, 0. Ranking, none. Region, Guangdong Sea Region Zone 2. Selection rules, the duration of the semifinals is 1 day. After the semifinals, the winner will be decided according to the number of points. Points rule, killing a contestant will earn you 1 point, and at the same time, you can steal half of the opponent's points. Killing a monster will earn you 1 point, and if you are killed by a monster, you will lose half of your points. The rules of the ranking, the more points you have, the higher your ranking. Those who die during the competition will still participate in the points ranking. The rules of the competition were similar to the rules of the preliminary round. It was just that they added monsters too. Just as Chu Zhou was watching the competition rules, many people in the real world realized that Chu Zhou had appeared in the second region of the Guangdong area. They also opened the live stream of Zone 2 to watch. Not long ago, Chu Zhou had become world famous because of the battle video at the front line and the battle video of him killing the Boundary Realm armored giant crocodile. There were more than 1 billion people paying attention to him. Therefore, when he appeared in the Guangdong Zone 2, the live stream of the Guangdong Zone 2 immediately became the most watched live stream. Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, Li Qingxi, Chu Yu, Dong Wenda, and so on. Everyone. Chu Zhou knew, except for Dongfang Mingzu and the other contestants in the semi-finals, had opened the live stream of the Zone IHVO in the Guangdong area. Of course, the Chu family, the Ling family, the Zhang family, the Ernst family, and the Medici family were also paying attention. Am I seeing things? Blood Sword Xia Longyuan was also assigned to Chu Zhou's competition zone. Tisk tisk, Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Mi Longyuan are actually assigned to the same competition zone. This is a show to watch. Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou is very strong, but Blood Sword Xia Longyuan is not weak either. He also killed a commander-level bat-type monster. Chapter 148, Semifinals Shining Twin Stars. A Battle for Attention. 2. I've seen the battle video of Blood Sword Xia Longyuan. I can only say that it's too bloody and terrifying. This person is simply the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. I think he's even more terrifying than Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou. Not long ago, I saw a video of the battle between Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Xia Longyuan. Unfortunately, they only exchanged one move in the video, and it seemed to be a draw. This time, they were assigned to the same zone. I can finally know who is stronger. Exciting, exciting. It's really too exciting. I thought that Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Xia Longyuan would only fight in the regional finals. I didn't expect them to fight so quickly. It's a feast for my eyes. Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou was the strongest top-notch genius whose name shook the world. Blood Sword Xia Longyuan was the same. Moreover, they were also known as the twin stars of the Guangdong area. The two of them were the focus of countless people around the world. Now that they appeared in the same division at the same time, it immediately exploded in popularity. Even the social media of various countries treated the Battle of the Iwin Stars as the headline. Originally, more than 1 billion people were watching the live stream of the Guangdong Zone 2. Now that the popularity had exploded, more people flooded into the live stream. In a short period of time, the number of viewers had exceeded 2 billion. It was definitely the most popular live stream. Virtual Battlefield, Guangdong Zone 2. Bang! Chu Zhou had just finished reading the competition rules on the screen on his left hand when a lightning dragonfly more than 10 meters long smashed through the window and rushed into the room. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from the lightning dragonfly's body and struck Chu Zhou. The television, air conditioner, refrigerator, sofa, table, and so on in the room were instantly charred by the violent lightning. The blanket on the bed was also burning with flames. It's too violent. This is not good. Chu Zhou shook his head, as if he was reprimanding the lightning dragonfly for being too violent and ruining his mood. He calmly walked towards the plate of orchids. The lightning that struck his body was blocked by a layer of grey origin power. With a casual wave of his hand, he dispersed all the lightning that was about to strike the orchid. Then, he held the plate of orchid in his palm and admired it carefully. It would be a pity if such a good flower was destroyed. As he muttered to himself, he turned a blind eye to the lightning bolts that were striking at him. When the lightning dragonfly saw that the insignificant human in front of it actually dared to ignore it, its eyes turned bloodshot. The lightning on its body became even more crazy. At the same time, it roared and charged at Chu Zhou. However, it was only halfway there when its body froze. At some point, a finger had gently pressed on its head. The power that shot out completely pierced through its body. Bang! The lightning dragonfly's corpse fell heavily. Chu Zhou did not look at the lightning dragonfly's corpse. He carried the orchid and strolled out of the broken window, walking leisurely in the sky above the city. Many flying monsters nearby discovered Chu Zhou, who was strolling leisurely in the sky. They roared and charged at him. In an instant, Chu Zhou's figure was surrounded by dense flying monsters. But soon, the flying monsters turned into corpses and fell to the city below like a dense rainstorm. Bang! 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 Corpses of flying monsters crashed into the glass windows of the building, onto the roof, and onto the long street. The huge commotion alarmed many martial artists hiding in the buildings and long streets. Many martial artists looked up and immediately saw Chu Zhou walking on foot with Gentleman Lan Xin in his hand. They also saw flying monsters turning into corpses and falling as soon as they approached Chu Zhou. Hiss, it's Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou. He was actually assigned to this competition zone. It's over. I'm actually in the same division as this pervert. My luck is too bad. Damn it. Don't tell me I would also be casually killed by him. What else is there to say? It's better to escape to the edge of the city as soon as possible to avoid tragedy. When these martial artists saw Chu Zhou's figure, their expressions could not help but turn bitter. Then, many people fled to the edge of the city without saying a word. They were also afraid that Chu Zhou would casually slash them to death in the city center when the competition was about to end. Therefore, they all chose to escape to the edge of the city in advance. Therefore, a very strange scene appeared in Zone 2. The competition had just begun, and there was no one in the city center. Not only was there no one, even the number of monsters had decreased. That was because even the monsters in the city and the flying monsters circling in the sky were chasing after the martial artists who were escaping to the edge of the city. In the outside world, countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast could only click their tongues and sigh when they saw this scene. They felt that the deterrence power of Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou was too strong. However, they also understood the players who fled to the edge of the city. If they were in the same zone as Chu Zhou, they would do the same. Chu Zhou naturally saw the scene of many contestants fleeing to the edge of the city. Am I that scary? He smiled and landed on the top of the tallest skyscraper in the middle of the city. He placed a plate of orchids beside him. Chapter 149, Semifinals Shining Twin Stars. A Battle for Attention. 3. To be honest, he did not take it to heart about this semi-final. With his strength, it could be said that he had a 100% chance of passing this semi-final. He could not be bothered to participate in the battle now. It would be enough as long as he attacked the surviving contestants at the last moment of the competition like in the preliminary round. In this competition zone, almost all the contestants became flustered and terrified when they discovered Chu Zhou. However, there was another person who became extremely excited when he found out that he was in the same zone as Chu Zhou. This person was the Blood Sword, Xialong Yuan. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, I can finally fight to my heart's content. Xialong Yuan burst out laughing in excitement. His eyes flickered with a bloody glow as the blood sword in his hand emitted a cold murderous intent. It was as if a scarlet sea of blood was expanding around him. Ever since he exchanged moves with Chu Zhou last time, he had been looking for an opportunity to fight Chu Zhou again. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any Boundary Realm Monster Commander level monsters in the missions he received after that. Without the Monster Commander level corpse, he knew that Chu Zhou would not accept his challenge. This had always bothered him. Now, everything was fine. He was actually in the same zone as Chu Zhou. This time, he could fight Chu Zhou even without the Monster Commander level corpse. Furthermore, this battle did not have any restrictions on the exchange of moves. How could he not be excited? However, this time, Xialong Yuan was not in a hurry to find Chu Zhou and fight him. He sneered and glanced at the city in front of him. He muttered to himself, this battlefield belongs to Chu Zhou and me. Those unrelated people should be eliminated in advance. As he spoke, his entire body suddenly transformed into a bloody light that flashed towards the edge of the city. As he spoke, his entire body suddenly transformed into a bloody light that flashed towards the edge of the city. Why is the blood sword Xialong Yuan, the god of slaughter, in our division? We're so unlucky. Doesn't this crackpot want to compete with Chu Zhou? Why isn't he looking for Chu Zhou now and attacking us instead? Crazy, Xialong Yuan has gone completely crazy. He killed everyone he saw. The edge of the city was in complete chaos. Blood-colored sword beams shot into the sky. A large number of contestants and monsters fell one after another. Any living creature would become the target of the blood-colored sword light. 1 hour. TiVo hours. 10 hours. 10 hours later, the entire city fell silent. Be it the contestants in the competition zone or the monsters, almost all of them were killed by a blood sword. Only a terrifying figure filled with killing intent was left. He held a killing sword that was surrounded by blood light and walked towards the tallest skyscraper in the center of the city. In the outside world, all the viewers watching the live stream of the Guangdong Zone 2 were in an uproar. No one expected Xia Longyuan to be so crazy as to kill all the contestants in the competition area except Chu Zhou. Even the monsters in the competition zone were all killed. And everything he did seemed to be just to create a battlefield that only belonged to him and Chu Zhou. As expected of the man known as the Blood Sword. His killing intent is too strong and ruthless. The contestants in this competition zone are too miserably. Not long after the competition began, they were slaughtered by a ruthless person like Xia Longyuan. I estimate that many contestants were killed before they could obtain many points. Tisk tisk, after the competition ends, I estimate that many of the top 10 contestants in this competition zone will have unimaginably low points. That's good too. I'm only paying attention to the battle between Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Xia Longyuan. If the other contestants die, so be it. Now, the battle between the Tyrannical Blade and Blood Sword is about to begin. It's too exciting. Xia Longyuan's actions made the audience watching the live stream look forward to the upcoming battle even more. In the center of Zone 2, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the top of the tallest skyscraper in the city. He looked down at the attribute figure walking over with endless killing intent and smiled. Xia Longyuan. I'll satisfy you this time since you want to compete with me so much. I just hope that you won't suffer a blow. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and stood up. Chapter 150, Using Finger as a Saber. Invincible Talent. Shocking news, Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou and Blood Sword Xia Longyuan are about to fight. The battle between sabers and swords, the battle between the pinnacles, the shiny twin stars. The battle of the pinnacle geniuses, the battle of the century, cannot be missed. Who will decide the rise and fall of heaven's favorites? Today, one person is destined to stand on the twin stars, and one person is destined to fall. Countless posts suddenly appeared on social forums, social media websites, news media, short video apps, and other media channels around the world. Instantly, the entire world was in an uproar. Countless people opened the live stream of the Guangdong Zone 2. Originally, there were more than 2 billion people watching this live stream. Now, the number of viewers skyrocketed again. There were too many people paying attention to this battle. Chen Bazhu, Lu Wanjun, General Shuai, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Dong Wenda, Lu Qianqian, Chu Zhou's sister, Chu Yu, and his father, Chu Donglei. At this moment, they were also watching the live broadcast. Father, do you think Big Brother will win? Chu Yu looked at Xia Longyuan's murderous figure in the video and could not help but worry for her big brother. He'll win. Chu Donglei stretched out his big hand and rubbed Chu Yu's little head as he spoke with a deep gaze. In the virtual battlefield. Guangdong Zone 2. Chu Zhou stood at the top of the tallest skyscraper in the middle of the city. He looked down at the long street and calmly looked at the figure walking over step by step with a blood sword in his hand. At the same time, Xia Longyuan also looked up at Chu Zhou. Their gazes clashed in the air. It was as if an invisible lightning bolt had exploded. In an instant, a saber intent filled with destruction rose from the top of the skyscraper. Endless black clouds seemed to appear above the skyscraper. There was also an ice-cold slaughter sword intent. The figure on the long street rose, and scarlet blood filled the air. The entire long street seemed to be surging with sticky blood. Boom! The two powerful auras collided violently in midair, causing the atmosphere to explode. The surrounding skyscraper's glass shattered in an instant, pouring down like snowflakes. Chu Zhou on the skyscraper and Xia Longyuan on the long street looked at each other. Neither side spoke. There was no need to speak anymore. Only two powerful auras were constantly colliding, causing a large area of air to continuously explode, producing a tsunami-like air wave that swept through the entire city. At this moment, the entire city shook violently. Countless cracks spread across the skyscrapers and long streets. Suddenly, Xia Longyuan made his move. His body, which had originally paused, walked towards the skyscraper. Chu Zhou was in step by step again, and his speed became faster and faster. He gradually flew up and turned into a streak of blood. Boom! Suddenly, a scarlet sword light that was 100 meters long slashed towards the skyscraper where Chu Zhou was. In an instant, the skyscraper where Chu Zhou was split in half. Amidst the rumbling, the skyscrapers that had been split into two collapsed on both sides, shaking the entire street. Just as the scarlet sword light was about to slash at him, Chu Zhou casually moved and appeared at the top of another skyscraper, avoiding the sword light. However, Xialong Yuan's reaction was also as fast as lightning. Just as Chu Zhou stabilized his body, another scarlet sword beam slashed over. The scarlet sword light split the skyscraper into two. Chu Zhou easily dodged again. However, Xialong Yuan had also arrived in front of him with the blood sword in hand. Seeing Xialong Yuan's bloodshot eyes that were filled with excitement, fanaticism, madness, and other emotions, Chu Zhou smiled faintly. He did not draw his saber. He only raised his metal index finger and smiled faintly. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. In the outside world, more than 2.6 billion viewers were stunned when they saw that Chu Zhou did not draw his saber when facing Xialong Yuan and only raised a finger. What is Chu Zhou planning to do? Is he planning to use only one finger to deal with Xialong Yuan? Chu Zhou is too arrogant. He and Xialong Yuan are known as the twin stars. Their strength should be on the same level. Even if he's slightly stronger, it's impossible for him to defeat Xialong Yuan with just a finger. Looking at how calm Chu Zhou has always been, I thought he was a cautious and confident person. But it seems that I was wrong in the past. He's too arrogant. Many people sighed when they saw Chu Zhou's actions. In their opinion, when Chu Zhou faced an expert of the same level as Xialong Yuan, he should treat him seriously and use 100% of his strength immediately. However, Chu Zhou's actions disappointed them. Ha ha ha, kill kill kill. Xialong Yuan had no objections to Chu Zhou's actions. In his opinion, it was fine as long as Chu Zhou fought to his heart's content with him. The rest didn't matter. He laughed crazily as boundless killing intent surged from his body. He waved the blood sword in his hand crazily and slashed at Chu Zhou's neck. He swung his sword too quickly. In an instant, it was as if he had been slashed hundreds of times. Countless scarlet sword shadows enveloped Chu Zhou's figure. Chu Zhou moved calmly in the void. At the same time, he kept waving his metal index finger. Using his finger as a knife, he slashed at the scarlet sword shadows that enveloped him. Dang 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 dang! The sound of swords clashing continuously resounded in the void. Countless shattered saber chi and sword chi shot out in all directions, cutting through the surrounding skyscrapers like cutting melons and vegetables. Skyscrapers collapsed one after another. The two of them were extremely fast, like two after-images, constantly chasing and colliding in the city. Sometimes, they would appear above the city. Sometimes, they would crash through a skyscraper. Sometimes, they would appear on long streets. Sometimes, they would even burrow into the earth. The skyscrapers, long streets, and earth, were all their battlefields. Wherever they passed, countless incomparably sharp saber lights and sword shadows appeared, as well as waves of explosive illuminate. Rumble. This city seemed to have encountered an unprecedented natural disaster as skyscrapers collapsed one after another. The long streets were also collapsing one after another. The tsunami-like raging energy wreaked havoc everywhere and shattered everything. In just half an hour, 2/3 of the entire city had turned into ruins. In the outside world, all the spectators looked at the city that had 2/3 of the area turned into ruins, as well as the two after-images that were not only moving and fighting like human-shaped natural disasters. All of them were extremely shocked. Is this their strength? It's too terrifying. Fortunately, their battle happened in the virtual battlefield. If it happened in a real human city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is this the power of a control realm martial artist? How terrifying! Control realm martial artist? Two such abnormal control realm martial artists? Even though their realm is still at the control realm, their strength has probably reached the boundary realm long ago. In fact, ordinary boundary realm martial artists might not even be their match. Exciting, too exciting. As expected of the even stars. Their strength far exceeds people's imagination. Almost all the spectators were shocked by the power Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan displayed. The strength of these two top-notch geniuses had completely exceeded the evaluation of the world. This was the first time many people had seen such a city-destroying power. In the virtual battlefield, the last third of the city was quickly destroyed by the battle between Chu Zhou and Xialong Yuan. At this moment, the entire city had turned into a huge ruin. After completely destroying this city into ruins, Xialong Yuan was finally tired. Phew! Phew! Xialong Yuan knelt on one knee on the ruins as if he was short of oxygen. He panted heavily. Drops of sweat mixed with blood dripped down his cheeks. At that instant, Xialong Yuan appeared to be in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in dense blood stains. Be it on his face, head, or body, there were wounds that were gurgling with blood everywhere. It was as if his entire body had been cut into 1,000 pieces. Numerous scars crisscrossed. Some of them were scars, and his flesh and blood were rolling. There were also some scars that extended from his face to his thigh. Just looking at it made one feel pain for him. However, Xialong Yuan did not care at all. He still looked at Chu Zhou excitedly and crazily, and the killing intent on his body became even stronger. Compared to Xialong Yuan, who was covered in injuries, Chu Zhou seemed to have never experienced a battle. His expression was calm and there was a faint smile on his lips. Not only was he not injured at all, but even the corners of his clothes were not damaged. Seeing this scene, all the audience basically knew the outcome of this battle. It was obvious that Xialong Yuan had lost this battle. Moreover, he had lost terribly. Chu Zhou wasn't stronger than Xialong Yuan without a doubt, he was much, much stronger. Even Xialong Yuan might not have forced Chu Zhou to reveal his true strength. Is Chu Zhou still a control realm martial artist? Tyrannical blade Chu Zhou's strength is too abnormal. His opponent behind him is probably in trouble. Looks like we misunderstood Chu Zhou previously. He's not arrogant, he's confident. At this moment, almost all the spectators revealed deep shock on their faces. Their hearts seemed to be surging violently, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. In the virtual battlefield. Ha ha ha, that's great, that's really great. With an opponent like you, Xialong Yuan, won't be lonely anymore. Xialong Yuan, who was kneeling on one knee on the ruins, suddenly burst out laughing with an indescribable madness. He knew that he had already lost this battle. But he didn't care at all and even felt excited. To him, having an opponent like Chu Zhou was a blessing. Chu Zhou, take my last move. Xialong Yuan let out a roar as if he was on fire, turning into a brilliant crimson glow that merged with the blood sword in his hand. Boom! An incomparably intense scarlet sword light instantly pierced through more than half of the city and blasted towards Chu Zhou in an incomparably berserk manner. You're indeed a good opponent. Chu Zhou said indifferently and calmly raised his metallized index finger. 5 World Destruction Saber Intense shot out from that finger. The entire ruins shook violently. The next moment, Chu Zhou swiped his finger at lightning speed. In that instant, it was as if a grey bolt of lightning had pierced through the world. An incomparably violent destructive power surged out. With a loud bang, a saber mark that looked like a large rift valley appeared on the ruins. The scarlet sword light that pierced through shattered with destructive power. At the same time, Xialong Yuan's body was cut off at an angle. I lost. Xialong Yuan said calmly. His body, which had been broken into 2, instantly disappeared like a bubble. In the outside world, all the spectators who were watching this battle went wild with excitement.